His day in high school begins as usual with a morning slap. He gets beaten again and again by a group of bullies. It's been going on for years, but today he doesn't really pay any attention to it, because now he sees a system window in front of him. They keep beating him, but he just laughs like a maniac. They think he's gone crazy and crave beating him even more. But instead, Taehyun sends the main thug flying with just one strike. The remaining bullies are shocked. They can't believe this hopeless loser awakened. But it's actually not that big of a deal for them, since they are awakeners too. Like the cowards they are, they attack 2-on-1, but our boy easily dodges and takes them out one by one. That's when the main thug wakes up and he's really angry. He activates his stone skin and rushes forward. Taehyun easily dodges his rampage, but then the bully leaps into the air and deals a devastating strike from above. Just as the bully thinks he got our boy, Taehyun appears right behind him to deal a devastating blow. But there's a problem. His strike doesn't cause any harm to the bully. Instead, he hurts his own hand. Taehyun is sent flying and crashes into the ground. This hit injures him badly, and the bully sees his chance to finish him off. That's when our boy activates his only skill, called Predation. With his blazing red aura, he easily blocks the next bully's attack like it's nothing. Then something unseen begins to happen. He starts to suck in the bully's power. The red glow becomes so strong that it startles the whole school. When the dust settles, the bully lies completely defeated. Our guy completes Predation and copies his opponent's skill. Now he himself has stone skin. You may wonder how a loser got that kind of skill. Well, he regressed with it. Kim Taehyun used to be a 35-year-old guy who lived a mundane life as a porter, carrying cargo for awakened people. One day, while collecting loot and doing his job diligently, all the awakened were erased in an instant. He was left one-on-one with an SS rank monster no one had ever seen before. It killed him too. But after death, our boy encounters a mythical being known as the King, who doesn't explain anything. The King simply gives him his powers and regresses Taehyun to his 19-year-old self. And here he is, having just defeated the bullies with his new powers. Taehyun gathers the beaten-up bodies and drags them to the teacher. When she asks how it all happened, he tells her they all just rolled down the stairs together. She heals Taehyun's wounds, but the bullies need much more substantial care. While walking out of the school, Taehyun feels great about getting awakened and getting his revenge on Hyuksu. But there's a problem lingering in his mind: the skill Predation. His rank, that he barely managed to change after training his entire life, increased after a single fight. He conjectures that it might be F rank, but the power exceeds that of a C rank. Our guy also gets to know something fascinating, that he can even steal the skills of the opponents he defeats. Taehyun trudges up the stairs and his mind pelts with questions, wondering why this guy King gave him a power like this and made him regress. Despite those unanswered questions, our guy understands there's one thing he needs to do, and that is to find out about Predation. He then stands in front of a house, smiling, and it turns out to be his uncle's house because after his parents died, he came to live with them. Since our guy knows his uncle will be late, he barges into the house and thinks of searching for info regarding the skill in the meantime. However, when he enters the house, an unpleasant surprise awaits him. It turns out to be his cousin Hwang Jae-young, and our boy immediately asks him why he isn't in school. Our fella's eyes land on the money box on the floor, and he recalls that even before he regressed, he remembered how Jae-young wanted to hang out with the other bullies. He took all the money in the house and caused a huge fuss. To think that'd be today when he regressed to 16 years ago. The bullies get to know that Taehyun is Jae-young's cousin. One of the blonde bullies moves forth and threatens our guy to just pass by if he doesn't want to get beaten up. He makes it clear that they'll leave once they get what they want. However, the bully makes a mistake and calls Taehyun an unawakened. Our guy grins because he finds the perfect opportunity and forcefully strikes a punch. That bully smashes on the floor, and Taehyun leans in for another strike to activate his skill Predation. However, the moment he activates it, the Predation function is inaccessible, leaving our guy stiff for a moment. In that split second, the bully lands a kick on Taehyun's face. As he drifts away, the other bullies activate their skills: Bind, Poison, and Bleed. The skills strike our boy, and the blonde bully blames Taehyun for acting as an unawakened, putting him in his place. That's when things unravel, and as the dust settles, our guy seems to have absorbed all their skills. Our guy gets lucky that due to the mysterious power, resistance was successful. The Predation gets activated again, and Taehyun is baffled, having mixed reactions. The skill didn't work the first time he activated it, but then it neutralized the enemy's skills as it pleased. But whatsoever, our boy sure knows that it's strong. With that, our guy strikes the bully with the help of his skill. After settling things with the bullies, our guy got to learn two things: the status window that's only visible for the awakened details information on the awakened, but not all of it is displayed. First, until just now, mana wasn't lacking in the slightest, yet his skill Predation didn't activate. In other words, our guy speculates that factors other than mana must be affecting the skill's use. Besides that, the passive effect of the predation skill isn't mentioned, and Taehyun unravels that it resists and neutralizes skills related to abnormal conditions, such as poisoning or bleeding. Well, our guy decides to confirm his speculations gradually, and yanks out of his thoughts when he sees his cousin Hwang Jae-young kneeling before him. Jae-young seems to lose his mind after seeing such an impressive side of Taehyun and reflects on his actions for belittling his cousin. Jae-young is scared as fuck as he begs Taehyun to forgive him this once, and even agrees to lick his shoes or bark like a dog if he tells him to. Our guy feels frustrated at his cowardice and ponders that he knew his cousin was a fox, but had no idea it was this bad. Taehyun isn't worried about this piece of shit but another incident, that it'll happen today. While Jae-young barks like a freaking dog, our guy decides to forgive him, but in return, he asks his fox cousin to come with him to get something done. Later, the scene takes us to a restricted area where the control personnel are concerned as they witness a gate break. It is known to us that a gate break is a phenomenon where monsters appear as a path to the abyss suddenly opens up. If left unattended, a dungeon disaster will occur. The control personnel guy states that it's been 10 years since the last dungeon break. The gate was suddenly created, so the monsters are swarming over. The girl associate lets out that, judging from the monsters, if they don't do anything, the dungeon disaster is only moments away, and the other girl personnel frantically asks the leader if they should evacuate the neighborhood areas. However, the leader assures them that there's no need since they have his rank B skill barrier on their side. On top of that, since this gate break's rank is only C, that means the strongest monster that comes out of the gate would be C rank. The team leader stands unfazed when the associates shout as the monsters attack him from behind, breaking the barrier. The leader effortlessly gets rid of the monsters with a single kick and asserts that even in case of an unanticipated crisis, as B-rankers, they are more than capable of handling it. On the contrary, Junyoung and Taehyun are rushing to the accident site where the gate break occurred. Junyoung gets a bit dramatic as he calls his cousin Sir and thinks it would be better if the control personnel are already there. Our guy shuts him up with the Sir thing and agrees with Junyoung that the gate break's initial mana estimate is C rank. On the other hand, the control personnel are B rank, so there won't be any issues against C rank opponents. Junyoung, running out of breath, yells that that's what he's saying, but a suspicion lingers in our guy's head, making him suspect that it might not actually be a C rank dungeon. At the gate break site, all the monsters are annihilated by the leader, but he finds something strange. He notices that these low rank monsters pierced through his B ranked barrier. That's when a sudden realization sets in, and the leader conjectures that the mana overflowing from here is above his rank. The associates warn that there is something inside the gate, and it turns out to be a terrifyingly gigantic monster, along with other monsters stomping out of the gate. It appears to be an A-rank giant ogre. Struck speechless by the sight, the leader discovers that it was an A-rank dungeon after all, and in that moment, they get caught in an explosion. The scene switches to Junyoung, who questions Taehyun how the hell he knows everything about the gate break, because far from seeing monsters, they didn't even issue an evacuation order. Well, our guy couldn't spill that he had already gone through this all, the fact that he came from the future. To get it over with, our boy lets out that it's just his intuition, and of course, Hwang couldn't believe this. Suddenly, a stampede of crowd comes rushing towards them as the giant monsters chase after them. The crowd seems in a frenzy and warns everyone to run as they see Taehyun and his cousin walking the opposite way. Hwang asks him what he's going to do, and our boy, activating his stone skin skill, walks away, determined to get rid of those fucker monsters and be right behind his cousin. The scene flips to a building, where a guy states that the situation's escalating quickly. The gate break that was thought to be C rank turned out to be A rank. On top of that, no reinforcements are possible as others are busy in dungeon quests and abyss exploration. The guy assumes that the solution for this crisis is for an A rank awakened. He asks for help and expresses that he's their only hope, referring to the Blade of Lunacy, An Hyunsu. The Blade of Lunacy looks sentimental as tears stream down his face, and he asks everyone to hang in there as he's coming to help. It appears that this A-rank dude's specialty is 8th grade syndrome. On the other side, our hero arrives at the perfect time and impressively fights off the monsters with his predation skill. After annihilating the monsters, he absorbs their powers. Well, as expected, Taehyun gets to know another thing, and he comes to speculate that the cause of predation's failure is based on fatigue. If fatigue passes 70%, it won't activate. Most skills are activated based on the usage of mana, but that doesn't mean that one only has to worry about mana. That's because of fatigue. It increases if one uses a skill or does physical activity, and the higher it gets, the more the power of the skill decreases, and the heavier the physical body gets. It's unfortunate for our guy that it's a lot to consider, but he found out that if he absorbs dead monsters instead, he can recover mana without using mana. With that, the life activity of the target stops once Taehyun recovers all the mana from the dead monsters. But what's more great is his rank changes to D, along with the stone skin skill that also upranks to D grade. Our guy grins because now he's discovered the more he uses predation, the more he can grow. And at this rate of growth, Kim ponders that he can become an S or an SS rank awakened, a dream that looked far-fetched and impossible to accomplish as a middle-aged porter. After getting done here, he's about to go back to Junyoung when a sudden commotion distracts him. It turns out to be the dramatic An Hyun-soo, who plummets while fighting a monster and is determined to make it pay for the souls of people it has killed. This sentimental dude calls himself a warrior of justice, leaving our boy baffled. Nonetheless, the fight continues. However, the blade of lunacy slashes the monster in a split second, creating a rumble that reverberates across the city. The monster collapses, and our guy is frozen by shock as he witnesses that the warrior of justice easily defeated an A-rank monster. Taehyun contemplates that An Hyun-soo must be an A-rank awakened who single-handedly solved the gatebreak mystery before he regressed. He witnesses An with his sword stabbed inside the monster and figures that he's just as strong as he's heard. But our guy also realizes how stupid this Hyun-soo guy is, who calls a monster idiotic for dying at the hands of his justice sword. Whatsoever, what really bothers Taehyun is the reason why An Hyun-soo is here. Our guy recalls that before he regressed, An had a bloody battle with a giant ogre on the other side of the city. Meanwhile, An sobs and says a silent prayer for the dead citizens. Just as Taehyun thinks of something, he suddenly senses a skill, and in that moment, he witnesses Hyun-soo getting backstabbed by a creature who appears out of the blue. That creature grins and feels glad about catching the blade of lunacy. The scene then takes us to a store, where Hwang Junyoung hides along with the school nurse, who's asleep. Junyoung appears tense and wonders if this is really okay. We then travel into Junyoung's flashback, where Taehyun discloses how many people are going to die in this gate break incident. Our guy informs his cousin about the nurse Choi Na-young, who'll die from focusing on healing others rather than evacuating. He instructs Junyoung to put people to sleep using his sleep, then put Nurse Choi to sleep and evacuate her to a safe place. Our guy assures him that he'll handle the rest. Coming back to the present, the boy wonders how his cousin Taehyun knows all this, and his stupid ass comes to a conclusion that Kim Taehyun awakened a skill to see the future. There's no other explanation otherwise. Junyoung freaks out because he thinks that this skill is crazy and fantastic. Nonetheless, he believes that nothing will go wrong. The scene flips back to Taehyun, who's bewildered by the sudden occurrence and feels like something has gone seriously wrong. An Hyun-soo, drenching in blood, questions the perpetrator who he is and commands it to reveal his true identity. The guy reveals himself and is impressed that Hyun-soo is alive even after having a vital point stabbed, concluding that A ranks are really different after all. The guy turns out to be B-ranked villain Han Sang-do, and his skill appears to be stealth. He mutters that hunting will be more fun. It is revealed to us that they call the awakened who commit crimes villains, and B-ranked Sang-do is one of them. He's a homicidal maniac who, during the gate break, went around murdering for his own thrill. But Taehyun is certain that Hyun-soo and Sang-do never encountered each other before he regressed, making him wonder if the future changed because of him. During this, An Hyun-soo is raging with anger and calls Sang-do an evil bastard. Being the warrior of justice, this guy decides to punish the villain with his own hands. Just as An is about to attack, suddenly the ground trembles and a giant ogre emerges, drifting them away off guard. An Hyun-soo is left flabbergasted by the sight, while the villain Sang-do is amazed by the incredible regeneration ability of an A-rank monster. The giant ogre seems out of control, insanely powerful, and the coward Sang-do decides to retreat, leaving the ogre for An to handle. As Sang-do is leaving, he didn't expect to meet a spectator, our boy Taehyun. The maniac bastard finds another prey to hunt and leaps forth to stab our boy, unaware of the consequences that will turn out against him. Kim Taehyun, on the other hand, is left baffled. As the dagger rubs against Kim's face, our guy activates the stone skin ability on time, calling that villain a moron. Our boy gives him a jaw-dropping kick, making Sang-do's nose bleed. Sang-do is hit by the realization that Taehyun is awakened, and our guy seems to know everything about this dirtbag who goes around committing murder using his stealth skill. Our boy feels glad running into someone like him, and using the stone skin, he fights against the lunatic Sang-do. The fight continues as they both don't back down easily, but Sang-do realizes that his blades are useless on Kim's rigid stone skin. Our guy counteracts, and that homicidal maniac admits that he's certainly skilled enough to be confident. Sang-do doesn't seem to care about how Taehyun knows him, and guesses that our boy must be thinking he has a chance of winning, because his attacks aren't working on him. But the maniac dude grins and clarifies that the world does not go according to his plans. Sang-do uses his ultimate secret weapon, stealth, and camouflages himself to attack Taehyun in a clandestine manner. But our guy gets a bit cocky and assumes that it won't change the fact that Sang-do's attacks are still useless on him. Well, Taehyun gets ambushed in that split second. He senses Sang-do's movements and somehow evades the vital attack. However, this one thing leaves our boy utterly shocked. Sang-do's blade manages to cut through Kim's stone skin as the blood splatters out of his arm. The maniac dude puts him in his place and speaks of his experience of hunting plenty of guys like Tae-hyun, those who mistake their skills to be invincible. The freaky Sangdo attacks our boy from every direction, not leaving a chance for him to even breathe. The villain belittles our boy, saying that with his weakness exposed, he's just flustered and dying to run away, and gives Kim a life lesson before he dies, that all skills have weaknesses. With that, Han Sangdo leaves him scathed with relentless strikes, leaving our guy severely wounded as he's covered in blood. Panting heavily, our guy is hit by the reality that the stone skin ability also had a flaw. It is known to us that the stone skin wasn't totally blocking attacks. Unbearable shock would crush the stone, and the crushed part would be replaced with the formation of a stone with remarkably lower durability. To Kim's surprise, this bastard Sangdo was aiming to crumble his stone skin from the very beginning. Han shows himself once again while our boy smiles as he learns that a hand fight is still doable even against a B-ranked opponent, coming to believe that his physical abilities aren't those of an average D-rank after all. That's when Tae-hyun speaks up and asks Han if they should wrap up the test now, leaving that maniac shocked. Sangdo laughs and asks our guy if he went mad after being driven into a corner. He leaps forth to attack our boy, while Tae-hyun goes on about why he wanted to meet the B-ranked villain. Han wonders what this bastard is yapping about, and in the next moment, the tables turn in the most unexpected way. Our guy reveals that he was eager to meet Han Sangdo because he wanted to improve his skill. That's when Tae-hyun activates predation, and the red energy overtakes as if it's engulfing everything around it. Sangdo, the villain himself, is terrified by Kim's wicked mana and wonders if this bastard was hiding the skill all this time. But Han pulls himself together and doesn't give a damn about what skill Kim possesses, but he's certain that he won't be able to hit him with the stealth skill. Our guy gives him a reality check and repeats Sangdo's words, uttering that every skill has a weakness. And Tae-hyun realized this after devouring many monsters. Among those monsters, countless escaped his sight, but in the end, predation gobbled them all up. So, simply put, our guy reveals that wherever Han hides or tries to run away, predation will get to him no matter what. Tae-hyun exudes a terrifying aura as his predation skill gets wilder. On the contrary, we see poor An Hyun-soo found on the ground, weak and exhausted, and cursing that damn cunning villain for stabbing him. He realizes that even an invincible hero like him cannot defy death. The boy lies on the ground, lifeless, and collapses, while that giant ogre is ready to crush An into pieces. The ogre strikes a deathly punch. However, Hyun-soo's body is dragged away at the impeccable time. It appears to be our boy, who's shocked that the ogre is totally flat on the ground. Well, it is more comfortable for him that way. Kim Tae-hyun along with Jae-young show up at their house, only to be welcomed by his worried sick uncle and aunt, who couldn't be any happier to see their kids alright. The blonde-haired kid tries to reassure his parents while he asks for confirmation from our guy, who seems pretty chill about it. The news breaks and, as per the guidelines by the government, the gate break warning has been completely lifted. Considering the possibility of a succeeding outbreak, the government has ordered nearby schools to be closed for a week, and as the news of survivors slowly comes in, the public is now at ease. The people gossip about the dungeon being A-ranked when they thought it was C-ranked, while the reporters bombard An Hyun-soo, the A-ranked awakened, questioning him regarding the giant ogre that showed up in the dungeon. Hyun-soo gets annoyed while being cornered like this, and frustratedly reveals that he isn't the one who took down the giant ogre. Instead, it's someone else. The news reporter discloses about the giant ogre's corpse not being discovered, and the whereabouts of the villain who attacked the public being unknown, making people concerned that the preventative measures for safety purposes may be insufficient. Our guy, who has been listening to the news, takes a breath of relief after he finds out that there's no mention of him. With that, our fella decides to move to the next stage. While analyzing himself, Tae-hyun realizes that he has 3 skills, in which acquiring stealth was a especially great outcome for him. But at his present level, he will have a hard time using all his 3 skills, since recklessly wielding the skills could bottom out his mana in no time and thereby raise his fatigue rate. It could end up as a disastrous move. To avoid that, our guy knows that his best preventative measure would be potions, but since they're pretty expensive, Tae-hyun needs to hunt to earn money, and to hunt, he must have legal permission. Therefore, this leaves him with one option, and that is to explore undiscovered dungeons. Upon entering the dungeon, Tae-hyun is welcomed by the monsters, who insult him while they wonder how he finds them. With that, they decide to feast on this mortal, unaware of what our fella is capable of. Our boy wonders if they're high in intelligence because they talk certainly well, and it turns out they're the Spider Sisters, ranked B. Our guy looks disappointed since a B rank isn't high enough to change his rank as he contemplates if he has to eat hundreds of them for that. Realizing that they are being looked down upon, the Spider Sisters fume with anger as they leap towards Tae-hyun all together, believing that our boy must be scared as hell and unable to move. Our hero, on the other hand, uses resistance against the mysterious power, and as he expected, these monsters have quite useful skills. With that, Taehyun succeeds in completing the predation, and a new skill, paralysis, is registered. In the new South Korea Player Association, we have two of South Korea Player Association's best players, HR Deputy Manager Go Tae-woo. An awakened player is legally permitted to use all their skills for various objectives such as abyss exploration, dungeon clearing, and so on, while currently, there are 5 player centers of the new South Korea Player Association. New South Korea's largest guilds, the 4 great guilds, are the Fighters, Undivided, the Crafters, Alchemists, the Mages, Magicians, the Informants, Nightwalkers, and lastly, the authorized agency that manages the players, including the 4 great guilds, the new South Korea Player Association. Guildmaster of the Nightwalkers and an S-rank player, Yoo Ah-hyung meets the chairman of the new South Korea Player Association and an S-rank player, Ji Jinhui, who thanks her for coming here. Ah-young wonders if he discovered something, and it turns out it's about the Malignant Guild, a criminal organization formed by the most brutal felons even among villains. The guild members wear gold rings with 3 skills carved on them. The chairman hands her the documents, which consist of the recent movements of the Malignant Guild, along with the list of players they were targeting. But the green-eyed girl doesn't seem to buy it, as she doubts if this is the only reason why the chairman called her. Jinhui lets out a laugh while he declares that he needs her opinion on something, and with that, he asks her when she took the player test. Ah-young responds by letting him know that she took the player test when she became of the qualifying age at 19. Suddenly, it hits her as she looks at the chairman in disbelief while he smiles cockily, wondering if a high school student could rival a monster in a fight. Meanwhile, Kim Tae-hyun calls one of the 4 great guilds, the Alchemists, and demands to buy some potions. The 7-day school closure order from the gate break ended, and our boy recalls what he did during those 7 days as he walks towards the school. Physical training, dungeon clearance, and one of the 4 great guilds, Alchemists, potion trading are some things Taehyun did, and besides that, our guy's rank also increased to rank C. Our boy realizes that he still has a long way to go, yet he still has to go to school. Suddenly, some of Taehyun's classmates call him out as they address the rumor they've heard about our fella beating up Bae Hyuksu's sidekicks. One of the guys warns our boy about the trouble that awaits him because of a guy named Lee Jung-jae. At the same time, Jung-jae, along with his 2 side chicks, approaches our guy, hence taking a seat in front of him. Lee Jung-jae, an S-ranked awakened, is the 3rd-generation chaebol of the Tyson Group, the conglomerate that sponsors Tyson High School, and the boss of all the Tyson High bullies, as well as the main culprit who ordered Bae Hyuksu to harass him for being an unawakened. Taehyun doesn't seem to care less about Jung-jae's presence as he tells him to cut the crap and get lost, to which one of Jung-jae's underlings threatens him. Jung-jae punches him for interrupting their conversation and turns towards our boy, knowing that his hopes must be high after defeating Bae. However, the S-ranked awakened warns Taehyun to be more careful picking who he should act up in front of, and with that, he activates his magic. Our fellow witnesses the magic power of an S-ranked awakened, awestruck by it. As Taehyun is about to activate predation, Lim Ah-hyung interrupts their fight, warning them to stop now. Lim Ah-hyung, who's also known to be the class president, rich family's young lady, Yoo Ah-young's half-sister, S-ranked awakened, the model student, the prospective first tanker next term, noblesse oblige, and future SS rank player. She's expected to have even more such nicknames in the future, but the problem is that she's uncompromising as heck and won't simply back down. Jung-jae tries to reassure her that they're just having a chat as friends, but Ah-young doesn't seem to buy it as she questions why he was punching him in the face. The boss of the bullies warns the class president to watch herself, but she doesn't budge, letting him know that she will use force if necessary. With that, both the S-ranked awakened stand against each other, ready to fight, while our fella looks concerned about the classroom that's going to turn into a total mess. Suddenly, Jung-jae turns around to leave as he declares that he quit and doesn't want to fight here, but it turns out it's a trick as he positions his arm to attack Ah-hyung. His hand stops midair when they all hear an announcement from the broadcasting club about a special lecture being organized by the Player Association in the main hall. Therefore, all students are expected to assemble in the main hall immediately. Upon listening to this announcement, Jung-jae decides to leave while he reminds them that they're spared because they're lucky. The blue-haired girl turns around to ask our boy if he's okay, only to find an empty chair. She looks around and finds him standing near the gate, ready to leave. Taehyun asks her what she's doing standing there since they have to go to the main hall, and with that, our guy leaves first. This leaves Ah-young in pure shock, making her wonder if he was always like this. The students gossip among themselves when Go Tae-wook, HR Deputy Manager of the Player Association, greets everyone and reveals that he has 2 reasons to be here today. The first reason is to apologize for the Player Association's lack of response to the gate break and to provide safety training. And the second reason is to inform the students of the changes to the player tryouts for those of them in whose hands lies the future of their new South Korea Player Association. Meanwhile, Jungjae is busy cursing Taehyun, and Ah-young decides to talk to him after this, while our guy yawns, feeling sleepy. The students gossip among themselves, confused as to what the player tryout has to do with them since it starts at the age of 19. Taewook reveals that due to the recent gate outbreak and the abrupt rise in the number of monsters and dungeons, the player association has realized that they're understaffed. Therefore, starting from these tryouts, they will be allowing nomination even for high school students. According to the HR deputy, nominees from each school will be selected based on a combination of factors such as ability, assessment scores, academic record, and behavior. Our guy, who's been listening to this, is well aware that these are all lies because these tryouts will indeed be open to high school students, but the selection process is already in progress. That is through Go Taekwoo's skill, the Observer's Eye. The Observer's Eye is able to quantify the sum total of the subject's abilities upon focusing. It even allows the user to view the stat window's information of the target. The brown-haired manager finds out that the numbers here are far better than any other places, which means these students would make great players. However, he finds Lee Jungjae and Ah-young to be extraordinary. The deputy manager decides to write up recommendations as soon as he gets back when Jungjae addresses him, questioning him about their claim that they would inform them about the player tryout. But the S-ranked guy believes that some candidates here are unfit for them to do that. The player tryouts are meant to assess people suitable to be players among the awakened, and in his opinion, an average awakened person doesn't need to hear this lecture. His arrow is aimed towards Kim Taehyun. It is narrated that strength is not at all what makes a player. Whether it's the rank of awakening, or vast knowledge about the abyss, to become a player, a number of complex skills must be assessed. But Jungjae believes otherwise, stating that this is nothing but sad reality for the unawakened, referring to our guy. Our boy is aware that he's just trying to confirm if he's awakened or not. Therefore, he doesn't give any reaction. But the blue-haired girl steps up on his behalf yet once again. Taehyun doesn't need her help and lets her know that, to which she gets frustrated and decides not to help anymore. Jungjae wishes that these types of students must be sent out as he continues to insult our fella, who's aware he can't even get a peek of the player tryout if he doesn't prove himself as an awakened. But to get recommended, he doesn't necessarily have to show that himself. Go Taewook thinks Jungjae's behavior is pathetic for bullying others, and when he moves his attention towards Kim Taehyun, who's an unawakened with unknown latent rank as per the student department, the brown-haired manager, when using his observer's eye on our boy, finds out that his information could not be verified, leaving him mind-blown. Our guy, on the other hand, agrees with Jungjae, admitting that this place is not for him, and decides to leave. He taunts the S-rank dude about attending his oh-so-great lecture. The S-rank guy scoffs and says he's gonna listen till the end, calling him a fucker. Meanwhile, the deputy manager is still in disbelief that his observer's eye didn't work on our boy even though it works with the chairman and Yu Ah-young, and since this has never happened before, Taewook is left in utter confusion. Our guy, before exiting the room, turns around, and as he does that, the brown-haired manager manages to read the number on his head, which is 5096, way more than all the other students. We see Taehyun skimming through a book as he figured he would spend the day looking for clues about the king but couldn't find anything, when Bai Hyuksu, along with his goons, approaches him, informing him that Jungjae is looking for him. Therefore, our boy needs to come with them. Our fella is left speechless when Hyuksu mentions his aunt who runs a restaurant, and questions our boy if he wants to give his aunt a hard time when she's already suffering. Before he could say anything else, all of them are beaten brutally while Taehyun chokes Hyuksu, questioning him about where Jungjae is. Kim Taehyun arrives at the gym where Lee Jungjae, along with his bodyguard, an A-rank player, Seol Hundo, awaits him. The A-rank player casts a couple of status effect skills on Taehyun, but they don't work due to great resistance, hence making him conclude that our guy is an A-rank awakened. Jungjae realizes that our fella has actually awakened, and with that, he declares that he has no intention of hurting him. In fact, the S-rank dude actually wants to recruit our guy and reveals that he's planning to form a guild after he graduates as the heir to the Taesun group. Therefore, he's in search of real human talent, unlike Bae Hyuksu, but a guy like Kim Taehyun. With that, the heir of the Taesun group offers our boy to work for him and forget all his old grudges and claims not just wealth, honor, but even his family is going to live a good life. Taehyun states what a load of shit this offer is, as he believes that Jungjae just crossed a line, and without listening further, our fella prepares for the long-awaited battle. The bald dude, aka Hundo, creates a room, a binding skill that envelops a space in magic. Outsiders can't detect the magic inside it. With that, the battle begins as both opponents attack simultaneously. Our boy gets beaten up by the cocky S-rank while the bodyguard analyzes the fight, feeling sorry for Taehyun, assuming that he's an A-rank awakened with a high-grade body-strengthening skill only. Hundo believes that our guy stands no chance against the opponent he's facing today, since his master is the epitome of intelligence. As he's witnessing the fight, his assumptions are proved wrong when he sees Jung-jae being overpowered in a close combat fight by none other than Kim Tae-hyun. The bald bodyguard is in utter disbelief as he believes this is impossible. The arrogant S-rank dude groans in pain as he screams at our boy, asking him what he did to him since he can't move his body. And in that very moment, Seol-hoon-do realizes that body strengthening wasn't the only skill our dude had, wondering what the hell he did. The author narrates that Tae-hyun acquired a total of 3 skills through predation: stone skin, stealth, and paralysis. However, our guy didn't utilize all his skills from the start, and since C-rank paralysis can't easily pierce through S-rank resistance and stealth immediately disarms far-reaching fire attacks, predation is the last resort that shouldn't be used lightly. Therefore, Taehyun's objective was the collection of paralysis in close combat. Status effect skills have a greater effect when dealt in direct blows rather than from a distance, so with damage dealt by continuous blows of paralysis, even with the high S-rank resistance, it works. As a result, after successfully resisting the paralysis multiple times, Jung-jae failed at resisting it at some point. The S-rank awakened admits that he underestimated our guy a bit too much. However, he doesn't plan on losing to our fella like that, and with that, he uses a stone, completely transforming his body into that of a fierce monster, all ready to have a serious fight now. Kim Tae-hyun struggles to fight the newly transformed form of Lee Jung-jae, which is actually the true form of his skill Flame Hearts. Even though it's usually difficult to draw out at his rank, the S-rank kid utilized a mana-amplifying stone, created by refining the mana stone, which is the core of the monster and temporarily amplifies the mana. With that stone, Jung-jae can also draw out his true S-rank powers, but the only problem is that the magic power is still too much for the kid to handle, and the blood vessels in his whole body might burst from the surge of magic. The A-ranked bodyguard tries to stop his young master, being well aware of the risks it comes with, but is attacked by a furious Jung-jae who tells him to shut up as he insults him. Just like Hoon-do expected, his master doesn't seem to be in his right mind and wonders how he's going to face the consequences of this. With that, the bald dude tries to save Tae-hyun, offering him his hand as he tells him to give up the fight and run away. But the guy is punched in the face by none other than our fella, who wonders what he's going on about when they're the ones who started the fight. Our boy admits that S-rank is on another level, therefore he decides to get serious with it. On the other hand, we see the chief of the player association amazed after learning about the stats of the students, while the deputy manager reveals the stats of Lee Jung-jae being 1900 and Lim Ah-hyung's being 2300, which is beyond extraordinary, leaving even the other employees speechless. The employees gossip about the S-rank kid already being at the level of an A-rank player, which basically makes him at the same level as Japan's Saintess. Go Tae-wook doesn't seem to be surprised by it, as he thinks about the Saintess, one of the leading players of Japan, a monster whose stats surpassed 2500, already at first inspection at the age of 19. Even in the case of that monster, she barely surpassed 2500, making the brown-haired manager go insane as he wonders what's the deal with the kid he saw in the school. Doubting if it's a hallucination or a skill error, Tae-wook decides to check for himself. Meanwhile, Seol-hoon-do witnesses what he thought was impossible as he sees Kim Tae-hyun defeating Lee Jung-jae with the king's power. The battle ends with the defeat of the heir of the Taesun group. However, his bodyguard takes the last blow for him, protecting him. This takes our guy by surprise, as he was not expecting the A-rank dude to drag his master out in the middle of predation taking effect. But it doesn't matter now since Tae-hyun has already acquired the skill. Seol-hoon-do asks our boy how he's going to handle the aftermath of hurting the heir of the Taesun group. Tae-hyun tells the bald dude to stop being shameless since they're the ones who started this and asks him if he looks like a coward to him. With that, our boy announces that he doesn't plan on killing Jung-jae, but in return, it's only fair that he receives the price of his life. That is, 1 billion won at least. Outside the gym, we see all the students gathered around as they witness the gym building in shambles. Among them, Lim Ah-hyung senses Lee Jung-jae's power, leaving her confused as she wonders who he's fighting with. Suddenly it hits her and she remembers Kim Tae-hyun. Imagining the worst-case scenarios, she rushes towards the building while she regrets being a bystander and blames herself. The blue-haired girl deeply hopes that Tae-hyun makes it out alive, but what she witnesses as soon as she enters inside leaves her flabbergasted. Our dude tries to act nonchalant as he tells her that she came at the right time since he needs someone to help him move Jung-jae's unconscious figure. With that, our boy instructs A-young to take him to the nurse's office or the hospital, but the class president won't let this slide as she questions Tae-hyun about what's going on. Our sneaky fella plays dumb while he states that the S-rank dude must have fallen down the stairs and lies that this has nothing to do with him. Therefore, he instructs her not to tell anyone that she saw him. Lim Ah-hyung requires a proper explanation, but our boy has already left the place. Taehyun takes a breath of relief after getting away with it, and is relieved that the class prez will now handle Jung-jae, and that the Taesun group has taken action on their part too. Our dude analyzes his stats only to find that he now has Charm, an appearance stat for celebrities, as he wonders how he got this from Youngjae. Another skill our boy acquired is the Monarch's Heart, not the Flame Heart, which boosts party members' stats, and he feels great about it. Since skills that affect the entire party are rare regardless of rank, and it's way better for someone like Taehyun, it allows any skill to be combined. As our dude is busy celebrating, Go Tae-wook appears in front of him along with some other team members, and by the looks of it, it seems like Taehyun was being looked for. The deputy manager reveals that he has a lot of questions to ask our boy, and starts with the first question, asking him what he did in the gym earlier today. On the other hand, the president of the Taisen group, father of Lee Jung-jae, is having a conversation with Seol Hoon-do, who's telling him about Taehyun's demand of 1 billion won while wanting the matter to be dealt with quietly. The president declares to do as our boy says, leaving the A-rank dude speechless. However, the chairman states that there must be a worthy reward for the price they pay. Hoon-do gets a gist of what he means as he trembles after hearing this, trying to make his boss understand that the opponent is still a young kid and believes that would be far too cruel. The S-rank player, Lee Jung-soo, shuts his servant up and states that he won't tolerate a barking dog. Go Tae-wook questions our boy about what he did at the gym earlier, leaving Taehyun wondering if he's talking about the explosion or about the incident in the lecture hall. Our guy believes that the deputy manager wouldn't meddle over a small fire, but is concerned if the brown-haired HR got to know that our boy is involved. Nonetheless, Taehyun decides to test him out and asks if he's talking about the explosion at the gym, to which Tae-wook doesn't show any interest as he states that it will be taken care of by other agencies. Rather than that, the deputy manager asks him for an answer about what he did at the gym, making our fella smile as he wonders if he's not aware already. Taehyun believes that Tae-wook is here to invite him for the player tryouts, but the brown-haired dude contemplates on what grounds would the kid say that. And with that, our dude activates his magic, showing off his stats which have increased even more than earlier and are 5,214. This clears up the misunderstanding about the numbers Tae-wook saw last time not being a coincidence, as he wonders who the hell is this kid, shocked. After returning home, our boy lets Jae-young know about being selected for the player tryouts, making him all hyped up as the kid bows in front of Taehyun, praising him ever so much. Meanwhile, our boy ponders about the Taesin group taking care of the gym matter that will decrease Tae-wook's suspicions. Since the player tryouts are a month later, our fella needs to focus solely on training, and as he thought everything is settled, his phone rings. Outside Kim Taehyun's house, we see the Black and White brothers, a two-person assault unit and A-rank villains, who wonder why a player from the association is guarding a high schooler's house as they beat the shit out of him. The black-masked A-rank assumes the high schooler to be a participant of the player tryouts and knows the reason why the association is protecting him is because he's their prospect, while the white-masked brother assumes that the kid doesn't have any real battle experience, which makes him useless. With that, both brothers decide to show our guy what an awakened really is, but our boy appears out of nowhere, knocking out the white-masked dude, leaving his brother speechless for a moment. The A-rank dude wonders who the fuck is this, while Taehyun slowly approaches him, hitting him in the face as he introduces himself as the inexperienced kid they were talking about earlier. A few hours earlier, we see Taehyun having a conversation with Seol Hoon-do at the gym, where our boy demands 1 billion won and tells him to be silent on this matter. The bald dude is in no position to make decisions on his own as he's just a bodyguard, and our guy, being totally aware of that, instructs him to just do a good job at reaching an agreement with the president of Taesan. And just in case the A-rank bodyguard decides to betray our fella, he decides to seal the deal with him. The Awaken's Oath, a contract created by the Awakened using magic, and breaking it, will result in a random permanent penalty. Taehyun discloses the conditions of the deal, with the first one being a full-scale effort to clean up the mess after the incident at the gym, along with the 1 billion won our dude just mentioned. The second one being that Hoon-do has to inform our boy in advance of any actions taken against him for revenge. In the present, we witness Kim Taehyun beating the Black and White brothers, as he tells them about what he heard about them specializing in assassination attacks using stealth, which means they're shit at everything but that. Yoo Ah-young is having a conversation with the chairman about the selected participants for the player tryouts, as she's curious about who the chairman is looking forward to seeing. She wonders if it's the S-ranker, Shin Yun-bok from Busan, but the chairman reveals that the one he's excited about is her sister, Lim Ah-hyung. Ah-young jokingly taunts when the chairman asks her who she is looking forward to, wondering if it's Yun-bok, and that's when the green-eyed girl reveals that they were, until they heard something amusing. The S-rank girl reveals that the deputy manager Go Tae-wook personally got in contact with a student, which made them wonder how skilled an awakened must be for him to personally step forward. Meanwhile, our dude is worried as he's not able to use predation due to insufficient physical ability and overload. In the alley, we see the Black and White brothers beaten up really badly and captured. It appears that our cunning boy informed Go Tae-wook, and the students think that these villains are getting worse these days. The S-rank manager thanks Taehyun for capturing the villains and asks him if he has any idea who might be behind this attack. But our boy responds that he doesn't know about this. That's when the guy suspects that the list of participants might have been leaked and decides to ask for stricter security for the others too. Deep down, Taehyun planned to put the Taesun group on the line here because not only will this wrap things up properly, it'll only put him personally in a pinch. But right now, for our guy, the Taesun group isn't even the main problem. It's Kim's insufficient ability, and he's unable to use predation due to the overload. Taehyun doesn't understand the deal with this skill and wonders if he just needs to raise his stats again to use it again. He ponders ways of raising his stats, like preying on monsters or on the Awakened to raise the Awakening rank, but it's a failure since they both require predation. Well, our guy is left with no other choice. Later, Taehyun arrives at the Blackhead, the best training center of the New Korea Association, and is welcomed by a hot chick named Yura. His cousin Jae-young freaks out and asks our boy if he's gone mad since he's got to be loaded with money and power to be registered here. Their excitement is short-lived when the trainer Yura calls them kids and makes it clear this isn't any average training center. That's when our guy pulls a move and hands a black VIP card that screams grandiose, asking the trainer to use it to register 2 people. While Jae-young is confused, Yura is shocked since that card is from the Alchemist, one of the 4 guilds. We are reminded that our guy signed an SVIP contract with the Alchemist Guild. Yura is left in disbelief, thinking how come a kid like Taehyun has this card, and this makes her wonder if he's a disciple of a high-ranking player or maybe he is one himself. But still, the girl believes that if she permits them to join, it would be troublesome if things go wrong. In the meantime, Iron Strongman, a B-rank trainer with the skill muscle augmentation, picks up that Yura has encountered an issue. The masculine fella clarifies to Kim that money alone isn't enough to get him in. Meanwhile, Hwang Junyoung is totally freaked out by Iron's muscles as the big guy flaunts them, but Taehyun thinks the guy has a weird-ass name. The appearance of Iron Strongman grabs attention, and the other people in the center feel bad for the kids who got caught by him. While Iron makes the kids know how everyone is trembling at the mention of his name and agrees to forgive them if they just go back, our guy bluntly asks what this weak-ass piece of shit is yapping about. This leaves Yura and Junyoung slack-jawed, and Taehyun, being a cocky ass, challenges the strongest dude in the center and asks if he wants to fight. Our guy keeps the condition to have the loser pay a year's worth of membership fees. Iron Strongman bursts into laughter and thinks our guy doesn't even know his place. But since it has come to this, the big guy takes this fight to another level. Shortly, Kim and Iron are teleported to somewhere that looks like a VR game, and Junyoung thinks it's the Abyss. Yura, glancing worriedly, reveals that it's a virtual reality program. It is revealed to us that the virtual porter is a replica of the Abyss, a virtual world where a competition is held to eliminate most B-rank monsters. The players race to the finish line in the shortest amount of time while carrying maximum weight. It is said that it's definitely the most popular way to establish a hierarchy in the training center. But Yura believes that young Taehyun is too much at a disadvantage against Iron Strongman. Well, at least that's what she thinks. Shortly, the fight begins, and Iron is ready to smash that arrogant little brat who dares to compete with him. He boasts to Taehyun about his skill in muscle augmentation that makes him the boss at combat and mobility, the all-round skill in the virtual porter. Not to mention, the amount of weight this big guy can handle is beyond imaginable. Iron punches through the monsters and thanks our boy in advance for enjoying a free year. But that's when things take a surprising turn. Our boy activates the skill, targeting all the monsters and jaw-droppingly smashing through them. He hits a 999 combo. Iron Strongman is left staggered by the awe-striking smashes. Our guy speaks in a conceited manner, muttering that he wasn't planning to come for more than 30 days, but is impressed by the amazing training, considering it's with the maximum weight. While Junyoung shows his full trust in his cousin, Taehyun asks Strongman in a mocking manner if he said he's strong. Our guy shows up with a giant bag full of monsters, and while he's happy about the nice little competition, he brusquely asks Strongman to pay up and get lost. The scene then switches to the player tryouts competition, and the day they all have been waiting for, the player license exam. The announcement briefs that the association has changed the player tryouts to allow minors to participate through recommendations, and people of all ages from all over the world are flocking into the testing center. The awakened that the association is eagerly looking forward to are the undefeatable close combat A-ranker Iron Fist, Hong Jung-wook, the druid A-rank Lee Gil-san with outstanding combat sense, Thunder God S-rank Shin Yoon-bok, and the one rumored to have recorded the best figures among all test takers this time, Saintess-level prospect S-rank Lim Ah-hyung. The scene then flips to a reporter who's about to cry because the stadium seems too far, and if she fails to cover the news today, she'll be fired. That girl is Kim Gija, the new SY Economy reporter who's here to interview the test takers. Poor Gija is stuck behind the crowd, certain that she won't be able to cover today. She gets gloomy, thinking she's destined to fail at whatever she does. And as she's muttering about her ruined life, our guy walks forth and asks Kim Gija how a test taker is supposed to pass. Well, it looks like Gija will be the luckiest reporter to interview our guy, and Kim Tae-hyun seems to be a player tryouts test taker. In the meantime, our guy is called out for the test, and our poor fella almost ran late because of the last-minute interview, thanks to Kim Gija. Well, whatsoever, Tae-hyun thinks he should set up his image beforehand. The moment our guy enters the test area, he takes everyone's breath away, and Lim Ah-hyung, who also happens to be there, is taken aback to see our boy's physique. Our guy justifies that he just did a bit of training, and the class president is left slack-jawed, pondering that she sure heard Kim got awakened, but didn't know someone could transform like this in just a month. Lim freaks out and asks Kim what on earth he did to Jungjae last time, but they're interrupted by the announcement that informs the players of the first testing ground to select the awakened who will become players. The frontman divulges the rules of the test and tells everyone to look at their chest, as each one of them will have their numbered exam ticket. The test this time is to collect 5 of them, including their own. In other words, if a test taker doesn't have their own, they're out. Hence the name. This is an exam ticket scramble. The time limit of the test is 1 hour, and promptly, the place begins to rumble as it transforms. The players are allowed to use any methods except murder. With that, the test commences, and the test takers are lifted in the air on cubes, scattering them. The players spot the S-rank Lim Ah-hyung and decide to get her before she does. However, Lim uses her frost ability to halt the players leaping towards her, and the spectators are impressed by Lim's amazing ability. But the judge mentions that other players are no joke either, since each one of them outperformed the previous test takers. Among them, the judge especially looks forward to seeing Busan's S-ranker, Shin Yunbok. They watch him keenly, and 20 minutes into the test, Shin hasn't let a single person approach him using his thunder ability. The judges are amazed by Yunbok's marvelous talent, wondering which one of Ah-hyung or Yunbok will get the upper hand. While the judges are busy admiring the top players, the head manager of the Player Association, Go Tae-wook, understands their interest considering the ranks. However, Tae-wook knew what he saw, those unbelievable numbers, referring to Tae-hyun's stats. The manager dude is certain that our guy will breeze through this test. Tae-wook roots for our hero like no one else and wishes that he shows everyone the power he holds. But what he sees in the next second bursts his bubble. Tae-wook witnesses our boy having a hard time against A-rank Hong Jung-wook using the iron skin while Kim uses the stone skin ability. Tae-wook is thrown into shambles when he doubts that he might have misjudged Tae-hyun's abilities, because he can't believe a mere A-rank is holding our guy back. Not to mention, our fella didn't even dodge a single blow. Right at that moment, a realization occurs to Tae-wook while Kim gets badly beaten up by Jung-wook, who punches him in the face, making him bleed. The A-rank guy calls our boy a fucker and asks if he's looking down on him. Jung-wook lets out that stone skin is the perfect inferior counterpart to iron skin, adding that Tae-hyun keeps fighting him head-on and keeps taking hits that are off the mark. That's when our boy pulls an Uno reverse and shuts Jung-wook up when he says that's exactly why there's a meaning to keep getting hit continuously. Our guy's stats increase as he gets hit by the opponent. It is revealed to us that even after Kim Tae-hyun trained for a month, the seal on predation wasn't lifted. It's most likely because his stats still aren't good enough. The way to increase stats in training is by stimulating his body as much as it can handle. That means fighting to the limit is the best training method. And for that very reason, our boy hasn't finished his training yet. Tae-hyun makes a comeback and forcefully punches Jung-wook in the face, making him startled. The blood splatters as the poor A-rank dude's iron skin breaks off, and he calls our boy a damn monster, because damn, that single blow was enough to knock this guy out. Meanwhile, our guy stands proudly like a literal monster and takes Jung-wook's ticket. Go Tae-wook, on the contrary, laughs like a maniac because now he's confirmed that Kim Tae-hyun is not normal after all. Seeing him so exhilarated, the judges think manager Go is too worked up, given that he's very excited about the prospects this time. The manager can't believe that our boy used this training method in the middle of a large-scale survival game, and indubitably, Tae-hyun's boldness sent a chill down his spine. Nonetheless, Tae-wook speculates it's going to be a problem for our boy since this fight took too much of his stats, and the fight just now used too much of his stamina. He believes that it would be best if Tae-hyun conserved his stamina and targeted the weaker guys to collect their tickets. But things go sideways to what Manager Go expected. The judges notice the C-rank awakened, who's our boy, going up against the top rank, thinking he's trying to get eliminated. It turns out that our guy confronts the S-rank Shin Yunbok, who has 147 tickets in possession and has literally kicked the asses of a pile of players. Kim wonders how many tickets Yunbok has and grins diabolically, saying as long as it's more, it's fine. The fight begins, and Shin Yunbok attacks our guy with his thunder ability, creating a rumble. Every time our guy attempts to land an attack, he counteracts with his ability. Even Tae-hyun is amused because he didn't think this S-rank dude would be so tricky. Not only does Yunbok envelop himself with powerful lightning to block all attacks, His destructive force gives him a reach that makes both melee and ranged fights possible. The worst part is Taehyun is unable to use predation at the moment, so there's no way in hell he can break through it to attack Shin. In the meantime, the Thunder God gets curious, asking our boy why he isn't attacking him. Suddenly, Shin leaps forth, catching Kim off guard and attacking him with thunder. With our guy having no choice, he evades each strike by running away, but Yunbok chases him relentlessly, enjoying it. Finally, Yunbok catches up to him and strikes our boy with thunder, telling Kim that he shouldn't run away if he wants to fight. It looks like our boy messed with the wrong guy. At that moment, Kim uses his stone skin ability to attack Yunbok with the stone rock, but the S-rank guy's thunder shatters it into pieces and calls our guy a moron. A radiating light emerges and Shin Yunbok uses his power violently as he gets a bit frantic. He overwhelms Taehyun with his crushing blow and suddenly he notices something odd. Yunbok realizes that while everyone was busy running away from him, he thought Lim Ah-hyung was the only one who could entertain him in the player tryouts. But it appears that Kim Taehyun was here too, thinking of him as a fun little toy. Abruptly, something flashes towards Shin at light speed and scratches his head as it bleeds. The Thunder God is flabbergasted when he couldn't process what's going on, wondering how on earth Kim's attack would reach him. Our guy takes the chance and lands multiple blows at him. That's when it is unraveled that Stone Skin is certainly not a match for the Thunder God's fury. Far from piercing through to him, even at his highest performance, it'd merely strike, get crushed to pieces, and disappear. However, in the player tryout grounds, it's different. It's made of a material that can withstand the power of the Awakened in the first place. So unlike Stone Skin, it may shatter, but it won't lose its shape. So if Taehyun uses it as a weapon, and somehow manages to pierce through the Thunder God's fury, then that S-rank Yunbok would be no match for him. Shin calls our boy a sly bastard as he gets thrashed real bad. While Kim beats the crap out of the Thunder God, the associated members are left in a frenzy, wondering how a C-rank can defeat an S-rank. The members express great curiosity about who the hell Kim Taehyun is, and Taewook couldn't be happier that our hero is creating butterflies in people's stomachs, concluding he's one hell of a guy. With that, Kim smoothly defeats Shin Yunbok and acquires all the exam tickets. As our guy waits for the test to end, an unexpected attack targets him from behind. While poor Yunbok somehow makes it out alive, Kim gasps in disbelief when he notices its ice ability. The ice crystals begin to emerge in the air and they keep moving swiftly. Well, it turns out to be none other than Lim Ah-hyung who's up against our boy. A chilling stare flashes across Lim's eyes, and our guy wonders how long she has been watching them fight. The S-rank girl breaks the ice, saying that with great power comes great responsibility. Otherwise, it's simply violence. She acknowledges that Taehyun is pretty strong, given that he defeated Shin Yunbok like that. Ah-hyung believes that our boy defeated Lee Jung-jae that way too, and this makes her feel insecure about it. Taehyun's eyes widen with shock and betrayal hits even deeper when Ah-hyung charges her ice crystals at him. Our guy immediately runs away, but the snow plummets like a damn bomb. Taehyun feels that at this rate, even activating stealth or any other skill is just pointless. Lim Ah-hyung, looking like a possessed freak, takes out her anger on him since she believed him in the gym, thinking he would be different from kids like Lee Jung-jae. Lim had a false hope that Taehyun wouldn't act recklessly out of pure self-interest. She strikes our guy in the face aggressively and understands that after seeing his fight, she realized it was all his doing. He's the one who hit Lee Jung-jae and Bae Hyuk-soo. She attacks Kim with a large crystal and tells him that unauthorized use of skills is a crime, not to mention that those two are still in the hospital. Lim Ah-hyung takes into account whatever our guy's been through and states that she won't report him. However, she asks Taehyun to withdraw from the player tryouts because he doesn't deserve to become a player. But our guy puts that bastard in her place, asking who the fuck is she to say that. Kim gets back up and reminds that goody two-shoes that she couldn't even stop Lee Jung-jae's tyranny, and yet she's spouting nonsense about some freaking moral shit and being a hypocrite. Because when it comes down to it, all she wants to do is eliminate him. Our guy lets out that he'd rather use the survival test as an excuse than act pathetic like her. Nonetheless, that icy bitch listens to his answer and concludes she's not gonna go easy on him. Lim then summons an icy sword and the cold crept in like death itself. She decides to end Kim Taehyun with this very weapon while our guy sits there, broken and desolate. After being shattered to pieces hundreds of times, our hero's stone skin lost its function a long time ago. He can't even use stealth since it gets disarmed immediately. Moreover, the stat-boosting Monarch's heart is already active, but it's not enough to turn the tide. To his unfortunate luck, predation is still sealed, and plus our guy doesn't have the stamina to cast paralysis on her in a scuffle as he did with Lee Jung-jae. Hence, in the end, he only has one card up his sleeve. Taehyun runs forth while Ah-hyung braces her weapon to strike him. Suddenly, there's a blinding beam of light that even the judges are unable to see the fight, and as the frost settles, everyone stares in utter curiosity. While it looks like our guy was planning something harmful, an inexplicable scenario takes place. It turns out that Kim used sexual predation as he kisses Ah-young out of the blue, leaving her disoriented. It is revealed that in his final moments of life-threatening desperation, our guy went for a kiss. From the looks of it, this might be a weird-ass act of desperation. However, in reality, it was paralysis. Abnormal status effect skills in closer range rather than at a distance, and directed inward rather than outward, have dramatically higher chances of success. Simply, our guy infused paralysis in his blood and made Ah-young swallow it. Of course, considering an S-ranker's monstrous resistance, it's just a provocation. But it worked. Kim manages to paralyze his opponent as she appears flustered and lifeless. Our guy delivers a fatal psychological shock to his opponent, and he's glad that he made it work, even though barely. Just like that, the first round of the player tryouts is over, and the medical team is sent for the injured. After the first round of testing was completed, all the injured examinees were promptly attended to by a medical team. Even though Lim Ah-young was paralyzed, she still had her exam tickets, and was competent at combat, hence passed the first round. As for Kim Tae-hyun, our guy managed to take 7 tickets, but since he defeated the top players, including Jungwook, Shin Yunbak, and Ah-young, our fellow was the center of attention in the tryouts. Our guy passes by, hearing the gossip about him, and is surprised by the great healing skills, not to mention he couldn't even walk in this state. Abruptly, someone frantically calls out Taehyun's name, and it turns out to be Shin Yunbak, who's here to beat the shit out of our guy. The Thunder God looks enraged, and knows that Kim won't be able to use the same tricks he used earlier in the trial ground. The tryouts witness a fight breaking out, and they root for Shin Yunbak to take down a C-rank player, Taehyun, as they don't mind getting rid of a past candidate. But the people cheering for Yunbak bear the consequences for sticking their noses into others' business, as he electrifies them, telling them to shut the fuck up. Yunbak activates his power to show Taehyun that he's nothing without those damn tricks. But before the fight could even begin, the place begins to tremble, and the Thunder God is smashed down on the ground. That's when a guy walks in, exuding a unique aura, pissed at these damn brats. The moment our guy glances at him, he immediately recognizes him as S-rank player Park Sung-jin. Park doesn't stand these tryouts for acting up without knowing their place. Taehyun realizes that Sung-jin is one of the best players of the entire Korea force of the New Player Association, and a future SS rank player. Our guy looks flustered, and Sung-jin notices him standing there. He activates his powers and aims at Taehyun without much effort. Our guy could feel the crushing power of Park's power. He did not comprehend that an S-rank player's skills would be on a whole different level. The S-rank player is amused by Taehyun, who holds out even under this pressure because even veteran players can't endure it. Well, Sung-jin decides to increase the intensity to see if our boy could endure it. But he's interrupted by the medics team, who freak out when they witness several tryout players knocked out by the S-rank member. They panic and ask Sung-jin what on earth he is doing to kids who just received treatment, thinking he's trying to eliminate them before round 2. The S-rank player, appearing cool-headed, justifies that he was reining them in, but he actually did it to test their skills, which he does every exam. Despite all the fuss, Park Sung-jin asks our boy who he is. After knowing his name, the S-rank dude immediately catches on that our boy is the same C-ranker who defeated Shin Yunbak and Lim Ah-young. The guy grins since it's been a while since they had someone interesting in here. Park taps Kim's shoulder and affirms to him that he'll be waiting for him if he's aiming to become an S-rank. Park dashes away, leaving our guy flustered while the medics run after the S-rank dude for causing trouble. After that, all the player tryouts gather and Park Sung-jin appears, asking if they're done with the break. They're about to start the second round of the player license tryouts. The S-rank player informs the players that the venue for the next test is the portal, a D-rank dungeon that they'll pass through. Upon hearing this, the players are thrown into panic. They're told that every 5 examinees who arrive in the dungeon through the gate will explore the dungeon with a player as a supervisor. They will be evaluated on all their actions while exploring the dungeon, like observation, knowledge, combat, and rescue efforts. The weapons and supplies are provided by the association, and the players are commanded to enter the gate in front of them. Our guy ponders about the second round of the test, which is a dungeon. This makes sense to him because even for an inexperienced amateur, there shouldn't be any problems since it's a D-rank dungeon. But Kim has his suspicions, pondering whether it's a double dungeon, apocalypto. Inside the D-rank dungeon, the venue of the second round tryouts was discovered to be the world's first double dungeon. Countless people were massacred, including the first party that discovered it, and it rippled into dungeon breaks for countless undiscovered dungeons. Our boy thinks it'll be great if he could stop it in advance. But the thing is, no one will believe his baseless words. And even if they do, he'll just end up being suspected for it. Smiling, Taehyun thinks it's a shame that he has to mind his own business. He believes that as long as he doesn't become part of a discovering party, he can find more than enough ways of surviving. The 5 examinees, including Kim, enter the dungeon along with the supervisor of the second round of tests, an A-rank player, Ma Do-hak. Ma Do-hak happens to be the first discoverer of the double dungeon Apocalypto, and our guy realizes that he's fucked big time. The player tryouts begin to fight off the monsters, and Ma Do-hak applauds them as they finish them in a breeze. The supervisor finds it incredible how these guys have such decisive combat initiation despite this being their first real battle. While Ma Do-hak is complimenting the other players, our guy grits his teeth in frustration, wondering why in hell did he have to be in this team. It's the first discovery team, and Taehyun knows for sure that the ring Do-hak's wearing is the unique item that the first discoverer of the double dungeon was wearing, the Sage's ring that boosts all the stats by 10. Our guy finds himself in a tough spot because the double dungeon is definitely S rank, and if he gets swept in, there's no way the present him will survive with predation sealed. No matter what, Taehyun plans to make sure they don't find out about Apocalypto. Later, they encounter diverging paths and the player tryouts ask the supervisor for help. Ma Do-hak lets out that it happens all the time while exploring the dungeon, and just as he's about to suggest something, our guy thoughtlessly runs off to one of the paths. The supervisor lashes out at Kim for acting on his own and warns him that it's dangerous, but our guy assures the old man to go this way. Taehyun acts rashly because he doesn't want to hear the old man and is determined to go a different way than before his regression at all costs. With that, our fella jumps into a hole while Ma Do-hak and the other applicants try to keep up with him. Panting, Kim runs farther as he can, but what happens next leaves him in absolute shambles. To everyone's surprise, they encounter another portal. Taehyun's eyes widen when the realization sets in. It's a double dungeon, Apocalypto. Our guy had been running like a maniac through this maze, yet this is where he ended. What a bummer. Just as the other members decide to discover what this portal is, our guy screams and stops them immediately. Our fella reveals that it's another gate different from the dungeon's entrance. Taehyun accentuates that they report this unusual incident and asks Ma Do-hak to do it. The supervisor is indeed amused by the portal since it's his first time seeing something like this. As per the rules, Ma Do-hak agrees to report it to HQ, but nonetheless, he gets adamant to go inside the double dungeon. Our guy tries to reason with him, but Ma Do-hak assures him that the mana he's sensing from inside the portal isn't dangerous. Besides, it's a B-rank dungeon anyway, Do-hak states, and even if something were to happen, an A-rank player is present. Whether the association prepared this gate or it's an unusual occurrence, Do-hak believes that exploring this gate will surely score them points. But Kim Taehyun is against this and asks him if he's out of his mind. Just as our guy mentions rules, Ma Do-hak puts him in his place, saying that the member who doesn't follow rules himself shouldn't be saying this. The other team members agree and remind Taehyun how he was running whimsically. The members shut Kim up for going against the A-rank Ma Do-hak and tell him that he's way too arrogant. A surge of frustration rises and Kim feels utterly helpless. Our guy tries to convince bastard Do-hak to give it another thought, but the supervisor flicks his fingers and they all enter the double dungeon. After entering, they find themselves in a royal place that looks different from a dungeon. There they witness something peculiar. A giant monster statue awaits them. The players are creeped out by the eerie statue with a sword and corroborate with Ma Do-hak if it's really a D-rank dungeon. That's when our guy shuts them all up and asks them to look in front of them. The guy gets pissed at Kim's arrogant attitude, but our hero, who already knows the future, is warning them about something. He alerts that they're coming. Right at that moment, some soldiers stomp forth and they turn out to be freaking A-rank Death Knights. The air crackles with intensity and pressure mounts every second. The A-rank supervisor Do-hak commands the members to prepare for battle. The Death Knights wield their swords and Do-hak along with the other members use their skills to hold out the knights. They all do their best to confront the Death Knights as they relentlessly keep countering while giving cover to each other. Surprisingly, moments later, they're done defeating the Death Knights, and while the members are still in shock at taking down A-rank monsters, one of the guys confidently says he can take care of one more. That's when 4 more Death Soldiers appear from behind, and they all realize they're screwed. While they're left flabbergasted, Taehyun examines the dead soldiers and suspects that something's off. Later, after killing dozens of knights, they keep emerging. In fact, there's literally an army that awaits them, and Ma Do-hak is hit by the realization that every time they kill one, monsters just come back manifold. The players are exhausted by then, and everyone's at their limits. The supervisor presumes that they're all going to die. Shortly, our guy Kim walks forth and alerts Do-hak that something's off. Glancing at Taehyun, Ma Do-hak is low-key surprised that our guy isn't even tired after all that fighting, and was the first one to realize the gate was dangerous. The old man wonders who on earth this guy is, and also, if it weren't for Taehyun's skill, Monarch's heart, they wouldn't even have lasted long, making him question if our guy is really a C rank. Ma Do-hak frantically asks him what's wrong, and our boy justifies that he's just guessing, stating that these are not Death Knights. Eyes widened, the supervisor and the players freak out and wonder what the hell they've been fighting for so long. That's when our guy lets out that he's going to find out now and takes out the knight's sword using his stone skin ability. He leaps towards the army of knights, and before they know it, Taehyun disappears out of their sight. It turns out that he hovers over the knights and flings that sword at the statue at crazy speed. That sword hits the statue, and in the next moment, everything begins to disappear. At that moment, Ma-Do-hak and the others are astonished, and Kim Tae-hyun approaches them, revealing that it was an illusion trap that shows an imaginary space and enemies, a tactic to drain the intruder's energy. Chaos erupts when the players freak out because they were fighting a mere illusion the whole time and ask Kim if something worse will follow. Meanwhile, Ma-Do-hak is having a hard time swallowing the truth and asks Kim how the fuck he knows all this. He asks Kim how he knew he wasn't fighting the Death Knights, and our guy reasons that there's no way they would have been that weak, leaving the old man staggered. Taehyun then walks ahead and asks them to get moving before they all get killed. Nonetheless, they kept moving inside the dungeon with the help of Do-hak's Sage Ring. The illusion faded, but things didn't get any better either. After Apocalypto's manifestation, the dungeon's space was completely transformed. The injuries inflicted in the battle against the illusion got worse, yet they couldn't just wait for rescue. Their only hope was to find the dungeon's exit. After walking miles, they stumble across a giant gate, unsure if it's another trap or an exit. The players think it's dangerous, but Ma-Do-hak says that it's necessary to open this gate, or else they'll all perish. The moment they open the gate, death awaits them. As soon as they enter the place, they encounter a single Death Knight. However, the light kindles, and they witness a large army of Death Knights filling the place. The players are panic-stiffened. The tension hangs heavy in the air, and there happens to be a throne where sits the leader who calls these lowly humans who came all the way here. The leader begins the battles. It appears to be the master of the double dungeon Apocalypto, Lord of the Death Knights. The Lord of the Death Knights declares the beginning of a battle, and all the knights point their swords toward the already worn-down team of 5 members, including our boy. Taehyun realizes that these knights want a one-on-one duel, and the players start freaking out as they're out of mana. Our guy tries to calm the situation down by letting them know that their goal is to escape rather than fight. And without listening further, 3 of the participants start running away for their lives, panicking and regretting their decision to come here. But before they could escape, the knight strikes his sword, killing all 3 of them while Taehyun and the A-rank dude are left shaken. Grasping the intensity of the situation they're in, our boy calls out player Ma-Do-hak and instructs him to find a way out while he stalls these knights to buy them some time. But the A-rank player instinctively yanks our dude along with the wounded girl backward in order to protect them, leaving Taehyun baffled as he questions what the hell he is doing. Do-hak shuts our guy up, growling at him to know his place and stop acting up. The A-rank guy rants about how desperately he wanted to become an S-rank player, but no matter how much he trained and improved his skills, he kept getting farther away rather than closer to it, and this was his chance. If he could solve this very case, he thought he might get treated somewhat close to an S-ranker. However, the situation has come to this now. Do-hak believes our boy is different, and even though it infuriates him to admit it, our dude has the talent for it. Therefore, he instructs Taehyun to run away and take the wounded as far as he can since, as the superior, it's his duty. Our dude realizes that the wounded person is already dead, and before he could even react, he witnesses Ma-Do-hak's lifeless figure on the ground. The armored knight points the sword toward our fella, who's in shock, requesting a duel with him. Taehyun spots Do-hak's Sage Ring as he quickly grabs it, knowing that this is his only chance of getting out of here alive while he desperately hopes his predation activates. And to our guy's luck, it works. Increasing all his stats by 10 each, with all the conditions being met, the seal on the predation is lifted. The immense power catches the knight by surprise, while our boy is aware that he can't win this depending on predation solely. Therefore, he decides to use all the skills and stats he has accumulated to their last bit. Only then can Taehyun survive through this. A spear is targeted at our boy, making him wonder what the hell that is. And as soon as he looks in the direction of where the spear came from, our dude realizes that he's done for. The Lord of Death Knights keeps attacking back to back, giving our boy no chance to fight back but only to run in order to defend himself. At last, Taehyun gets caught by the Lord, who admits that our boy is powerful but knows that this is his limit. We see the Death Knight Lord asking our boy one last question before he finishes him off, and that is about who bestowed this power to him. A mysterious power tries resisting the Night King's roar and the Night King's morale, and a part of that reassurance is successful. The Lord had an idea that, unlike other humans, our fella could understand their language. Therefore, he repeats his question about whose power this is. Our guy finds himself hopeless, just like it was back then, as he wonders what exactly this skill predation is, and how he, a human, started understanding the language of monsters. Unaware of it all, our boy acquired powers and a chance, yet still nothing changed. As Taehyun is pondering why the king gave him his power, he hears the voice of the king telling him that he's certain he has already told him the reason. The king states that he was simply moved by our dude's determination and tenacity, and he doesn't need to change but rather just move forward. This triggers something in Taehyun, while the Lord of the Death Knights assumes that he no longer has the strength to speak. But as the Lord is about to finish him off, our guy stands back up, all ready to fight. The S-rank lord makes fun of our hero as he believes that his struggle is helpless and feels entertained by him. When Taehyun asks him if he wanted to know whose power this is, our guy gives the lord the last blow while telling him to find that out himself. And with that, he finishes him off, hence advancing to rank B. The king reveals that it's his power to the Lord of Death Knights at last, while our boy acquires a new skill, the Night King's Spirit. We see player Park Sungjin along with the other members of the association waiting outside the dungeon, looking concerned. The S-rank dude asks about the magic reading inside the dungeon, and it turns out it's S-rank. One of the members informs him that the evacuation order has already been given out, but the deformation within the dungeon is causing a delay in the evacuation, and they're not sure if the support squad will be able to arrive before the dungeon breaks. Sungjin is worried since the dungeon was supposed to be a D-rank dungeon, and at this rate, he believes everyone will be killed. As he's contemplating if he should step up all alone, the dungeon gate flickers, which alerts everyone as they think it's a dungeon break. But to their surprise, Kim Taehyun walks out of the dungeon, barely making it back out alive. Thanks to our guy, the double dungeon incident came to an end, and test takers managed to evacuate without much harm, while the results of the round were decided based on assessments from before the second round of the exam. Corpses of the dead were retrieved and reached the families of the deceased. However, the association decided not to disclose who cleared Apocalypto. The chairman discloses that he is facing rebuke from the press, but if they were to tell the truth, Taehyun would obviously become a target of the press and the villains. Taewook and Sungjin don't have any objections to it when the chairman asks them about their decision on our guy, the man who cleared the S-rank dungeon Apocalypto. The blue-haired dude seems to be impressed by our fella, as he believes that he's at the level of an S-rank player at least, while the deputy manager finds the power Taehyun possesses and his actual rank hard to estimate. The chairman wonders what he means by that, and Taewook gives Sungjin a look before revealing that there's a high chance our guy might be the rank of a nation's entire force. Meanwhile, our guy finds himself in the abyss, full of monsters, and then he sees the king, who kills all the monsters in an instant while he mentions that he will be waiting in the deepest corner of the abyss. With that, Taehyun wakes up from his dream all sweaty, doubting if it was actually a dream since it was too vivid. The questions in our guy's head keep increasing as he thinks about predation and understanding the monster's language, wondering if going into the abyss is the only way to get stronger. Shrugging his thoughts off, our dude takes a look at his stats, realizing that his rank is now B even though he had a hard time fighting the Night Lord. Our guy believes he could rival an S rank with these stats, and at this rate of growth, it won't be long before he gets to the rank of a nation's entire force. Taehyun hears a commotion from outside his room as he hears a lady's voice, who complains about not being let in to visit a sick person, thinking it way too mean. Turns out it's Yua Hyung who walks inside the room, calling our guy darling. The next moment, we see her driving along with our dude in the passenger seat, and her manager in the back seat doesn't look very pleased by his guild master driving. Taehyun wonders what the guild master of the Nightwalkers, one of the 4 great guilds, wants from him, and Yu lets him know that she's just dropping him off at his home after his discharge, while also meeting the person who managed to survive Apocalypto. Our guy doubts the reason why she's here and suggests that she tell him a convincing lie. The S-rank girl admits that our boy is sharp and questions if he's aware of what will happen in the 3rd round player tryouts. She reveals that round 3 will be a survival game similar to round 1, but unlike round 1, outsiders can watch as the audience, which will result in Taehyun's powers being revealed, and all the guilds will eventually start wanting the low-ranked awakened who cleared the S-rank dungeon. Therefore, Ah Young decides to make an offer to our fella that he won't be able to refuse, and with that, she promises to give him everything, whether it's money or fame, and in return, she wants our dude to join the Nightwalkers. As much as she was certain of a positive response, Kim Taehyun declines the offer as he is not interested. Our guy thanks the guildmaster of the Nightwalkers for seeing him off and lets her know that he will walk from there onwards. But Yu isn't letting him off this easily, as she asks our boy if he even heard what she said, emphasizing that whether it's about salary or any other thing, she will do it for him. She wonders if our dude got an offer from another guild already, or if he misunderstood anything. The situation kinda annoys Taehyun as he clears the misunderstanding by telling her that there's no special reason for his refusal and there's no other guild or condition. Plus our boy thinks the Nightwalker guild isn't all that special. With that, our fella clarifies yet again that he refused because he wants to, and there's no other reason to it as he turns around, ready to leave. But before he could walk away, the S-rank lady grabs our boy, restraining him as she covers his mouth while questioning him what the hell is his deal. The fact that Taehyun is just getting started at becoming a player and he dares reject one of the 4 great guilds for no reason doesn't make any sense to Ah Hyung. However, she decides to forgive our boy. Instead, she admits she likes him. The manager calls out his guild master as he reminds her that Taehyun is still a test taker and she can't do anything to him. And with that, he addresses our boy, advising him not to blow Ah Hyung off for no reason, and accept the offer since he will have to join a guild sometime soon anyways. Our hero finds the green-eyed girl's stubbornness to be the exact same as her sister, Lim Ah-hyung, while this catches her off guard, as she did not expect him to know that. But our dude lets her know that he knows a lot, even about the stolen name, which makes Ah-hyung lose her cool as she strangles our boy, choking him. Her manager finds the situation bad, knowing that Guildmaster Yu Ah-hyung's real name was actually Lim Ah-hyung, and Yuksung Group's CEO, Lim Chang-yong, raised her, a child born out of wedlock, as an heir. But when another daughter was born in the family, her name, Lim Ah-hyung, was taken away, and she was reduced to an outsider. And the fact that she changed her surname when she became a player is a fact only a few people should know about. The furious green-eyed lady threatens our guy as she believes he must be out of his mind for yapping away that nonsense in front of her. But Taehyun reminds her that she's the one who started here, leaving her confused. Our hero successfully resists the Amazoness spirit and counterattacks with the Night King's spirit, making Ah-hyung wonder what power this is because not only is he able to bear an S-rank's powers, but even reversed it back at her. With that, our dude walks towards her while he places an arm above her head, caging her, as he suggests that they shouldn't cross the line, addressing her as Miss Ah-hyung, which makes the S-rank lady blush and the manager wonder if he really just said that. The Colosseum in ancient Rome is the venue of the third round of the player tryouts. The reporter announces that unlike the first and second rounds that weren't revealed to the public, round 3 is allowed to the public. Therefore, the people from the industry, families of the test takers, and civilians are also in the arena as an audience to watch the tryouts. We see Yu Ah-hyung disguised as a civilian as she watches the tryouts, and even Taehyun's uncle and aunt who look concerned since the player tryouts are really fierce. But their son, Taehyun's cousin, who's now the president of our guy's fan club that has only one member in it, on the contrary, is pretty confident about his Hyung being the strongest. Meanwhile, Kim Gi-ja, a rookie reporter who's at the verge of getting fired, is desperate to get her hands on proper news this time because her last interview got discarded for featuring a low-ranked awakened, aka Taehyun. She believes that our dude must have been disqualified by now, and she will surely be fired if she didn't do her job properly. As she's busy worrying about it, the people around her gossip about the atmosphere being strange because countless veteran high-ranked awakened to Lee Gilson the A-ranker, and everybody else is staring at just one guy. This catches Gija's attention, who's in disbelief as she witnesses all of these guys trying to take down that one guy by joining forces, forcing her to ponder about how strong that guy is. Just then, realization hits her, as she probably realizes who that guy is. The host announces that round 3 of the player tryout will begin soon. Therefore, all the viewers are requested to be cautious of the shock while watching, and with that, the tryout begins. All the participants charge at our guy at once, trying to get rid of him quickly as they are aware that he has taken down 2 S-rank players alone since the first round. The players are insecure as they believe if they don't eliminate Taehyun first, they themselves will be eliminated. All of them are knocked down one by none other than our fella, who senses something rustling from beneath the ground. Suddenly, a bunch of vines break through the ground, trapping our boy in them while he wonders what it is. Turns out it's an A-rank named Lee Gilson's doing, who assumes that our dude has his guard down and believes that he shall be the winner of this game. The cocky A-rank is smashed to the ground by Taehyun, and is defeated in a blink of an eye while our guy awaits his next opponent. The players decide to keep attacking our fella continuously, certain that he will get exhausted at some point. Before they could charge at him, Taehyun uses the Night King's spirit and all the participants collapse on the ground, while everyone present in the arena felt the intensity of the power, leaving them stunned. While Yu Ah-hyung thinks our dude is a lunatic for using this in the dead center, our guy takes a breath of relief, now that it's all wrapped up except for one player, that is Lim Ah-hyung. Taehyun lets her know that he doesn't mind if she wants to withdraw from the test, or he wonders if she wants a repeat of the first round, smirking. Ah-hyung attacks our boy while she tells him to worry about himself because this time, that won't happen. The fight comes to an end after some time and the blue-haired girl is defeated at last, while Taehyun admits that she was still the most difficult opponent. With that, the player tryouts end while the top qualifier of the tryout is announced to be applicant number 902, Kim Taehyun. In the chairman's office, our dude is awarded for placing as a top qualifier by the chairman himself, who congratulated him on becoming an S-rank player, as he did not expect our fella to single-handedly end the third round, or maybe he underestimated him. The chairman offers Taehyun to join the new South Korea Player Association, leaving our boy in utter shock. Our guy is beyond surprised, as he realizes how much things have changed, from being an unawakened to becoming an S-ranker, and then being placed as the top qualifier, and even getting a scouting offer from not just a leader of a great guild, but also from Ji Jinhui, the greatest in the new South Korea Association. However, even after considering all that, Kim Tae-hyun declines the chairman's offer and has no special reason for it. But the fact that our boy believes working alone will be more effective than being a member of one of the 4 great guilds or the association, and with that, he apologizes for being of no use. Jinhui tries to contain his shock for a moment and laughs wholeheartedly at our fella's response, as he never imagined he would say that he's better off alone rather than in the great guilds or the association. The chairman admires Taehyun's confidence and suggests that they do something else instead of joining the association. With that, he asks our boy if he's interested in participating in the Asian exhibition games. Our boy kills the leftover monsters, finally done clearing up the dungeon as he thinks about the Asian exhibition games. In Asian games, 5 representatives are chosen from the associations and guilds of each country within Asia for a festival of hunting down villains and monsters. But to be picked as a national representative, to prove that they've hunted down monsters and villains for the sake of the country, they need to acquire some merit points. The chairman believes it's a worthy goal for our boy to target, but Tae-hyun just became a player. Therefore, to catch up to the merit points everyone has accumulated over years, he's going to have to hunt down monsters and villains that are way stronger. Our dude has been clearing up all the known dungeons to the South Korea Association for a month, but far from getting merit points, he hasn't been able to advance further. Hence, Taehyun believes he has no choice but to go to the Asian exhibition games even if it's dangerous. We see Lee Jung-soo choking Seo Hoon-do as he tries to calm him down, but the president is furious about his son, Taeson's heir, still being in the hospital while the culprit behind it is now an S-rank player on the rise. With that, Jung-soo smashes the bald dude on the ground when the housekeeper informs him about the arrival of a guest from the malignant guild. The president gets even more infuriated after hearing about the rascals who couldn't even get rid of our boy after stuffing money down their throats, as he wonders how dare they show their faces here. The arrogant S-rank is ready to sue them when the door breaks through and the vice guild master of the malignant guild walks in, who's also known as Shadow, and his rank is unknown as he tells the president to calm down. Meanwhile, Taehyun walks out of the dungeon only to be welcomed by an A-ranker from the alchemists, who claims to be our guy's guide for the auction. The guy introduces himself as Park Jeong-won, hired by the Alchemists Guild for the auction, and a member of Kim Tae-hyun's fan club, with his skill being gate manipulation. The A-rank dude turns out to be a fan of our fella as he asks for his autograph. East Point is Asia's greatest auction region, the largest in scale within Asia, where they have auction items of the greatest quality and automatic interpretation skill support, and so on. It has a deal of great positive points, but even among them, the one point that's considered would be their security. Our guy asks Gyeong-won if he's sure about getting an autograph on his face while the A-rank dude continues yapping about the security, as he states that the bodyguards like him that are a part of the auction play an important role, but the constant changing of warp points makes it impossible to reach here without approval. Taehyun certainly believes that it's deserving of being called the best in security, but our boy is aware that an S-rank villain's terror attack will take place today in this very place. The auction begins, with the best item being on sale, that is the Phoenix Potion, which will boost your stamina and magic by 20 points each just by drinking it. Our guy plans on waiting until the terror attack occurs and getting merit points by eliminating the S-rank villain, but the problem is that he has no information whatsoever about this. Before Taehyun's regression, the news only reported the serious damage that East Point suffered, and that the main culprit of the terror attack was Narendra Nairu. Our boy wonders who might have stopped it, and a thought hits him as he questions Park Jeong-won about who's the chief security officer of this place. They both are busy arguing over it when a group of men approach Taehyun, while the person who seems to be their head already seems to be aware of our guy's achievements. The person turns out to be the devil, Isaka Ryohei, a Japanese S-rank player and East Point chief security officer. Park lets our fella know that this guy is the chief security manager while warning him to be mindful, since this Japanese dude has stabbed his own comrades for his benefit and is famous with the title, the Devil. Isaka extends his hand towards our boy, who can't help but notice that he forwarded his left hand, and as he shakes his hand, a wave of electric current runs through Taehyun, while the devil laughs evilly as he never thought our dude would be able to endure this. Taehyun is about to use his powers but sees the civilians, who are also suffering from Isaka's powers, not being able to breathe. Our guy can't go against the S-rank Japanese since the civilians will get dragged into it, and suddenly, things go back to normal, while the devil admits that his prank went too far, because our fella is a kid who just became an S-ranker. However, the blonde-haired dude pulls our guy closer and reminds him that he may be an S-ranker, but cannot be on the same level as him. Not being aware of why our dude is here, he warns him not to pull any useless stunts, lay low, and get lost. With that, the Japanese dude leaves as he suggests our boy to have fun, while Taehyun realizes that this is going to be way trickier than he thought. In the building, some awakened guys encounter an odd group of people, wondering where the hell they crawled out of. Whatsoever, the bald leader lets out that they don't need to know who they are, and the fact is that past this place is only the warp gate control office. The fact that they're here means they're the target they're meant to take care of. The leader asks the members to assist since, as an A ranker, he decides to defeat them. But what happens next will leave you in shock. The turban guy, who was the enemy, brutally annihilates the entire awakened team by controlling an ominous, slithering creature. That turban turns out to be Narendra Nehru, an S-rank villain of unknown affiliation. The masked allies of Narendra inform him that a variable has come up at the auction house, and that Kim Tae-hyun, the new S-ranker of the New South Korea Association, is at the auction house. They ask the villain what they should do, and Narendra calls Tae-hyun lowly trash, muttering that as long as he is here, no one can evade the divine revelation. Moments later, an explosion occurs at the auction place, and a chain of explosions erupts across the building. The Alchemist Guild member worriedly dashes to look for Kim Tae-hyun while our guy stands there, paralyzed by shock. He knew there would be a premeditated terror attack, but it was unexpected that they would plant bombs throughout the structure. As the people are getting caught in the blast, Kim is left utterly baffled as to how the terrorists sneaked their way in, and the fact that the bombs were installed beforehand. His head is flooding with questions, and before he could process what the hell is actually happening, the people dash away, screaming that it's the terrorists. The masked guys who were associated with Narendra barge in and threaten everybody to lower their weapons and hand over any money or valuables this instant. The terrorist opens fire, shooting relentlessly, and moments later, he gets decapitated along with all the other terrorist bastards. Well, our guy gets into action as he slashes through them, ending them in a heartbeat. Jeonwon shouts at Tae-hyun, but our guy runs forth, telling him that he's going to catch the ones behind this. He instructs Gaeon-won to let the association know about this situation and request reinforcements. As for the weapon, Kim slices those terrorists with the talisman. The Players Association chairman gave him the dagger for passing tryouts at the top place. On the contrary, somewhere in the building, the auction staff confronts the terrorists, divulging that the auction articles have been bid on already, and not to terrorists like them. The boss leading the terrorists commands his men to slaughter the people, and without any reluctance, those notorious killers mercilessly annihilate the guys guarding the auction items and eventually grab their hands on them. But it turns out that the terrorists are actually looking for a rare item, the Phoenix Photon, which permanently increases stamina and mana by 20 points each time consumed. The leader inquisitively wonders why Mr. Narendra told them to bring this item even if it meant putting their lives at stake. The masked guy senses tremendous energy from the Phoenix Photon and thinks of discreetly drinking it. But before his greed could get the best of him, someone bursts through the wall, attacking the terrorists. The terrorists alert the leader, Mr. Dyke, about the ambush, and the worst part is the enemy seems to be using stealth ability as he's invisible. In a blink, the enemy rips apart the terrorists, and as the enemy rushes to kill Dyke, he only manages to cut through his mask and scratch his face. Dyke uses a chain ability and captures the guy instantly, who turns out to be our boy Tae-hyun, learning that he's using only stealth under his belt. Dyke grins diabolically and tells him that he's fucking dead now. Intertwined by the chains, our guy finds Dyke's skill to be very impressive as it can locate even the opposite using stealth. Our guy smirks and thinks that this dude will be a good substitute for predation. On the other side, we witness an inexplicable scenario where several people are tied and are surrounded by flashing magic energy. The scene appears peculiar as that place is full of monsters, and it seems like a ritual is going to happen in the warp gate control room. The man behind all of this occurs to be Narendra Nehru, who reeks of malice and asks those people to fear his god even more. Just then, the wicked man is interrupted by his man and reports to him about a problem, revealing that they got a message from Dyke's group who went to acquire the Phoenix Photon. The guy hands the walkie-talkie to Narendra, and it's none other than Kim Tae-hyun who calls for him. Our guy defeats Dyke, who's smashed into the wall, and takes the Phoenix Photon from him. He provokes the monstrous Nehru and simply asks him to get here right now to get what he wants, calling that old hag a fucking terrorist. After dealing with all the terrorists, Kim drinks the Phoenix Photon potion and admits that it was really in a different league. He's surprised how even after roaming around in the dungeons it didn't increase his stats at all, but a single potion did. Nonetheless, Tae-hyun now doesn't have to worry about the potion getting into the hands of those terrorists. In the meantime, someone walks in, and well, it turns out to be the chief security officer Isaki Ryohei, the devil. He, along with his men, witnesses the massacre of the terrorists. The guards, along with Isaki, assume that the enemy has run away from here, but as sharp-witted as this Japanese player is, Isaki wonders what the hell they are on about, and tells his men the perpetrator is right in front of them. That sly Isaki asks our boy to stop hiding and come out. Our guy deactivates the stealth ability, showing himself, and finds it quite odd that he spotted him despite his perfect skill. The chief officer questions Tae-hyun about what someone of his caliber, an S-rank player, is doing here. Our boy gets straight to the point and mocks Isaki, saying that since he's the head of security, he should be running around trying to clean up after the terror attack. That aside, Isaki bluntly states a thing he's looking for, and that's when things get clearer to Taehyun. Our guy finally apprehends that it was strange. Isaki and his men couldn't find bombs despite having all these players and bodyguards. Kim elucidates that when he saw terrorists storming in through the East Point, where they can't enter without permission, he figured that the culprit was someone from the inside. Our fella threw shade at Ryohei, muttering who would have thought that the head of security would have been their spy. The atmosphere is charged with suspense, and Ryohei, smirking, reminds Taehyun how he was kind enough to warn him about minding his own damn business. In that moment, Isaki leaps towards Kim in a heartbeat. While the weapons clash against each other, Isaki asks him to hand him the potion, and our boy suggests that he try taking it just like how a villain would. The fight gets fierce as they both move like lightning strikes, and as the guard tries to intervene, his fellows strictly warn not to even think of going in between the battle of two S-rankers. Not to mention, Mr. Ryohei is called the Devil, and chances are they might get chopped into pieces if they carelessly interfere. In the midst of the battle, our boy gets sure that unlike him, who only predicts the direction of attack through killing aura and sound, this Japanese dude can actually see him. Right at that moment, Taehyun's mind kinda gets tangled up, and he ends up getting slashed by Isaki's sword on his chest. Our guy coughs up blood, and he finds it unbelievable how both of them are using the same skill, stealth, but their proficiency is insanely different. But as our guy thought, nothing can beat his predation skill. Our guy absorbs the guard's powers, and as he's about to counteract, he notices that Isaki Ryohei is missing. That's when a giggle is heard, and Isaki compliments our guy for his great judgment. After all, stealth is weak against wide-range skills, but Isaki gives him the wisdom of hindsight, suggesting to Kim that he should have used it over his head as well. It appears that Isaki was hiding above Taehyun on the ceiling using stealth, and he ambushes our boy, plummeting with his sword aimed at his head. Fortunately, our guy manages to dodge it. The intensity of the attack is immense, and as Isaki forces his sword to stab, something seems to halt it. Kim Taehyun uses the skill of the monarch's heart that wraps around Isaki's sword. A smirk creeps up on our boy's face and he calls Ryohei a fool. A sudden realization hits the chief officer that the skill Kim used earlier wasn't to find him, but to stop him from running out of this skill's target range. Our guy seizes this perfect chance to strike Isaki, who gets furious and calls him a fucking little shit. Kim wraps the chain around his stone skin arm and forcefully lands a punch across Ryohei's face, making him bleed. Eventually, our boy ties up Chief Isaki, along with his associates, who've been sucked to the bones after Kim absorbed their powers. While Isaki is hopping mad and calls him a bastard, our guy wonders why an S-ranker would do all this for some shitty money. As Isaki is about to vent his anger, our guy kicks his face and thinks he's pretty chatty for a low-life criminal. The chief gets smashed away, and Taehyun asks the guards to spit out the info on Narendra Nehru. Our guy believes that the reinforcements would be on their way anyway, concluding that it's game over for Isaki and Nehru. But Isaki snickers and calls Taehyun a clueless kid, leaving our guy deeply unsettled. On the contrary, a guy, Seo Sangik, the alchemist's guildmaster, comes running to the operating room in haste, where he encounters Go Tae-wook and the chairman of the Players Association, asking them about the reinforcements in the East Point. Seo Sangik gets concerned since not only were there articles up there for sale, but there were countless VIPs of the New Korea Association participating as well. The chairman calms him down and assures the guildmaster that they formed a backup force as soon as they heard about the terrorist attack, a group with elite players along with player Park Sungjin leading them. Guildmaster Sangik questions why they aren't sending the forces, and even agrees to send supplies and personnel if they need. But the chairman clarifies it's not the issue they're facing here, and reveals that there's no way to get to the East Point. While Seo Sangik is left staggered, Go Tae-wook elaborates that the terrorists took over the control room for the East Point warp gate and blocked all the warp gates. The guildmaster freaks out as if he'd get a heart attack, but Go Tae-wook assures him that there are two S-rank players at the scene, Isaki Ryohei and Taehyun. Tae-wook clears up that Kim Taehyun might be a new S-rank player, but there's only one person, Narendra Nehru, on the terrorists' side. The certainty and hope in Tae-wook's voice are apparent as he declares that the two S-rank players might be able to take Narendra Nehru down. Right at that moment, Yua Young walks in. On the East Point, Isaki asks Kim if he knows about the skill Contract with the Devil, unveiling that it's the worst of Narendra Nehru's skills. Isaki explains that Contract with the Devil is offering sacrifices. Depending on their amount and quality, Nehru can summon a monster of a certain rank. Upon hearing this, Taehyun is left wide-eyed when he realizes what kind of sacrifice it is, and Isaki shamelessly confirms his suspicions, revealing that it's human sacrifice. Meanwhile, in the operating room, they get to know that Narendra is holding a few hundred hostages. Guildmaster Sangik states the fact that Nehru is a notorious terrorist who is particularly skilled even among S-rankers. Sangik freaks out because he knows the aftermath. If someone terrifyingly powerful sacrifices 100 people and summons a monster, it would wreak havoc. It all comes down to one thing: it will cause a catastrophe. The scene flips to Taehyun, who calls them freaking lunatics. Isaki grins and tells our guy that he might be lucky to win against him, but he'll never be able to win against Narendra. That psycho bastard Isaki gives Kim two choices. Either he begs for life and watches those hostages be offered as sacrifices, or charges into a fight he has no chance of winning and dies like a dog. The chief laughs wickedly as if he's certain of the consequences. On the warp gate control, the guy informs Narendra about Isaki Ryohei's defeat, plus the whereabouts of Kim Taehyun, who took down Isaki, are unknown along with the Phoenix Potion. Neru suggests they wait for the association's reinforcements since there are no chances of winning in a face-to-face fight. However, Neru decides to draw Taehyun out if he won't show up himself. He uses the humans as bait and begins the sacrifice for their god. A black ominous aura is emitted by Neru when suddenly there's a blackout. The hostages begin to panic, and the guys holding the hostages also freak out as they're unable to see anything. Narendra, who is about to start the sacrifice, witnesses the hostages disappear in a second, and it turns out to be Kim Taehyun coming to the people's rescue and ambushing the terrorist dude. Our guy strikes Neru with the chains. The old dude tries to resist, but Taehyun tangles him in the chain, certain that he's got him. That's when a snake monster bursts out of Neru's turban. Narendra breaks free from the chains as many snake monsters emerge from his turban and spit fire. A blast occurs, and while our guy evades, he is utterly shocked because he never thought that Neru would hide monsters on top of his head. Our guy wonders what in hell this guy is, and moments later, Neru emerges from the flames. Meanwhile, the hostages ask Taehyun if he's here to rescue them, and they beg him to save their lives. Our fella then remembers when he drifted away the hostages just because they were coming in his way. It wasn't an act of kindness. Well, he just made their hopes high. At that moment, Taehyun glances upward and witnesses countless monsters there. The sight looks terrifying, and in the next moment, the monsters fall to attack him. The monsters get wilder, and Kim leaps upward to dodge them, realizing that they are not affected by his attacks. That's when Narendra calls our boy a fool, saying that he shouldn't treat the monster from his skill contract with the devil, the same as the monsters he's seen until now. The villain reveals that the monsters are under his control because of this contract, and using his magic, they become sturdier than monsters of their own kind and far stronger. Our guy is smashed down by the powerful monsters, and Neru gives Kim a reality check, making it clear that just because he defeated Isaki doesn't mean he should think of defying God's will. The monsters frantically attack our boy at Neru's command, and the hostages witness that Taehyun is trapped by them. The hostages act like assholes and blame Taehyun for not saving them when they were pleading, yet he can't even win against a monster. But another hostage tells them to look carefully. He makes them aware that because of Kim Taehyun, the monsters aren't paying any attention to them. Not to mention, despite them overpowering him, far from running away, Kim is not allowing a single monster to come their way, which is enough to be grateful for. Furthermore, the guy states that our boy actually evacuated the hostages over to this side by throwing them up in the air just now. The hostages are hit by the realization, and they get teary-eyed, knowing that Taehyun, from the very start, was thinking about them. The whole crowd begins to cheer for our boy, not knowing his real intentions behind it. Meanwhile, our guy is fighting with all his might until his face bleeds. Our guy gets hella frustrated and yells at them to shut up. He seems to hit the end of his tolerance bandwidth because the damn hostages keep coming in his way, and the monsters keep attacking him non-stop. Taehyun declares that he can't do this shit anymore, but the hostages call for him, thinking it would at least give him some hope. It's a literal one-man army against countless powerful monsters. Narendra Neru scoffs at Taehyun, asking if he's giving up now. Right at that moment, our boy flips the tables when he commands player Park Gaeon-woong to end this quickly. Just then, Gaeon-woong appears and apologizes to our boy for making him wait too long. The scene takes us to a flashback where Park Gaeon-woong arrives at the scene where Taehyun had defeated Chief Officer Isaki and his guards. Our guy then discloses to Park that these security guys were actually in cahoots with the terrorists. But Kim talks about the real problem, which is the warp gate control tower, which is swarming with monsters summoned by Opid Uro, Neru. Our guy states that fighting the villains won't be a huge problem, but there's no way the monsters won't do anything when they see that. And above all, the hostages could get swept into it all. As Park panics about the situation, our boy justifies that for this reason, he needs his skill, gate manipulation. Park agrees to help and urges to know the exact warp point, but Taehyun lets out that it won't matter since he's only after one thing, and that is sending out the monsters. Well, our fella did come up with an iconic plan. Coming to the present, Park uses his skill, gate manipulation, and the monsters get teleported to some other place. Witnessing this, Opid Uro, Neru, freaks out, screaming what the hell is going on. Park Gaeon-woong is absolutely amazed to see Taehyun's plan working because he thought the plan was absurd. With the use of gate manipulation, only Opid Uro and the villains are left, and when the A-rank dude feels certain that the victory is theirs, Our boy lets him know that his role here is done now, while instructing him to take the hostages and leave this place. As Gyeongwon tries to object and insists on staying, our boy reassures him that his opponent is an S-ranker just like him. Therefore, from this point onwards, our dude states that he won't be able to protect anyone. The A-rank dude hesitantly guides the way out to the hostages. Meanwhile, Opid Uro calls our guy out and the battle resumes. The old man mocks our boy for believing that he's an S-rank just like him and is certain that Taehyun can't defeat him. With that, Opid attacks our boy, which surely does damage, while he continues to yap, stating that no matter how many monsters our boy kills, and no matter how many hostages he can rescue, if he can't win against him, all his efforts would go in vain. The old hag considers our dude to be a filthy non-believer, as he believes Taehyun should be punished for the sin of dirtying God's name. As the monsters approach our fella, whose head is hung low this whole time, our boy uses predation, leaving Opid in disbelief as he realizes that the kid was hiding this power the whole time. The villain admits that Taehyun is the highest quality sacrifice, and with that, Opid Uro breaks it to our guy that he wasn't the only one hiding skills, leaving our guy baffled. Suddenly the villains start to collapse, as if something is happening to their bodies, and it turns out that Opid Uro is sacrificing their souls for his own good. With that, he becomes even stronger, while the S-rank Bone Dragon breathes out intense green flames. Park Gyeongwon, on the other hand, faces the villains as he tries to escape with the hostages, and as the terrorists are about to attack them, their bodies start collapsing while they cough blood. This freaks out the A-rank dude, who wonders what on earth is happening here. Taehyun struggles to fight against the Bone Dragon and escapes to a building, wondering where that monster came from. But before he could even think, the Bone Dragon is already onto him and hits him ever so violently. Our boy uses predation on the meatless skeleton, which actually works but isn't enough to stop the dragon. Opid didn't expect our dude to make it out alive after that attack as he approaches him. The building is in absolute shambles as a result of the battle between Kim Taehyun and Opid Uro. Our guy realizes that the S-rank villain is ridiculously strong, as he can't believe he barely blocked it even after using predation at full power. To think that they're both S-rankers is crazy, but our boy is certain that unless Opid is forcefully wielding such power, there's no way he's normal, and assumes that the old man must be close to his limits by now. Therefore, our fella decides to stall his time a bit longer as he believes he can win. Opid laughs as if he can see right through our fella. Calling him a filthy non-believer, he lets him know that he's aware of his thoughts since a head-on fight didn't work for him. Hence, he believes our boy is stalling for time. With that, the old geezer announces that our dude's petty tricks won't work on him, and instead of him, Opid attacks the building where the civilians escaped. Meanwhile, in the New Korea Player Association headquarters, we see a lady confirming the connection of East Point coordinates through the emergency warp gate, but she's concerned that only their country, New South Korea, is connected. Even for a player like Park Sungjin, she's worried he could fall into extreme danger if he enters now. Sungjin calls this bullshit, wondering how much danger that kid must be in, referring to Kim Taehyun, and with that, he along with his fellow members, enters the gate. Park Jae-young-won opens his eyes only to realize our guy is protecting all of them like a shield as he withstands the Bone Dragon's ruthless flame attack. The A-rank dude tells our boy not to worry about them since it's all going to be over if he dies anyway. And Taehyun thinks he's right, knowing that he can't fight against the Bone Dragon in a head-on fight. The only method is to wait for Opid to reach his limits. But even so, our dude doesn't want to give up just yet, as he forces himself to think of ways he can save everyone here when he hears a voice saying that it can't take this anymore. As Taehyun is wondering whose voice this was, Predation rank, out of the blue, is being readjusted temporarily, and the rank increases to A. With our dude's powers surpassing his limits, his body is no longer able to handle predation power. Our boy has no clue about what's going on when predation reaches from S to SSS and is unable to deactivate, while Taehyun realizes that predation is going berserk. Our guy thinks about the king who gave him this power, wondering if he's going to die just like this, ever so pointlessly. After all that it took him to get here, Kim Taehyun decides he can't die like this and collapses on the ground. Opid Uro is confused if our dude forced his skills to go berserk as he wonders what this ridiculous amount of energy is. He is clueless about why our guy couldn't even handle the load of his skill and fainted, which should have halted the skill. The S-rank villain claims he will end Taehyun's life with his own hands if he chooses to oppose God till the very end, and as he approaches him, our fella gets up. He mocks the old hag, and it seems like he's not Kim Taehyun, but someone else. Opid seems to realize that this guy isn't our dude, the one he's been fighting. But our fella lets him know that it's not of concern to an insect who's already dead, and with one swipe of a hand, Opid Uro is sent somewhere far away. Meanwhile, Taehyun acquires a new skill, the demonic contract. Our boy finds himself in a black void, but he's certain he was with Opid Uro just now. Suddenly, he's being strangled in chains as he realizes it's stone skin and paralysis, making him wonder what the hell is going on. Taehyun is clueless about what's wrong with his skills when a voice mocks him, asking him since when were these his powers. The unknown voice tells our guy that he ate all of that and now he has to spit out everything he took in. And with that, our boy wakes up from his bad dream, sweating, as he checks his hands only to find that he's not hurt anymore, and even his right arm that predation broke is fine now. Player Park Sungjin enters the room and offers fish cakes to our fella, letting him know that the association and the alchemists prepared this place for him out of courtesy, to repay our boy for the terror attack. It's all thanks to Taehyun that Ryohei got arrested after falling for the terrorists' temptations. The A-rank player reveals that as compared to the scale of the terror attack, many survived and countless people already visited our boy out of worry. From his parents to the chairman, he mentions that they were all bawling their eyes out. Plus, the blue-haired dude adds that the tests didn't show health issues in the first place, and he stayed back just in case reporters or villains got involved. But Kim Taehyun's only concern is what on earth happened, when he's pretty sure he passed out while fighting Upid. Sungjin expected as much, as he states that he was about to ask that too. In a flashback, we see Park Kyung-woong witnessing what happened with Opid Uro, and doubting that the guy standing in front of him is Taehyun. The A-rank dude questions the guy in front of him about what he did to our dude. The guy turns around, now facing Jung-woong, and moves his hand, which does something to Park as he collapses on the ground, passed out. And with that, the personality that took over Taehyun's body realizes that he's already at its limits and decides to return for now. As soon as our dude passes out, Park Sungjin along with his members arrives, confirming the survivors as they rescue them, while the whereabouts of Opid Uro and other terrorists remain unknown. The flashback ends with Sungjin revealing that he asked the survivors about what happened as well, and all of them remembered that our boy tried to stop the S-rank villain, but they couldn't recall the overall situation at all, as if something has messed up their memories. The S-rank player believes it must be the terrorists' doing, and with that, he decides to leave and claims he'll let our fella know if he finds something. But Taehyun can't seem to believe this is Opid's doing, and he doesn't know how he got healed because he clearly remembers that his arm got destroyed completely because of predation. He thinks that Opid also fell prey to predation. Our dude realizes that he has acquired a new skill, the demonic contract. Upon opening his status window, he is shocked to find out that he can now open the gate, as he remembers that this skill was to summon monsters. Also, this magic requires 200 magic, and our boy has only 180 right now. Suddenly, Park Sungjin calls out Taehyun, peeking through the door and alerting him of a new customer. Turns out, it's Lim A-young, who's here to visit our guy with a fruit basket. A-young aggressively puts the basket on the table as she mentions that she heard our boy got hurt, but he looks fine to her. She states that she also heard that Taehyun rescued many people in the incident and even fought 2 S-rankers, and our dude just agrees with her, giving her the confirmation she needs. Suddenly she bursts out, telling our boy not to act all arrogant and proud because of that, while she crushes an apple with her hand and claims she'll catch up to him in no time. Taehyun is confused about why on earth she even came here, and she admits that she wanted to check if he was okay, but our boy doesn't buy it. Ah-hyung trembles with frustration as she remembers that she came to visit our boy out of concern, but he's completely fine. In fact, she senses a ridiculous amount of energy from him, making her realize that she's even farther from catching up to Taehyun compared to the player tryouts. And as she's about to ask him something, the lock on the door opens. They both hear a knock on the door before Yoo Ah-hyung enters the room, leaving both Taehyun and Lim shocked as they both wonder why she's here. Yoo was not expecting to meet her sister here, while the blue-haired girl bombards her with questions, asking her why she's in Taehyun's house, and how she even knew the password in the first place. The green-eyed girl doesn't seem to be pleased by being called sis and tells Lim to stop calling her that. As for the password, she reveals that the association let her know. With that, Yoo Ah-hyung grabs our dude casually, leaving her sister in utter confusion as she wonders what the hell her sister is doing. The S-rank lady gives off the impression of sharing the house with Taehyun as if they're dating, while Lim reminds her sister that it's a crime since our dude is still a minor, her face turning red out of anger. But before she could say anything more, our guy yanks Yoo Ah-hyung's hands away and tells her it's enough of her jokes now, asking her why she's here when he's pretty sure he declined her offer to join her guild multiple times already. The green-eyed S-ranker taunts our fella for being fussy as ever, and states that she's here to check up on him and give him a present. With that, she reminds him that if he's willing to participate in the Asian exhibition games, his merit point ranking is still only 30 even with his feats at East Point. In order to become a representative in the top 5, he's going to need more. Therefore, she claims to give rating rights for the double dungeon, Fire Temple, to our dude. Meanwhile, Shadow from the Malignant Guild is at the place where East Point once was, as a member of the crew informs him that it was in its original form even after a few hours of the terror attack, but maybe due to the serious accumulative damage it suffered, in the end, it just collapsed. The Vice Guildmaster asks about the whereabouts of Opid Uro, but is informed that his whereabouts are still unknown, while the team member is concerned that they will have to report to the boss after all. But Shadow believes that they've achieved what they wanted, plus they hired that using money, and as he's about to say more, the East Point security ship reaches there, calling out all the villains as they've now surrounded them. Only authorized personnel may enter for investigation in this area, as the security orders the villains to drop their weapons now and surrender. In a blink of an eye, the East Point ship sinks into the sea, and it's done by none other than the vice-malignant guild master, who continues where he left off, admitting that he's pretty amused by Kim Tae-hyun. In Nightwalker's guild headquarters, we see the members of the guild overjoyed after finding out that our guy, the greatest rising star of New Korea and hero of East Point, is joining their guild. Yoo Ah-hyung clarifies to our boy that giving him the raiding rights doesn't mean he gets to decide the item distribution and members of the raid. But our fella doesn't have a problem with that, as this present itself is enough for him. The dungeon, Fire Temple, is the country's second double dungeon, which was named after its entrance that resembles burning flames. But before Taehyun's regression, the past Nightwalker guilds successfully raided it. However, they were almost annihilated. Considering that difficulty level, our fella has no doubt that this is going to get him amazing progress and merit points. Our guy's strength and stamina stats have significantly decreased because of his right arm collapsing. Therefore, he thought challenging it at the moment might be a bit too much. But with Yoo Ah-hyung, an S-rank player, and these members, Taehyun believes even for a double dungeon raid, there's no way they would lose. At the entrance of the double dungeon gate, we see around 300 non-participants of the raid cheering for the ones who are going into the dungeon. And it turns out, the only participants are Taehyun himself and Yoo Ah-hyung. The guild members wish both of them good luck and hope they return safely, while our boy wonders how come it's just the two of them. Yoo lets him know that's because she's going on a date with him, and in reality, she just wants everyone else to get lost. Upon entering the dungeon, both of them are amazed, while the green-eyed lady feels the vibe here is totally different from a regular dungeon, making her wonder if double dungeons are always like this. Ah-hyung gets down on her knees as she wonders how they get down from here, when our fella warns her to be careful since there's probably a trap or monster. As soon as it's said, Yoo is yanked by a monster, while our guy panics, knowing this would happen, but before he could do something to help her, the S-rank player gets rid of the monster in one strike and admits that she now knows how to get down. Our boy witnesses Yoo Ah-hyung killing all the at least A-rank monsters with one strike, making him wonder if she was hiding her powers the last time. Even though our guy knew she's in the highest grade among S-rankers, he didn't expect her to be this good. It's no wonder that she suggested just the two of them could enter the dungeon, and in that case, our fella decided to put in some effort too. After a while, they're almost done clearing up the dungeon, while Ah-hyung complains the dungeon to be too deep as it took them so long. Taehyun believes that the number and level of the monsters was tremendous, but they weren't high enough in level to be a problem for Yoo Ah-hyung, which makes him wonder then, what on earth was it that pushed the Nightwalkers to the verge of annihilation? As our boy is preoccupied with his thoughts, the green-eyed lady walks to him and hands him the warrior's ring, which rapidly boosts stamina and strength, leaving him shocked. This ring is more than enough to restore the stats that decreased from the breakdown of our guy's right arm, but he wonders why she would give this unique item to him now. Ah-hyung gives the ring as a gift because their guild is benefiting too by giving Taehyun the raid rights, as she believes that our boy must be thankful to her and tries to lure him by offering him a lot more if he joins their guild. But to her surprise, our dude gives her a bored look, wondering why she gave him this ring right now instead of giving it before they took on all those monsters. This makes Yoo question if our boy is a sociopath, but he considers it to be practical. With that, he suggests that they should be careful from here onwards, as they've arrived, from what it looks like, in the domain of this place's master. They spot an egg with an unknown rank, and Taehyun is not sure what monster this is, but is certain that right there is the boss of the double dungeon and calls out Yoo, suggesting that they should gather information first. Our guy looks beside him, only to find Yoo Ah-hyung not at her place. The fearless S-rank lady jumps right onto the egg and totally crushes it, while Taehyun is concerned at first, wondering why she's so reckless. Ah-hyung judges from the strength and believes that the monster would have been a lower S rank. Even so, she hit it with full power but didn't expect to break it in just one blow. But Taehyun cannot believe that it's over just yet, and turns out he was right, because they've yet to meet the boss of the dungeon. They hear a voice calling them lowly humans, as it did not expect them to make it all the way up here, and sees that some interesting guests are here today. But even so, the voice states that the power they're bragging about will perish in front of its blue fire. Turns out it's a Phoenix, master of the double dungeon, fire temple, and an S-rank monster. Phoenix is a monster with regenerative abilities and magic resistance so immense that you confuse it with being immortal. Taehyun wonders if Phoenix was the master of this double dungeon, hoping it's not a Phoenix of blue flames, but it is indeed a blue-flamed beast. Our guy warns Ah-hyung to be careful since this monster has the ability to control minds, but is late since her mind is already under the control of Phoenix. Yoo Ah-hyung attacks our dude while being under the control of Phoenix. Taehyun tries to make her snap out of it as he wonders what kind of a veteran player would be of no damn help to him at all. But before he could say anything more, the S-rank player attacks our boy with her ridiculously strong skills. The boss of the double dungeon enjoys the show while insulting the humans and thinking lowly of them. Ah-hyung looks for Taehyun to attack him when she's pulled by a chain and is tied up by it, and our guy finally realizes who was the culprit that annihilated the Nightwalker Guild's raid squad before his regression. With that, he warns Yoo Ah-hyung that it will hurt and throws a rock at her, which makes her cough blood and pass out. Meanwhile, our guy is aware that chain and paralysis won't work for long, therefore she really needs to get back to her senses by the time she wakes up. Our boy decides to eliminate it before she wakes up and gets ready to fight. The Phoenix wonders if Taehyun enjoyed the game he prepared, while our cocky dude asks him if he's a damn chicken who's trying to play with humans, and warns him that he's fucked now. Our dude tries to escape with Yu, who's still unconscious and is tied up to his back, but the dungeon boss won't let him do so easily, as he asks our fella to show him what he's got. Taehyun dodges his attacks and attacks him instead with the dagger he had, but the arrogant Phoenix breaks it to him that slashing him over and over will only flare up and rage the flames even more, while he's certain that in the end, a mere human like our hero could never win against him. Our boy thinks that this level of regeneration abilities, even for a Phoenix, is ridiculous, plus it also has gigantification, which makes Taehyun realize that there's no way this is a normal Phoenix. Our dude wonders if it's a Grand Phoenix. Grand is a mutant organism possessing powers beyond the class of regular monsters. To distinguish them from each other, monsters, the title of Grand and A+ is added to their basic rank. Kim Taehyun knows that if this monster is a Grand Phoenix, there's no way for him to crush its regenerative abilities with his current skills, and the only way he stands a chance against it is predation. However, there's a chance that it might go berserk like last time, so he can't use it unless it's the deciding blow. As our guy is contemplating what he should do, Yoo Ah-hyung wakes up, not knowing why she's tied up like this, why it hurts, and why that Phoenix is huge now. Our dude tells her to stay still for God's sake, while she orders him to untie her right now, but Taehyun wonders why he should untie someone whose mind took seconds to lose control. Yu tries to defend herself, saying that the Phoenix got her when her guard was down, but what she didn't know is that she was under its control. With that, she claims not to fall for it again, and tells our guy to untie her right now, but as they're distracted, the dungeon boss attacks them. They both fight against the Phoenix, and Taehyun warns Yu not to fall for it again at any cost, while she calls him a worrywart. The Phoenix continues to insult them as he asks them if they still don't get that their attacks are pointless. Our boy decides to take the lead, and Monarch Heart is triggered, but Ah-hyung steps in, and it seems like her skill has gone berserk. Amazon Spirit Berserk mode is now on. Yoo Ah-hyung emits a powerful green aura and enters Berserker mode. It is known to us that there's a concept of going berserk that triggers the reverse flow of mana for all skills. Most people avoid using it since it can cause permanent damage to the body. But the thing is that if one can control that power for even a small amount of time, the force it holds is transcendental. That's what happens when Yu controls that power and fights against the Grand Phoenix. She lands a powerful blow and the Phoenix goes smashing down with brute force. Panting, the girl seems to lose control and falls unconscious. But the Grand Phoenix emerges again and calls Yu a lowly human. The Phoenix gets furious and proceeds to kill her in her pathetic state. In the meantime, our boy appears and entraps the Phoenix with chains, using the skill of the Monarch's Heart. The dungeon boss is tied down and Taehyun grins because he couldn't believe Yoo Ah-hyung. To crush the Phoenix's regenerative powers, she used a destructive force that was beyond it. Our guy grabs Yu in his arms and lets out that he can't let his guard down with her. It may be Yu's pride, but our guy's gotta land that last blow and end things for good. Outside the dungeon portal, the people begin to worry and wonder if they'll even make it. While they believe that things will be fine since Guildmaster Yu and Kim are both S-rankers, one of the guys expresses his concerns, saying that once the Guildmaster goes into battle, she just speeds through without thinking much. Promptly, our guy emerges out of the gate along with Yu in his arms, with their clothes drenched in blood. Thinking that it's Yoo Ah-hyung walking forth, the guild members ask if she's alright, but it turns out to be our guy who informs them that they've cleared the fire temple. In a strange turn of events, the picture of Taehyun holding Yoo Ah-hyung goes viral on social media, calling it a private secret dungeon raid. Later, in the hospital, poor Yoo Ah-hyung gets utterly embarrassed after reading about dating rumors, and asks her guild members how the news got leaked when it was an unannounced double dungeon raid in the first place. The guild members try to hide something, and one of them breaks the silence, justifying that a double dungeon raid is an important matter, so maintaining confidentiality is difficult. Meanwhile, the copper red-haired fella spills that he only told a few close friends, and they all promise to keep it a secret. The guild members let out that they did it for her sake. Yoo Ah-hyung smiles softly and says they should just die together. At that moment, the chairman of the association walks in, worried, since the guildmaster used her berserk mode in the dungeon. He witnesses chaos in the room as all the guild members are beaten to a pulp by Yu and thinks that she's doing just fine. After that, the chairman and Yu Ah-young walk outside the hospital. She assures the chairman that controlling her berserk state for just 1 minute wasn't that hard after all that training. The guy then asks her about Kim Taehyun's capability that she wanted to check so badly. Yu goes quiet for a second and reveals that after she passed out, Taehyun fought against the Grand Phoenix and even ended the whole fight. So that pretty much summed up things for her. Moreover, Yu discloses that it's only been 2 weeks since they were done with the Fire Temple raid, and apparently Kim is headed to the abyssal depths already. She wonders how much our guy is trying to get stronger while the chairman gasps with disbelief, calling it amazing growth speed. As the chairman believes it is great from New Korea's perspective, a thing doesn't sit well with Yu Ah-young. She asserts that everyone has a desire to advance further, but after progressing through a certain point, it's easy to get satisfied. However, it's not the case with Kim Taehyun. This man isn't showing any signs of stopping anytime soon. In fact, our guy is using every available method to advance further. This makes Yu question the chairman why Kim is trying so desperately to become stronger. The chairman seems to have an answer to her question, but that old man bluffs as he says that Kim is getting stronger for the love of his country. The old dude comes with the stupidest reason and even supports his answer, saying in times of monsters swarming everywhere and awakened evil beginning to run amok. In these times, Kim's intense desire to help his country kicks in and is driving him to his point. Poor Yu is left speechless after hearing such bullshit. The scene then takes us to somewhere in the abyssal depths where we witness dead bodies of humans, annihilated with such brutality. A cloaked man kisses the hand of the Archduke of the Abyss, the vampire lord Igman, and they're now bonded with a blood oath. The guy thanks the Lord of Blood, and Igman asks him how it feels to gain the powers of their people. That's when the guy removes his cloak and lets out that there were a lot of skilled people similar to him, but now he's the strongest of them all. That guy appears to be China's only force-level player Zhang Linpeng, and the malice creeps up on his face. On the contrary, Kim Taehyun arrives at the Abyss and realizes that it's his first time back in the Abyss after regressing. A member of the World Player Association, plus the manager of the 22nd District of the Abyssal Depths, Paul Becker, welcomes our boy. Paul Becker assumes that it's Kim's first time in the Abyss, and Becker suggests our boy hire some players to act as guides or mercenaries. The manager elucidates that the World Association has set up player zones, which serve as base camps and safe areas to assist in exploring each district of the Abyss that has been pioneered. However, the depths are so dangerous that players can be ambushed by powerful monsters at any time, even within a player zone. So for that reason, Becker urges that Kim hire mercenaries regardless of how skilled he is. He should let some players still accompany him. But our guy bluntly responds that it won't be necessary, and in that very moment, a giant monster ambushes Kim. Paul warns our boy of the imminent danger, but Taehyun slashes that monster in a heartbeat with his dagger. Our guy completes his sentence, clarifying that he won't need mercenaries as he's just going for a stroll. Well, our guy just demonstrated that he's better off alone. Later, Kim takes a stroll around the Abyss and kills a pile of monsters along the way. Since Paul is also gone and our guy has come this far, he assumes that there won't be anyone around. Thanks to preying on the Grand Phoenix at the Fire Temple, Taehyun met the requirement of 200 magic power needed to activate the demonic contract. In his case, the demonic contract opened the gate of the Abyss, and this makes our guy wonder why the skill changed. The demonic contract lets Opid Uro, Neru, control monsters, but instead there's a gate creation now. And the fact that it's only a one-time skill, our guy suspects that it's an effect of predation. Nonetheless, Kim concludes that for him having one powerful creature is better than carrying dozens of monsters around. Our boy then uses the mana amplifying stones, an item made from processed magic crystals that temporarily amplifies magic power. Just like that, the demonic contract gets activated and a gate is created out of an eerie skeleton. Taehyun excitedly walks through the gate. He enters and finds himself standing in front of a castle, a giant one at that. Trudging up the stairs, our guy ponders that he has never heard about such a place in the Abyss. He did use a magic amplifying stone to maximize the skill output, but has no clue where he has arrived at. Before Kim could process, he's ambushed by mythical flying creatures. He dodges it immediately and a blast occurs. Kim pulls out a dagger and the creatures show themselves. The creature asks Kim what kind of punishment she should give him for wielding quite a dangerous thing there. Those flying creatures turn out to be S-rank succubi, and this leaves our guy staggered. It is known to us that succubi are monsters that drain men's energy through mental attacks like illusions or brainwashing. But what really unsettles Taehyun is that a succubus is only supposed to be B rank, and he realizes that they might be his contract target. The three succubus sisters, on the other hand, eye their precious human prey. Kim manifests that if they are his contract target, then he'll gladly knock them out. With that, our fellow leaps toward them, aiming the dagger at them. Those succubi seem to have very swift movements while Kim tries to keep up with their moves. They float in the air and mock our boy, saying that he's quite eager so it might be tricky to tame him. The succubi use their ability on Taehyun to control him and feel quite certain that a man possibly can't resist their brainwashing. However, our guy remains unaffected by their so-called ability and smacks right through that succubus's face. Our guy flips the table when he uses the monarch's heart ability that holds the enemy's movements. The succubus is left in disbelief, wondering how a mere human can resist their brainwashing skill. Our guy detects the skill they used on him, and it turns out to be temptation. Taehyun makes an unusual statement, muttering that being interested in monsters is abnormal. He uses a mysterious power that enables successful resistance and asks the succubus sisters, who are thrashed into the ground, if they should make a contract. It appears that to form a monster summoning contract, they need to meet one of two conditions. The first is to give the monster what it desires, and the other is to subdue the monster with force. Well, our guy chooses the latter because he loves violence, and as he's about to make a contract, he learns that the succubus is not his contract target. Our guy is rendered speechless because he's totally fucked up, and that's when the real target shows up. It turns out to be S+ rank grand succubi, plenty of them at that. They reckon that our boy will be a great gift for the queen. Inside the palace, we witness a disturbing sight, and countless humans, turned into rocks, are hanged upside down. The succubi inform the queen that a human has intruded into the palace. The queen, lying on the other side of the veil, smirks and says it's time for great entertainment. In the palace, rumbling and attacks can be heard everywhere. It occurs that the grand succubi are chasing after Taehyun as they pelt stones at him. Our poor fella runs for his life while the succubi call him a coward. The succubi have to capture him alive at any cost, since they have to offer him to the queen. Taehyun breaks through the glass only to encounter more of them. The surge of frustration rises, and our guy has no choice but to use his powers to get rid of them. An explosion occurs in the palace, and our guy walks forth toward the queen's room. Kim reckons that if the ordinary succubi aren't his contract targets, then that leaves him with only one possibility. The queen succubus might be his target, a monster who even controls the grand succubi. Just then, he encounters a maid who greets Taehyun. She informs him that the queen has been waiting for him. This is exactly what our guy wanted. Upon entering, our boy witnesses numerous strands extending from behind the veil. The queen welcomes Taehyun and introduces herself as the mother of all succubi and their queen, Rosaria. At that moment, our boy learns that the queen is the target for the demonic contract. After confirming her name, Kim is hit by the realization that a monster is speaking a human language. Rosaria tells our guy not to be so shocked because he too can understand monster language, so it's the same principle. Nonetheless, the queen asks Taehyun the purpose of his visit to her castle, assuming that maybe he's here for wealth, glory, or to satisfy his lust. But our boy denies all the things she mentioned and proposes that he's here to make a summoning pact. Upon hearing this, Rosaria laughs diabolically and admits that he's quite the gutsy guest today. The queen shows herself and tells Taehyun to keep his delusions within limits. She asks him if he would call playing with toys a pact. Just then, her tentacles frantically burst forth to attack Kim, and our guy just has the idea. He gets determined to make Queen Rosaria surrender with his demonic power. Our guy dodges the tentacles to make his way to the queen and dashes with his stone skill and chains ability. But the excitement is short-lived when Rosaria, with a single flick, stops Taehyun mid-air, and he experiences a fearful plummet when he witnesses that he's falling in the real world. He realizes that he can't trigger his skills, falling downtown, and wonders if the space changed. That's when Taehyun realizes that it's just an illusion that a succubus possesses. Just like that, our fella falls into water, drowning, and he could see the queen in mid-air. Kim wonders since when he was seeing an illusion, and Rosaria reads his mind, unveiling that it was an illusion from the very beginning. The queen tangles Kim in her tentacles as he lies unconscious. Taehyun drowns in the illusion created by Rosaria, the queen of succubus. As our dude tries to escape, he finds himself in a car where he sees himself as a kid, along with his parents, traveling in their car. The little Taehyun is excited as he tells his parents about the high-ranked awakeners making a lot of money and is all hyped up to awaken as a high tanker too. The thrilled boy claims he will buy his mother and father all the delicious food and everything they want in the future, while his mother tells him that he's the best. However, for Taehyun's mom, it's more important for him to live a happy and healthy life, but the kid finds it really boring. Our dude, who's witnessing this moment, remembers his parents always being like that. Rather than him getting a high rank or supporting their poor family someday, they always wished for their son's happiness. Then suddenly, the scene of the car crash appears in front of his eyes, where he finds his parents dead and the little Taehyun in his uncle and aunt's hands as they mourn over the deaths of their loved ones. Then, our guy witnesses himself getting bullied as a teenager and realizes that these are all his memories. Our boy was a non-awakener, and because he had no strength, he couldn't stand up against the injustice that came his way every day. But what was even harder to bear was the fact that he was of no help to others. Instead, he felt like he dragged those who helped him into his misfortune. The teenage Taehyun decided to leave his uncle and aunt's house, as they tried to stop him in every way possible, reassuring him that money was not the problem so he didn't have to worry about them. But our boy was filled with guilt, already very grateful for their help until now. Kim Taehyun's parents wished for his happiness, but in order for him to be happy, he believed he needed strength. Our guy detects the confirmed skill usage of Queen's hypnosis and attempts to resist it with mysterious power, but fails, while all his stats are reduced. This makes him unable to use the chains of bondage, the Night King's spirit, Monarch's heart, paralysis, stealth, and even stone skin. However, our fella uses predation and makes it out alive, leaving Rosaria surprised and amused since she was not expecting it. But a few things don't sit right with her from Taehyun's memories. First is, for some reason, she finds memories where our dude looks older than he currently is, and second, there are memories with outcomes that are opposite despite being from the same time frame. With that, the succubus queen decides to look more into our fella's memories to find what secrets he holds. But before she could do that, she witnesses the king appearing in front of her, making her legs give up as she kneels on the ground. Taehyun appears behind her, holding the dagger close to her neck, while he states that she has a nasty hobby of looking into someone's memories. Our dude repeats his words again, telling her to accept the summoning. Rosaria is still in disbelief about our guy escaping her illusion, but she believes he's still foolish as ever to assume he can kill her with this toy, referring to the dagger. Our cocky hero is ready to try it out in order to find that out, but the succubus queen announces that she's ready to accept the pact. With that being said, she hugs our boy ever so tightly, making him groan, and the conditions of the pact are fulfilled, and a summoning pact is now established. The skill Demonic Contract has changed to the Queen's Man, and the skill's rank has been readjusted. A new skill, Complete Hypnosis, has been registered, and its rank has been readjusted, increasing his charm stats. Our boy falls unconscious, while Rosaria wishes him a good night's sleep, addressing him as the King's Chosen One. Taehyun wakes up from his slumber as Paul Becker calls him out, unaware of his surroundings. The A-rank player lets our guy know that this is the player zone, and he found him unconscious here while on patrol, concerned if something happened to him. Our boy tries to remember if Rosaria sent him to sleep, but upon witnessing his status window, he finds out that he's acquired the Queen's Man, through which he can summon the succubus queen, and also Complete Hypnosis, which hypnotizes the target, making him realize that it wasn't a dream after all. Our dude, if he summons Rosaria now, can even face opponents at the level of a nation's entire force in the Asian exhibition games, while the use for the hypnosis skill she gave him is limitless. This makes our fellow wonder what made her change her mind suddenly, and what she said at the last moment about being the King's Chosen One, leaving him in disbelief as he doubts if she knows about the king. Paul's voice pulls Taehyun out of his thoughts as the A-rank player asks him what he's going to do now, suggesting he hire a player to act as his guide. Our boy appreciates his concern, but his business here is done for now. Therefore, he decides to head home. Yoo Ah-young walks out of the hospital while her guild members congratulate her on her discharge, and the vice guild master of Nightwalkers, Young Hansu, asks her if she's feeling better. And the guild master is not only feeling better but has already beaten a few people. Hansu informs her about news that might interest her and reveals that Taehyun has returned from the abyssal depths. At first, Ah-young thinks our boy is back way too soon, but then she realizes it's not that early, and supposes that even Kim Taehyun would have trouble exploring the abyssal depths alone. The Vice Guild Master believes it's called the Grave of S-Rankers for a reason, but his concern is something else, and it's about the person who went to meet our dude. As the green-eyed woman wonders who that is, it is revealed to her that the person who went to meet our fella is the leader of Undivided, one of the 4 great guilds, player Kwon Kang-hyuk. Meanwhile, Kang-hyuk challenges our guy for a duel, not even giving him a chance to respond. The S-rank dude marches towards him. Kwon Kang-hyuk, leader of Undivided and known as the best tank in New South Korea. There are many stories about him, including fighting monsters for dozens of hours and single-handedly defeating hundreds of monsters. But the most famous one of those is his forceful recruitment by dueling the contestants. Kwon is ready to attack when his secretary aggressively stops him, asking him where the hell he thinks he's going. Kim Hyun, a B-rank player and a secretary, wonders how much of an earful her boss wants to hear from the human rights community, trying to make him realize that he can be banned from the abyss for that, while she will have to make excuses for him again. With that, she introduces herself to Taehyun and believes that he might know their guildmaster's reputation for non-humanitarian forceful recruitment, but she states that they are here to officially scout him. Meanwhile, the guildmaster of Undivided is offended by his secretary's remarks. Hyun reveals that if our guy expresses an intention to join them, there's no need for a duel, which makes our dude wonder if they will force him if he doesn't want to join. While Kim is afraid that's true, she thinks it's not a bad offer for our fella to decline, and from what she knows about Taehyun participating in the Asian exhibition games, she claims that their guild is the most specialized in abyss exploration among the 4 great guilds. According to her, they have extensive dungeon raid schedules, and even provide full support for abyss exploration. The B-rank secretary believes if our guy joins their guild, he will definitely gain enough merit points to compensate for any points he lacks. But the impatient leader of the guild thinks if Taehyun were to be swayed by words, he would have joined a long time ago, and with that, he steps forward. However, our fella announces that he's changed his mind, leaving both the secretary and the leader with mixed feelings, as Kwon wonders if he's ready to join. But Taehyun asks the guild leader about what nonsense he's spouting, challenging him that they're going to do it his way, with the winner getting what they want. With that, they both make a deal, and we see the arena of the Undivided headquarters, where the reporters bombard our dude with questions while he's annoyed to the core, wanting to crush everyone here with spirit skill. The reporters await Taehyun's response when he spots Kim Gi-ja, the interviewer, who struggles to get through the crowd in order to interview our boy. Our guy grabs her by the hand, pulling her through the crowd, revealing that he clearly remembers her from the player tryouts, while gossips start to arise among the reporters. Gi-ja feels honored to even think that our dude would remember someone like her, who just passed by him, as she believes big shots like him are different after all. But to her surprise, Taehyun announces that any questions the reporters have will be answered later by her, since he has plans with player Kang-yuk, and does not have time for a Q&A session, leaving her absolutely shocked as she did not imagine this. Our selfish dude leaves Gi-ja in the crowd where the reporters swarm her with questions, while he enters the arena only to find Kwon Kang-yuk already there, worried our fella might chicken out. But Taehyun thinks he's the one who should be saying that and decides to settle this now. Choi Hae-seol, a B-rank player and a commentator of Undivided, brings to the attention of the audience the long-awaited big match of the day that is about to start, with the only condition for victory being to make your opponent kneel. The host announces to let the humane talent recruitment duel begin at once, and with that, the battle begins without further ado. Taehyun uses the full power of the Night King's spirit, as it can take down even a decent S-class monster in one blow. Our guy believes that even someone like Kwon Kang-hyuk won't be able to move so easily, while the leader of Undivided finds this skill impressive. However, it turns out that it doesn't work on him. In an instant, Kyung-hyuk is behind our dude and punches him ever so intensely, and even though Taehyun manages to handle it, the S-rank dude doesn't plan on giving him a breather. He leaps towards him, letting him know that he has pretty decent little tricks. However, he states that if our boy thinks these are enough to stop him, then he would be disappointed. The fight goes on as our guy curses while dodging the attack at the last minute, and Kang-hyuk praises him for being good at running away. However, he wonders how our fella is going to win like that. Our cocky boy asks the guildmaster to tell him that, as he lets him know that unless he has another hidden beast, it's not going to be easy to make him kneel. The Undivided guild leader thinks that for someone who's concerned, our dude sure knows how to talk, and decides to end it if that's what Taehyun wants. With that, Kwon lets out his final attack form, making the audience all hyped up as they're certain about the winner being their guild leader, while Yua Young along with Jung Hansu is also enjoying the show. Ah-hyung is glad she came to watch, but Hansu looks concerned, knowing that if Taehyun loses, he will have to join Undivided, and believes that they should have never let the duel happen in the first place. Since they are aware of Kwon Kang-hyuk's skill, Blessings of the Beast, that mimics the strength of various beasts and exhibits an incredible amount of power in close combat, the Vice Guild Master thinks that even for our boy, winning a one-on-one fight against Kwon isn't possible. But the green-eyed woman looks satisfied as she tells him not to worry much, because what she's seen of Taehyun, he always has a hidden ace up his sleeves. And suddenly everyone witnesses what they believed was impossible, while Haesol declares their guildmaster's defeat, who knelt down on his own. Everyone is left speechless, and our fella smiles confidently, asking Kang-hyuk if this means he won. Meanwhile, Secretary Hyeon is busy giving explanations to the human rights community. The guild members of Undivided are in utter disbelief that their leader, the man who never knelt even during hundreds of dungeon raids, knelt down on his own. The members start protesting against Kim Taehyun, believing that he cheated, and there should be a rematch. Our guy takes a deep breath and looks back at Kang-hyuk, who's still in the same position. And even though Kwon expected some backlash, he never imagined being pushed into a corner like that in close combat, totally stunned by New Korea's top ranker. While Taehyun is glad that the complete hypnosis skill he got from Rosaria worked at the last moment, Kang-hyuk is in denial about losing as he can't even remember the last moment, wondering if our dude used a mind control skill. The leader of Undivided calls the attention of everyone, shutting everyone up as he admits that losing was his fault. Even though he doesn't know what skill that brat, aka our boy, used, he makes it clear that the results stand the same, letting his members know that if they're truly a member of Undivided, they will quietly accept the results of the duel, and if anyone is dissatisfied, Kang-hyuk orders them to step forward so that he can crush their head himself. Hansu still can't believe that the undivided leader just lost, while Ayung can tell Kwon is pissed as hell. But to think our dude would make him kneel in that split second, the green-eyed woman couldn't be more amused by Taehyun, while the vice guild master is concerned for his boss, letting her know that she's making a really weird face. After the confrontation, Kwon Kang-hyuk walks up to our guy and they shake hands, calling it a good match. But Kwon doesn't really look satisfied and asks Taehyun if he planned to win in this manner from the beginning. Our guy unapologetically agrees to this, and Kwon calls him an annoying bastard. The guy then shakes Kim's hand and says, "A promise is a promise." Since our boy won, Kwon asks him if he wants money or a unique item. Well, our guy believes it wouldn't be bad, but he mentions what he wants isn't an object. Our guy reveals that what he wants is a labyrinth minotaur, leaving Kwon disoriented. Taehyun requests him to participate in the raid of the labyrinth minotaur. The scene shifts to the chairman who mentions to Tae-wook about the labyrinth raid, the dungeon at the entrance of the Abyss dungeon. True to its name, it's filled with countless traps and complex spaces. Hence, the chairman asks Tae-wook to bring along someone with detection skills. Also, despite being at the entrance of the Abyss, many guilds and S-rank players took the challenge and failed disastrously there. Chairman Jin-wee mentions that the Undivided Guild currently has the raid rights and was about to attempt it in secret. Tae-wook freaks out and questions how the hell Kim Tae-hyun knew about this place, as he's not quite sure if it's right. The chairman also expresses his concern because they never know what might happen in the dungeon. But Jin-wee decides to take the leap and trust those who challenge it. He even says that if he were younger, he would have joined too. Deep down, Chairman Jin is not worried about the difficulty of the dungeon, but rather the people. He hopes his worries don't come true. Abruptly, Jin-wee is interrupted by his associate, who frantically reports that the Japanese Players Association contacted them and that the Saintess has sent an invitation to player Kim Tae-hyun. The scene shifts to the association's underground large gate control room, where the Undivided Guild gathers 100 people to enter the raid. Kwon Kang-hyuk excitedly leads the way into the dungeon to see some ugly-ass monsters. Inside the Labyrinth Minotaur, the guild members fight off the monsters. Our guy slashes through the monsters, and Guildmaster Kwon approaches him, complimenting his impressive skills. He asks Kim if he liked the weapon he gave him. Our guy replies that it's not bad, and that he had to send his usual weapon for repair anyway. Kwon admits the weapon is decent and reveals he decided to give it to Taehyun if he had joined the guild. The guildmaster states that our guy entering the raid benefited them too, and Taehyun asks if he's sure about the Labyrinth raid. Our guy points out that everyone up until now has failed at raiding the Labyrinth Minotaur for the past 30 years. Without special measures, the raid won't be easy, but Secretary Kim assures our guy not to worry, because everyone participating in this raid is at least a veteran player of B rank or higher. They've already been subduing monsters smoothly without any setbacks. Plus, their Vice Guild leader is using his detection skills and is detecting and removing all of the Labyrinth's traps. Kwon affirms that they can rely on the Vice leader, and they even found a clue to the Labyrinth raid a few months ago. To elaborate, Kwon explains that they discovered the corpse of a monster seemingly from the Labyrinth in the abyssal depths. A giant minotaur's corpse with the same tattoos on its body as the patterns found all over the Labyrinth. When they touched the corpse, all parts of it except one horn turned to dust. So that means if that monster was from the Labyrinth, they can use tracking skills to follow its traces and find the path that leads inside the Labyrinth. Just like that, the Vice leader leads the way, and promptly, they arrive at the end of the Labyrinth. There, they are creeped out by a giant minotaur statue, and Kwon freaks out when he doesn't find a boss monster. The Vice leader assumes that they need to put the horn on the statue. Secretary Kim rushes with the giant horn while our guy ponders that everything matches his intel from before the regression. The raid team reaches the end of the Labyrinth using the Grand Minotaur's horn, but Taehyun is concerned that what happens afterward is beyond horrible. With that, Kang-hyuk puts the horn on the statue, and the guild members spring with joy, believing they've conquered the labyrinth that hasn't been cleared for 30 years. Kwon is curious to see the monster boss. However, after a bright beam of light, the guildmaster finds himself standing on a skeleton. The guild members are thrown into panic as they realize they are in a different space. Well, it turns out that all the guild members are allocated to different spaces, and as Taehyun expected, it activated the spatial transfer trap. Taehyun is trapped with 4 other guild members, who are left disoriented. On the contrary, Shadow learns that Kim Taehyun joined the Labyrinth raid team, and his man apologizes to him, justifying that it all happened so quickly. He even insists that they can stop the operation immediately, but instead, Shadow finds it perfect. Given that 5 S-ranked villains have infiltrated the team, including A-rank villains, Shadow believes no matter how strong they are, they're bound to have limits. He's curious about how they'll handle the villains while they're laboring away in the labyrinth. Shadow exudes a murderous intent and gets excited for the things that are about to happen. In the labyrinth, Taehyun gets stuck with some guild members and they introduce themselves to him. Miranda, who's a B-rank player, introduces herself. However, she gets a frantic dropkick right across her face. Indeed, a punch in the face puts a bitch in her place. Our guy tells her not to fucking lie, calling her a villain. She's actually a triple magician S-rank villain, Milena. From Park Sung-hoo's point of view, he ponders about how he's always been curious what kind of person Kim Tae-hyun is. A hero like the Guildmaster, always acting reliable on the front lines, or maybe a saint as the rumors say that he went on to sacrifice himself to save the citizens at East Point. Either way, Park finds Kim an undoubtedly amazing person, worthy of respect. However, the perspective shifts when Park witnesses our guy beating the crap out of his guild members. The boy calls out Tae-hyun for his impulsive actions, calling him a fucking lunatic. Our guy assures Park that Milena was a villain so he doesn't need to worry about her. But Park Sung-hoo loses his cool and starts shooting at Kim. Our guy tries to make him understand that it's true while smoothly dodging the bullets. Sung-hoo is left in disbelief as he never thought Tae-hyun would be spouting nonsense like a madman in crisis. Park feels utterly sad about losing a precious comrade like Miranda, who had been hunting and exploring monsters in the abyss with them for so long. Well, the truth is he liked her, so he can't accept the fact that she's a villain. Park tries to wake Milena up as she looks unconscious and screams that they need to get away from this lunatic. Suddenly, a punch lands across Park's face and it appears to be Milena, who calls him a filthy pig for daring to touch her. Our boy then makes Park realize that she's a villain when suddenly he's ambushed by 2 guild members, and they attack him. But using his stone skin, our fella saves himself, and is surprised to see 2 more villains on the team. That's when Milena shows herself and finds it strange how among his comrades who she's been with for years, not a single one noticed that she's a villain. Like a badass, she walks forward and asks our guy how the hell he knew. But our guy assures us that the issue wasn't with her acting, it's just that he came from the future. Of course, Milena won't believe this and thinks our guy is playing with her. Nonetheless, she states how Tae-hyun and Yoo Ah-young are in that kind of relationship. So Milena wonders if the Nightwalkers caught a whiff of something, or if it was an insider. But she doesn't care about it, and the S-rank villain stretches out her big claws like that of a demon, leaping to attack Kim. Not knowing who they are fighting against, the 3 villains strike toward Tae-hyun, but our boy activates the chain's binding ability, wrapping chains around their necks. He slashes the dagger through them, and just as Milena jumps, charging her nails at him and scratching him. She's left thunderstruck by Kim's moves and contemplates how she assumed that our fella wasn't ordinary. Milena's skill, Witch's Nails, spreads poison gradually from the moment it makes contact, causing vomiting, hallucinations, and paralysis. Even an S-rank player isn't an exception to it. She can't accept the fact that she scratched Kim's face with her witch nails, yet he's unaffected. That's when her thoughts distract her, and our guy catches her off guard. Tae-hyun uses Rosaria's powers, brainwashing, and detects the villain Milena's skills. He points out that her poison doesn't do shit to him. Suddenly, Milena witnesses something horrific in front of her when shortly a blast occurs. After the blast, Park Sung-hoo arrives there and witnesses Milena tied by branches. Our guy stands near her while the S-rank villain screams, threatening him to release her now or else she'll tear him to pieces. Tae-hyun grabs her hair and makes it clear that he doesn't have time to play with her anymore. He uses Rosaria's skill and asks Milena to play a game of truth, using complete hypnosis. Kim asks her how many people have infiltrated the dungeon and their purpose for infiltrating. The hypnosis takes effect in less than a second, and Milena spills the beans, revealing there are 20 infiltrators, including 5 S-rank members, and their purpose is to sabotage the Labyrinth raid. The main purpose is to kill the Guildmaster of the Undivided, Kwon Kang-hyuk. And inside the Labyrinth, the member leading the group stabs Guildmaster Kwon Kang-hyuk. Meanwhile, Park Sung-hoo listens to this conversation, and our guy is lost in thought. Tae-hyun remembers that in the future, there were 3 villains who infiltrated the dungeon, making him conjecture that the future is changing little by little. Our guy wonders if it's because he returned to the past. Only Park is left after Kim eliminates all the villains, and they decide to head to Guildmaster Kwon now that they know the objective. While walking, Park can't believe that Miranda was a villain after all, and wonders if player Kim knew it from the start. Our guy tells Sung-hoo that the way out of here is simpler than they think. Although the place seems completely different from earlier, it's still part of the labyrinth. Just then, they come across a gate, and Kim speculates that there must be a passage that connects to another space somewhere. He knows very well that they won't be able to get there in one go since the passage is connected to various places. But if they keep passing through the doors, they'll eventually get to Kwon Kang-hyuk. Park Sung-hoo, low-key freaking out, asks Kim why he didn't tell the others about it. The boy apologizes to Tae-hyun for doubting him, but he says if our guy would have told the Guildmaster about this beforehand, this wouldn't have happened. That's when our boy reveals that he already told the Guildmaster about this, leaving Park speechless. Our guy further tells him that Kwon already knew about the villains. On the contrary, Guildmaster Kang-hyuk gets stabbed by the Vice Guildmaster, and he seems to be surrounded by enemies. Kang-hyuk smiles and says this joke is going too far, but it's apparent by the Vice Master's intent that it's not a joke. Witnessing the guildmaster in this state, the secretary rushes towards him, but she's also ambushed by another villain. The guildmaster dashes to protect her and takes another hit on his back. Kwon endures the pain although it hurts like hell, while Secretary Kim gets worried since he just got slashed. Kwon warns his secretary to stay back, and he activates his powers to fight the enemy, unleashing his monstrous side. But Secretary Kim asks Kwon not to protect her because she's going to fight too. The guildmaster stops her and commands her to stay still, but the secretary lets out that they both are going to die. That's when the vice guildmaster emerges from the fire and agrees with the secretary. He calls out Kwon and makes him know that he doesn't have the luxury to look out for others in this situation. The vice guildmaster reveals that they've been hiding their powers this whole time, adding that all the villains here are A rankers or S rankers. We also get to know that these villains are the elite members of the Malignant Guild, revealing that they're here to kill Kwon and the others. Kwon is surprised that they've made a lot of preparations, admitting that he's not good when it comes to people. But the Vice Guildmaster tells him not to blame himself too much, and discloses that the Malignant Guild has been working on this plan for years. He calls Kwon a fool because there's no way he had figured it out. The Guildmaster smirks and utters that Kim Taehyun was right. Kwon divulges that Taehyun had already told him that the villains from the Malignant Guild intended to assassinate him. Damn. The big guy thought it was all nonsense, but it turns out to be true. Upon hearing this, the Vice Guildmaster gasps in disbelief, and it deeply unsettles him that Taehyun knew about their plan. The questions flood his mind, and the villain asks Kwon why he didn't do anything if he knew about this notorious plan. The Guildmaster states that a real man does not doubt his comrades. This foolish statement even shocks the villain players, and they regret working under this kind of stupid ass, referring to Kwon. While the villain calls him a moron, Secretary Kim fumes with anger and lashes out at the Guildmaster, saying he didn't even freaking verify the information, concluding that all this chaos is just because of his stupidity. In the meantime, the Vice Guildmaster seizes the chance and attacks Kang Yuk with his chain bind with the blazing skeleton. The Guildmaster swiftly grabs the secretary and evades while the villain guy thanks Kwon for his stupidity, saying their plan is a success, telling him to be rest assured and die. The betrayal doesn't sit well with the Guildmaster, and at that moment, Kang Hyuk uses his ultimate blessing of the beast as an ancient dragon, striking the Vice Guildmaster with his claws. He manages to hit the Vice Guildmaster as blood splatters from his mouth. On the contrary, Park Sung-hoo is left staggered when he learns the Guildmaster knew about this conspiracy, and still didn't act. Kim affirms that he can ask Kwon himself if he doesn't believe him. The scene then takes us to Taehyun's flashback, where he tells Kwon Kang-hyuk about the villain's infiltration. Our boy lashes out at Kwon for just taking it lying down even though he knows about it. The Guildmaster clarifies to Kim that he hasn't seen his full power and he does believe whatever our fella told him. Kwon never intended to just take it lying down. The guy knew what he was capable of. In the present scene, Kim and Park finally find the way to the labyrinth and, upon entering, they witness the traitor guys beaten to a pulp. Kwon's face lightens up when he sees our guy, who's just getting here now. The Guildmaster asks Taehyun if he sees any of the others. Our guy callously opens up that he did see a few while passing through the spaces. But given the situation, our guy decided to just pass by, leaving the poor guy drowning in the water. Kwon does admit that Kim is one cold-hearted boy. Nonetheless, our boy asks the Guildmaster about his plan, and Kwon finds it frustrating, but he decides that they'll have to retreat for now. He further asserts that there might be some more villains left, and even though they've reached the end of the labyrinth, the boss of the labyrinth hasn't shown up. As frustrating as it is, Kang Hyuk concludes that the only option left is to aim for an escape before they suffer more damage. He apologizes to our guy for being stubborn and Taehyun gives him a savage answer, telling him to be careful next time and leave like a boss. This hurts Kwon's pride as he freaks out, saying that he went out of his way to apologize and in return, he gets humiliated. Our guy retreats, pondering that he wasted his time and did not gain any merit points, but that was the right choice for now. Not to mention that Kim shared all the information about the villains to help with the labyrinth raid, but Kang Hyuk has sustained some serious injuries since he faced more villains than before his regression. While Secretary Kim gathers the guild members as they're getting out of the labyrinth, our guy is stuck in the thought that he only has pieces of information about the labyrinth raid, and if the future changes anymore, nobody knows what variables might come up. Suddenly, our boy yanks out of his thoughts when the secretary asks Park Sung-hoo if there were any monsters or traps in the other spaces. Park answers that they did pass through many spaces but didn't come across any monsters. That's when a thought crosses Kim's mind, and he realizes that he hasn't come across any traps or monsters. In typical spatial transfer traps, the space one is transferred to is filled with traps and monsters, but the places they passed through were just different spaces, not particularly threatening to players. The thought disrupts him, and Taehyun wonders if there were no monsters and traps. How did Kwon come across the master of the labyrinth before his regression? And speak of the devil, just as they're walking forth, the boss of the Minotaur labyrinth emerges, an S+ rank Grand Minotaur Queen. The guild members are left slack-jawed when they witness the Minotaur that appears now of all times. The Grand Minotaur causes a rumble and drifts everyone away, destroying the exit gate in the process. Our guy activates Stone Skin, and Quan unleashes his dragon abilities, leaping towards the Grand Minotaur. They confront the Minotaur, getting closer to it. However, the monster strikes with a giant axe that could shred one to pieces. Strangely, the Minotaur holds a big lamp-like weapon, and suddenly a terrifying power bursts out of that stick. And at that moment, something awakens. That's when gigantic monsters come roaring, smashing Quan and Kim away. That monster turns out to be a monster revived by the Grand Minotaur Queen, Tao King. The Guildmaster freaks out because, at the moment, they are going against two powerful S-rank monsters. More giant monsters begin to emerge out of the blue near Park and Secretary Kim, and pressure mounts with every second. They are all left baffled by the strange occurrence of monsters. The Grand Minotaur Queen speaks up, announcing that those who wander their labyrinth, those who disturb their slumber, the Queen warns them to come forward as it shall resolve their hostility and malice. The situation gets complicated as the Grand Minotaur is determined to rip them apart while Taehyun and the others are stuck in a tough position, surrounded by monsters from all sides. The monsters stretch out their arms to hurt Secretary Kim and Park, who shoots bullets at the monster. Quan comes gliding and smacks that monster with his awe-striking dragon power. While it only pierces right through one of the monster's eyes, Kang-hyuk uses his ultimate dragon fire breath and burns those cow bastards to a crisp, 3 at a time. But the sight leaves them slack-jawed when the dust settles, and the cow monsters are unaffected by the dragon's fire. The battle gets arduous with every second as Taehyun and Quan relentlessly fight the countless monsters without catching a breath. Quan presumes that it's too much since their attacks are futile, and to top it off, these cow bastards have regeneration abilities. The fight seems impossible with so many hurdles in the way, and Kang-hyuk wonders if he has to take down the Grand Minotaur to finish them all. But the question lingers. How is he going to defeat that terrifyingly strong monster? The Guildmaster infers that he might be able to land the blow, but the Minotaur is not an opponent he can fight while protecting Secretary Kim and Sung-hoo at the same time. But the thing is, Quan and Taehyun have already reached their limits, so they can't just keep holding out forever. The Guildmaster is left to make a formidable choice as he seems infuriated by the circumstances. The scene takes us to Quan's flashback, where the chairman tells him to make a choice. The chairman clarifies that no matter how Quan is, if he forces someone to join through a duel, the association will have to take action. He suggests to Kang-hyuk that doubting sometimes is needed when accepting someone as a comrade. The chairman then opens up about his experience when he was a player and learned how small mistakes can cost one everything. Sometimes they have to give up something precious in order to protect something more important. The chairman wisely makes Quan understand that strength isn't everything, and recognizing his limits and choosing what's more important to achieve their goal is what makes an excellent player. Quan takes these words of wisdom as a joke and thinks that the old man is saying all this because he's weak. Coming back to the present, the Guildmaster realizes that the chairman was right, and now he has to make a choice that's difficult yet important to make. He blames himself for not taking the old man's words to heart and infers that if he kills the enemies, his comrades will die. And even if he doesn't kill the enemies, his comrades are still gonna die. Quan simmers with anger because there's no fucking way he's watching his comrades die. That's when the Guildmaster bursts forth, full of energy, and reveals his plan to Taehyun. Quan accentuates that he's damn greedy, so he'll find a freaking way to protect his comrades and crush those monsters to pieces. Screw making damn choices. Taehyun couldn't understand what the big guy is trying to say, but at the moment, our guy unveils that there's still a way to defeat the Minotaur Queen. Those two jump across those giant monsters, risking their lives, and Quan asks our boy if he's sure they can kill the Queen monster. The Minotaur, on the other hand, assumes that the humans have made their decisions. Whatever decision they make or reach, the Minotaur concludes that the result will be the same in the end. Quan prepares his dragon breath and spits out a big fire, burning those cow monsters. As the Minotaur Queen lets out that it's useless, Taehyun emerges from the smoke and uses Rosaria's power to charge at the Minotaur. The Guildmaster roots for him, and while our guy leaps with the skeleton knight that grabs the Queen's neck, he uses his ultimate skill. It occurs that our boy figured out something, saying that he does have a way. He conjectures that just like how the spaces here are connected through doors, the gap where the Minotaur King is likely connected to another space. That's how the Tao Kings are just being revived and regenerated by the Queen after she gets to that space. And if the Queen is no longer in the space, then they will vanish. After that, Taehyun and Quan pierce through the Tao Kings. The Guildmaster says to Kim that if he's wrong, everyone will die, and our boy responds that the current situation is no different. So they take the leap, and moments later, all the Tao Kings disappear when Taehyun thrashes the Minotaur with the assistance of the Monarch's skill. The Monarch holds down the Minotaur Queen, and Quan comes forward, striking his powers at the Queen as well. But then a blinding flash occurs and the Minotaur yanks out of another space, landing a powerful blow. Our guy gets smashed into the pile of bones and Kang Hyuk loses one of his arms. While Taehyun is left staggered to see his arm, Kwon screams and warns our fella to focus as the Minotaur Queen is coming. That's when the monster emerges, and as both of them attempt to attack, the Minotaur strikes a destructive blow that sends both of them drifting away, smashing onto the bones. The Minotaur mutters that it never thought they'd do something like this, using the space they created. Kwon and Taehyun get severely hurt as they bleed after the attack, but the worst is yet to come. The Grand Minotaur alerts them that now that she's not using her powers on the Tao Kings, it gives her just as much freedom with her own power. That's when the realization hits Taehyun that they're screwed up big time. The Minotaur lifts its big feet and in a second, it kicks our boy like a football as he goes flying. Our guy realizes that the gap between their powers is just too large, and if he doesn't use predation, he's certainly going to die. But the problem is, our boy is skeptical if he can bring this Grand Minotaur down in one blow using predation. Our guy is on a time crunch and his situation is critical. He infers that if he fails to defeat that Minotaur, predation will go berserk, and nobody knows what's going to happen after that. But this is the only chance Taehyun has to make it out alive. The scene then takes us to Kim's flashback, where he asks Yoo Ah-hyung about how to use skills. She tells him that the way to do it is with applications, adding that the skill descriptions in the stat window are pretty lacking. The way one handles a skill in reality can change its form in many ways, unlike what's written in the stat window. Adjusting its power can also change the amount of mana used. Yoo Ah-hyung reveals that she can use Amazon's spirit and demonstrates how she can apply chi to strengthen her body and even create powerful magic bullets. In actual combat, sometimes one can mix skills, and she guesses that Taehyun applies stealth to his ring. So Yoo suggested to our boy that if there's a skill he's not good at controlling, he should try to slightly coat his weapon, or another skill with it. She believes that our guy could do a good job at it. The scene flips back to the present, in the labyrinth, where Taehyun spirals out of control as he attacks the Grand Minotaur. His eyes turn red and he activates predation. With Kim's power getting frantic, he manages to break the Minotaur's stick that it was using to unleash its power. He blends chain bindings with predation. In the next moment, a chain enveloped in red aura pierces right through the Minotaur's chest. Just like that, our boy gets a hold of himself and his powers as he effortlessly attacks the Minotaur, even making it cough up blood. A smirk spreads across our boy's face and he realizes that Yoo Ah-hyung was right. He vaguely felt it before, that predation changes its form according to his will, which means he can apply it just like other skills. With that, our guy monstrously lands a deadly blow, and the Grand Minotaur falls to the ground. Our guy still has no idea about his mysterious predation power. However, no matter what its true nature is, he intends to make full use of it. Taehyun slashes the Grand Minotaur using his insane skill, predation. Just like that, the Grand Minotaur gets defeated, and after it starts to wither away, the space starts to break. The guild members get scared as the space shatters, and shortly, they all see Taehyun and Kwon Kang-hyuk walking forth alive. Our guy states that it's all over. It is revealed to us that after the Grand Minotaur was defeated, the raid team discovered countless hidden gold and silver treasures in the labyrinth. Among them, the most valuable was an elixir which significantly boosts stats just by drinking it. A unique grade elixir, Fountain of Vitality. But there wasn't enough elixir for everyone, so it was given only to Taehyun and Kwon Kang-hyuk, who made the most contributions to the raid. And this was the right thing to do, although in Kwon's case, he'd lose more stats from the loss of his right arm than he'd gain from the elixir. The poor guy freaks out, stating that something is better than nothing. Furthermore, the villains that infiltrated the Undivided Guild were identified and arrested, and the players who participated in the raid focused on their recuperation and resting. And that's how the chaotic raid of the Labyrinth Minotaur came to an end. Everyone made it out alive, smiling once again. Also, another big event happens where Guildmaster Kwon Kang-hyuk announces that he's taking a break as a player. The media assumes that Kwon is retiring, but the big guy lashes out on stage, making it clear that it's just a hiatus, calling them freaking idiots. The reporters ask him if it's because of his right arm, and they get concerned about the upcoming Asian exhibition games since Kwon is the best player. The Guildmaster assures them that they don't need to worry about the Asian exhibition games, disclosing that someone better who can replace him has shown up. He then welcomes Kim Taehyun on stage. Our guy shows up on the stage and the reporters go frantic as they see the rookie player, wondering if he can compete in the games. The others believe that Kim is perfectly qualified for the games, and there's a rumor that with the Fountain of Vitality he got, our guy has reached the rank of a national force. Upon hearing this, even the journalists freak out, calling it ridiculous. The title National Force is for monsters who are in a different dimension even among S-rankers. This team has been made because they can't be classified with other S-rankers. While the crowd is thrown into chaos, our guy takes the mic and announces that he will be one of the representatives of the games. He clarifies that he's still just a rookie player compared to all other players after all. The conference is on a live broadcast as all of Korea seems to be watching it, and assumes that Kim Tae-hyun is all talk, not confident about being at the games. But then our guy leaves everyone slack-jawed when he lets out that this Asian exhibition games is the place where he will prove everything, including the rumors about the oh-so-great national force rank as well. These shocking headlines take the world by storm. On the contrary, Milena, the S-rank villain who infiltrated the guild, is begging Shadow to spare her life. She shatters into sobs and tries to convince him that she followed his orders diligently, but Kim Tae-hyun was terrifyingly strong, stronger than anyone could ever think. Shadow tells her to stand up and agrees with her that if the opponent is strong, there is nothing she could have done. After all, it's not her fault that she failed after trying her best. It might seem that Shadow is sympathizing with her, and as he touches her face, he mercilessly kills her, explicating that they don't need weak subordinates. Shadow rips her to pieces and states that power is the law. He finds it infuriating how trash like Milena was begging for her life. Shadow leaves and orders his men to burn this place along with the corpse as Milena's mutilated body lies there. Shadow ponders upon this and finds it strange how they invested far more manpower to avoid another incident like East Point. And even if Kwan's assassination failed, the possibility of clearing the labyrinth was still zero. Shadow gets the gist that Kim Tae-hyun is the reason behind this all and leaves with his men after burning that place to ashes. He presumes that the Asian Games are going to be interesting. On the other hand, our guy walks into the room of the representatives of the Asian Game exhibition as they eagerly wait to see him. After Tae-hyun enters the room, Jang Jin-soo, contribution rank 7, passes his remarks that Kim is too young, and Seo Hangul, contribution rank 8, thinks it's a violation of human rights. Kwang Xiang, contribution rank 4, and the guild master of the magicians, lets out that age doesn't matter when it comes to skill. Then we come across someone familiar, Park Sung-jin, who is rank 3, who expected our guy to come here but not so soon. The chairman welcomes our boy despite the chaotic events, and they head straight into the strategy meeting for the upcoming Asian Exhibition Games. The deputy manager of the New Korea Player Association walks the participants of the Asian Exhibition Games through the introduction, revealing that the Asian Exhibition Games originated when the defenders of each Asian country banded together back when the abyss was discovered and people awakened to skills, a time of great chaos when great numbers appeared. Now, it is a period of 7 days in which the representative of each Asian country freely fights monsters and converts those monsters into points to compete for the top. Since people fear monsters and demonic humans, they consider it an official time of festivity. However, in reality, it's basically a small war, a time to identify the power of each country's forces, and also a time to generate goodwill from broadcasting the monster hunt. The winning country specifically receives a massive prize pool, a unique item, and the right to complete uncleared dungeons. It's inevitable for the competition to be damn fierce. Tae-hyun, who's been listening to this, is glad that he decided to participate in the Asian Games and thinks about the succubus queen he met in the depths of the abyss, who's aware of the existence of King. But her strength is unknown, and our boy can't expect her to spill the information that simply. Therefore, our guy decides to become stronger in order to ever continue the conversation with Rosaria, and that's exactly why the Asian Exhibition Games, where he has the opportunity to try fighting the strongest of other countries and even win a prize, is so important. However, Taewook is concerned about the issue with their new South Korea's team, informing them that their top ranker is still missing while the other key players, such as Kwon Kang-hyuk, who recently became the second rank, and Yoo Ah-young, became unable to participate due to personal matters. The deputy believes that this has depicted South Korea's strength as weaker than before, which calls for a need to discuss. When player Park Sung-jin interrupts, claiming that they've solved that issue, he informs everyone about the rumor that Kim Tae-hyun has become a national-level asset. This leaves everyone present in the room shocked to the core as they try not to believe it. But our guy lets them know that it's just a rumor, as he believes that they shouldn't consider something that's not proven while discussing their plans. Sung-jin and Jin-soo seem to be disappointed after hearing that, while Hangul believes it was almost great. They're discussing what should be done, and if they should get someone else when the chairman gets up, as he believes it's not a bad idea. They lack a national-level player unlike China and Japan, but the Asian Exhibition Games aren't a fight to the death. Instead, it's a battle for points by hunting monsters. Hence, the chairman believes if they play it calmly, they have a chance. With that, the chairman assigns Park Sung-jin, Kwon Si-young, and Seo Hangul, who each have a lot of experience in the abyss, to handle the monsters. While Jang Jin-soo, who has a lot of anti-personnel experience, is assigned to help Kim Tae-hyun hunt the discovered demonic humans. The chairman expects everyone's best now that the Asian Exhibition Games are a week away. In the stadium of the Asian branch of the World Player Association, where the opening ceremony for the Asian Exhibition Games is taking place, the Philippines, Vietnam, Singapore, and the rest of each country's team have gathered to await entry. But among them, the strongest appear to be Japan and China, which have national-level force players competing. While China has specifically sent out 3 national-level players to compete, they are estimated to be the strongest contenders. We see China's national-level players, Bloodlade, Liu Feng, Superspeed Kai Ming-min, and Godforce Xie Xin. On the contrary, for Korea, many high-ranked players such as Kwon Kang-hyuk have decided not to compete. This news is being witnessed by Taehyun's uncle and aunt, who think winning won't be possible for their country and just hope for our boy's safety. But their son, on the other hand, is infuriated after hearing his parents being so hopeless, as he asks them why they're losing hope when they should be chanting Taehyun's name till their voices crack, reminding them of what our dude has done for them. The kid brags about the house being bought with our boy's money and the allowance given to him whenever Tae raids a dungeon, which basically means the more Taehyun succeeds, the more Jaeyoung has to gain. Therefore, the greedy kid wants to cheer for his Hyung. While his parents are left in denial, seeing their son being such a wretched mess, they wonder if they should get an exorcist. But the kid doesn't care what his parents think and cheers wholeheartedly. Japan's national-level player, Holy Maiden Yoshikawa Tsurara, approaches our dude as she confirms if he's the youngest S-rank player of New South Korea, Kim Tae-hyun, and believes she owes him one from the East Point. She states that she was going to deal with it herself, but things had already been resolved by the time she arrived at the scene. Our guy realizes that she's the one who solved the East Point incident originally. No wonder such a large incident was covered so quietly. Yoshikawa mentions the invitation she sent to Taehyun to thank him, wondering why he refused. Our fellow remembers the chairman informing him that the Holy Maiden picked him. Not sure of her intentions, the chairman reveals that she's one of the few hyper-regeneration ability users in the world, and could help them treat Kwon Kang-hyuk. As the chairman asks Taehyun about his thoughts on this, our boy announces to pass it, and this makes Go Taewook all worked up as he reminds him about Kang-hyuk getting injured in order to protect him. The chairman tells the deputy manager to calm down, as he believes our fellow must have a good reason for it. Taehyun states that he can't explain this right now, but it's a simple answer, and that is that he knows of the despicable wretch hidden behind the facade of the one called the Holy Maiden. Our dude says this as he passes by her, making her realize that he did not refuse her invitation for a simple reason. She believes he knows something about her. Ghostblade Nakata Shinji, Japan's national-level player, decides to kill our guy as he listens to Yoshikawa, but she stops him, knowing that the fool is only focused on his growth, as she finds the most fascinating thing about him to be the thing he knows about her. Holy Maiden states that our dude is continuously performing feats not possible by strength, and she especially has no clue where he might have got info on her. Rather, she can't wait for the day Kim Tae-hyun becomes hers. With that, the long-awaited Asian Exhibition Games begin as the audience impatiently starts the countdown with the host, Alex Go, Singapore's A-rank player and official host of the games. As the game is about to start, one of China's international players wonders if they should kill some at the start to soften things up, but his teammate tells him to watch his mouth since they're in public. Meanwhile, Jung-sin and New South Korea's team reminds everyone of their tasks, and when it's Taehyun's turn, he's nowhere to be found. The host is announcing for the fiery week-long festival to begin when his head is cut off by none other than Kim Tae-hyun. Everyone is left shook, while New South Korea's team defends their teammate by protecting him from the other teams who are ready to attack. Kwak Xiang questions our dude, asking him if he's crazy, but is interrupted when Xie Xin marches towards them, angry at them for not only killing the host, but even defending the killer, as he activates his skill, Extermination. Meanwhile, Yoshikawa lets Ghostblade know that she doesn't care how many he kills, but warns him to keep her property, our boy, alive. Before anything happens, Haley Tan from the Singapore Player Association walks in along with the chairman of New South Korea's association. The chairman is trying to convince her to let him handle this, but Haley claims to handle the situation since the casualty was a Singaporean player. But the chairman argues that there must be a misunderstanding because their representative player would never do that. However, they all just witnessed it happening, and that evidence itself is enough. Haley orders for the criminal to be arrested right away when our guy calls out the name Demonic Human Wan Kai, revealing that a few years back, on a luxury cruise on the Pacific, that S-rank demonic human tortured and murdered 30 passengers. The associations and corporations of many countries placed a bounty of $3 billion on his head, but he got away after profiting from the information he forced out of his victims. To be exact, Taehyun claims that he changed his appearance, but as Haley wonders what this has to do with anything, it suddenly hits her. Our guy explains that Wan Kai managed to shake off the search because he had a skill that allowed him to change his appearance, And with that, he shows them his real face, leaving everyone absolutely shocked. And our boy mentions the Nightwalkers, thanking them for this info, as players start gossiping among themselves, wondering how the Nightwalkers got this info. The results of the Asian Player Exhibition Games show South Korea with 1,000 points on top, followed by China, Japan, Singapore, the Philippines, UAE, and so on, with 0 points so far. The death of the host, thought to be a murder, has been identified as the death of a demonic human, which has paused the exhibition games temporarily, and each country's players have left the opening ceremony to begin their hunt. While Kim Tae-hyun, the first to score in this event, has given all the credit to the Nightwalkers and has headed out to continue his hunt. Young Hansu is disappointed in his guildmaster after finding out that she knew the whereabouts of Won Kai, while she refuses, frustrated over the fact that Tae-hyun lied. As they wonder why our guy lied, the guild members of Nightwalkers are paralyzed by all the calls that have overloaded their system, even though they're grateful for the advertisement. Yoo Ah-hyung announces that's not how the association head does things and states this was done independently by their Tae-hyun, while Hansu gives her a look at her there. Ah-hyung tries to comprehend why our dude did this and somewhat gets an idea of it. Meanwhile, our guy is busy hunting down the demonic humans and just defeated an A-rank demonic human, Gak Dagwi. Tae-hyun picks up the call when his phone rings and is welcomed by Ah-hyung's loud voice, calling him darling as she tells him that he's late. While our fella argues that they almost died here, he makes sure with her that this call is through a secured line, and as Ah-hyung thought, our dude wanted to make her call him. Tae-hyun reveals that he can't make calls through a secured line, and reveals that he has 2 favors to ask her. First, our guy wants her to look into something, and he also needs information on demonic humans. However, the green-eyed woman reminds him that they've already given him information through the association, but Tae-hyun states that they both know catching those small fry won't allow them to win the exhibition games. Therefore, our boy suggests that if they want to aim higher, they need a bigger prey. For example, like the Malignant Guild. Our dude is talking when Kimura Ren shows up in front of him and claims to be here to punish him for dirtying the name of Holy Maiden, while Tae-hyun wonders what he's talking about. The warrior Kimura Ren is Japan's Asian Exhibition Games participant, an S-rank player, and also one of the passionate worshippers of the Saintess. If the swordsmanship of Nakata Shinji, a national-level player, is seen as graceful and precise, then Kimura Ren's swordsmanship is reckless and strong, like that of a warrior. It rips opponents apart and destroys them, focusing on destruction. But no matter how powerful a sword technique is, it's useless if it doesn't strike its enemy. Tae-hyun dodges all the attacks as he continues to talk to Ah-hyung, while Kimura gets frustrated over the fact that none of his attacks are landing. He wonders how someone like our guy is dodging everything. The guildmaster of the Nightwalkers lets our boy know that he can't target the Malignant Guild, since it's not like Tae-hyun isn't aware why the association chose to leave the demonic human cartel alone. She informs our dude about these people, who would hide themselves immediately and cut off any traces the moment anyone gets close to them. Even if they do have information, they won't chase after them until they're very certain they can succeed. With that, Ah-hyung suggests our dude not to poke the beehive unnecessarily, or things will get out of hand. Tae-hyun believes that's true, knowing it's possible if he handles it, as he lands a final punch on Kimura, defeating him. Our boy can't exactly tell how he'll do it, but he has a surefire way to get them. He tells Ah-hyung to trust him, since he has proven himself many times with his results so far. The green-eyed woman agrees at last, but lets our fella know there isn't much information about the Malignant Guild. Therefore, she'll also give him information about other places. As our boy wonders what she means, she reveals the information about the 3 warlords, the big shots who control not only the underworld of society, but also the political scene, the 3 bosses of the demonic human cartel that rules from Asia. The Nightwalkers were able to find out about the contact person of one of their executives, Miyazaki Kenji. Therefore, even if they capture him, he won't easily spill information. And if things go wrong, they might make more enemies during the exhibition matches. With that, Ah-hyung asks Tae-hyun what he wants to do. Our dude thinks the warlords aren't as important as the Malignant Guild, but they're not a bad choice either. Hence, he agrees to start with them first. Ah-hyung tells our guy she'll look into his additional request, and he thanks her, to which she replies that if he's really thankful, he should buy her a meal. Tae-hyun agrees to do that after the Asian Exhibition Games are over. Kimura calls our boy out, furious over the fact that he keeps looking down on him, while our dude claims he never did. With that, the Japanese S-rank warrior threatens our fella that if he doesn't fight him properly, he'll destroy this whole area along with him. He decides to disrupt Tae-hyun's senses, sight, touch, hearing, taste, and smell, using the skill domination of 5 senses. While our dude seems disappointed, as he was trying to do Kimura a favor by not fighting, he wonders if Kimura doesn't know that fighting between participants is forbidden. Since it can't be helped, our guy gets a little serious to play with his opponent. Ghostblade informs the Holy Maiden about the defeat of Kimura Ren, He reveals he's already settled things with the media, saying a demonic human took him out to make sure no problems occur. However, Ghostblade states that after Kimura lost to Taehyun, the only thing he kept repeating was, "I will get serious and play with you," making it seem like he's under some kind of mind-related skill. In his current condition, it will take Kimura at least a month to recover, so he definitely won't be able to participate in the exhibition matches. Yoshikawa realizes that our guy does have a skill the media isn't aware of. When Ghostblade insists on stepping in, she laughs it off, stating that they won't be able to get points at the exhibition match if even the Phantom Swordsman is absent, leaving him a little flustered. The Holy Maiden reassures her team members not to worry, claiming she foresaw Kimura's defeat and has already prepared new bait anyway. With that, they both enter a room, where we see Isaka Ryohei chained to the wall as Yoshikawa reveals that it's time for him to do some work for her. At an unknown place in the abyss, the Philippine players struggle to fight against China's national player, Shui Shen. Rikaya, an S-rank Philippine player, wonders why they're doing this, since with the strength of their group, they'd be able to get first place even without doing something so cowardly. However, Shen isn't here to play with cowards like these. He's just following the Chinese Association chairman's request. Rikaya wonders why the Chinese Association chairman personally ordered the assassination of other countries' participants, unsure if they're trying to start a war. The S-rank Philippine player orders her teammate to run for it and tell the rest about this while she tries to stop this monster. But to their misfortune, they both are executed by the Chinese national-level player, who believes that the Singapore guy's Chai Ming-min is in charge of must be more interesting than this. With that, Shueishan wonders which country is next, and it turns out to be New South Korea's player, Kim Tae-hyun. The news reports that the Asian Exhibition Games will last about a week, as the reporter announces the first day's aggregated point results. New South Korea got the first point, and still maintains an overwhelming lead in first place, followed by China and Japan, who are chasing fiercely behind. The news channels are either live broadcasting each country's representatives, tracking and hunting demonic humans, or releasing footage after some editing has been processed. People are shocked to hear the results of the game so far, as they wonder what Japan and China's national-level players are doing. The news of Kimura Ren surrendering, the Singapore players being found dead, and the Philippines going missing after they entered the abyss spreads among the people, making them wonder what's happening. What's certain is that in this Asian Exhibition Games event, something is off, and it's low-key felt by everyone. The Asian Exhibition Games Committee has formed an investigation squad to look into the murder of the Singapore players and the disappearance of the Philippine players, while requesting cooperation from each country. Before Taehyun's regression, this started happening only around the third day, making our dude wonder if it has already started. Our guy is aware that if this is the same incident that happened before he regressed, then the culprits behind these events would be the Chinese national-level players. Their reasons are mixed, showing off their individual strength, getting rid of other teams' players, and above all, the personal ambition of the head of the Chinese national-level players. Taehyun knows that the Saintus and these assholes won't let him live in peace, leaving him no choice but to hurry things up. Just then, our boy hears a knock on his room door, making him wonder who it could be since it's already so late. As our dude is contemplating, Jang Jinsu announces himself and reveals that he found out from the association where Taehyun is staying, calling him out to have a talk. Jang Jinsu questions Taehyun about what he's up to, referring to the incident with the host. He complains that our guy is doing everything on his own, and even though it worked out, the actions he took in the opening ceremony while ignoring all the previous plans were wrong. Jinsu reminds our boy that he's part of a team. Taehyun feels like he's heard this somewhere before as he remembers a guy. The S-rank dude with a buzz cut is disappointed in our fella, believing he could have at least shared the information with him, since he's also in charge of handling the demonic humans. Taehyun reveals that he was attacked by Kimura Ren just now, glad he successfully restrained him. But his real question is how Kimura was able to locate his position. Our guy believes there's a rat in the association, leaving Jinsu in utter disbelief. He's left speechless for a moment, then defends himself by stating that our dude is the most suspicious. But our boy thinks it's not that simple, because anyone with access to their intel is a suspect, including him. With that, he reveals he began moving cautiously after discovering that Wan Kai was hiding within the Singapore Player Association. And if the other foreign players weren't killed by demonic humans or monsters, then a national force-level player must have done it. Therefore, our guy thinks that when there's a chance they might be attacked by multiple national-level players, moving around together would only decrease the number of targets for them. Hence, he plans to do things alone, and he doesn't see why they need to change their methods when they're still in first position. Jinsu tries to stop our boy, who's about to leave, but he leaves anyway, with the S-rank dude calling out his name. As soon as our guy leaves, Jang Jinsu loses it, furious as hell. He curses and wonders how dare a newbie player insult him like this. He decides to make Taehyun regret this. Meanwhile, our fellow witnesses the scene while pondering if Jang is the spy. Our dude never learned in his previous life who the spy was, but looking at how Kimura found him, it's certain there must be one. He can't trust anyone right now, and until the identity is discovered, he decides to take care of something else. At the same time, Taehyun receives intel about the 3 warlords from Ah Hyung. Our guy collects his order of a double cheeseburger and a drink in McDoria, and walks past a table where the underlings of Miyazaki Kenji are seated, disguised as high schoolers. Spotting a bag beneath their table, our dude is certain it must be full of illegal items. With that, he takes a seat at another table, deciding to just follow them back to Kenji. Taehyun is left stunned to find Isaka Ryohei seated next to him, who asks our fella if he remembers his face. Our boy thought he was serving a life sentence for the East Point incident and can't comprehend how he's out. Isaka tries to reassure our dude that he isn't here to fight, but Taehyun tells him to cut the crap and fuck off. The blonde-haired dude doesn't think Taehyun is in a position to say that while trying to be stealthy. With that, he smashes the glass window, instantly gaining everyone's attention. The people recognize them, and Kenji's underlings try to escape after recognizing our dude. But Ryohei makes everyone present collapse to the ground, passed out. Our guy wonders if he's become stronger since East Point. Ryohei confirms with him, asking if he's aiming for Miyazaki Kenji and the 3 warlords. He promises that if Taehyun gives him some time, it won't be wasted. Our fella detains him in chains but agrees, seeing the blonde-haired dude's confidence. He gives him 1 minute. However, Taehyun warns he'll make him pay for ruining his plan if he's talking bullshit. Ryohei remembers the bitter past and is confident, believing he's stronger now. But to his surprise, the pressure from the chains makes him wonder how much stronger our dude has gotten. Taehyun starts the countdown, and the blonde-haired dude gets to the point. He says that even Kim Taehyun can't take on the 3 warlords by himself. He's going after the bait, and even if he chases them, he'll end up in a trap. Our guy continues the countdown while Isaka insists he's different, revealing he has connections that can get him to Miyazaki Kenji and even the 3 warlords. He believes it's not a bad deal. The countdown drops to 10 seconds, and the blonde-haired dude panics, thinking our dude was after the 3 warlords. He wonders what else Taehyun wants. The timer ends, and the pressure on the chains tightens to the extreme, making Ryohei beg for his life. Taehyun admits the offer was tempting, but it's a little fishy, because why would a guy like him, who should be after his neck, suddenly want to help him? With that, our fella uses hypnosis and orders Ryohei to speak, demanding his real plan and who's behind him. We see Ghostblade killing all the demonic humans in one go, impressing the Holy Maiden even more. The guy with a scar on his eye wonders if Yoshikawa is really fine sending Isaka Ryohei, who's already lost to Kim Taehyun once. Compared to him, our dude is rumored to have reached national-level force. And even if Ryohei has been strengthened by the Maiden's skill holy orders, he still won't be able to beat him. In fact, he'll be at risk of being restricted by the Awaken's Oath, which requires him to bring Taehyun to her. Therefore, Ghostblade decides to take care of things on his own, but Yoshikawa reassures him not to worry about it. She says it doesn't matter whether Isaka wins or loses. According to her information network, our dude is aiming for the 3 warlords, and she has already leaked that to them. As for Isaka Ryohei, he had made contracts with demonic humans before, and has ties to Miyazaki Kenji, one of the key members of the 3 warlords. Since Ryohei can't defeat our guy on his own, he'll plan to lead him on and get Kenji's help to defeat him. Even though the Holy Maiden is aware it won't be easy, she said there's quite a bit of mystery regarding that child, Taehyun. Ghostblade wonders why, but she completes his thought. That's exactly why they need information. From how our guy fights, to his values, capabilities, personality, and what power he's hiding. Therefore, whatever end Isaka meets, their goal is to scrape the information from his corpse, because she believes that child has no other options left. Miyazaki Kenji asks Ryohei about the whereabouts of that brat from New South Korea, referring to Taehyun, since he expected him to be led here. The blonde-haired dude believes that in this world, the strong prey on the weak, the strong trample, and the weak are trampled on. It's an unfair world. With that, he suggests to Kenji, do as Kim Taehyun tells you if you want to live. At that exact moment, Ryohei steps out of the dark, revealing his beaten-up figure, and our dude makes a cool entry, casually jumping from above. Taehyun agrees with Isaka, stating that he needs to listen to the strongest creature in order to live, as he looks for Miyazaki Kenji. Kenji claims he'll kill our boy, calling him a damn brat for sneaking up on them. In a flashback, we see the blonde-haired dude revealing everything about the Holy Maiden's oath to Taehyun in the restaurant. He wonders what our guy did to him, confused if a mind-controlling skill was used on him. Our fella decides to play along. As Ryohei asks him about his plot, he reveals that he's going to do the exact same thing as planned and take him to Miyazaki. But of course, the blonde-haired dude will now be on our dude's side instead of theirs. However, Ryohei tells him to fuck off, insisting there's no way he'll help him. Because even if he did, the Saintess, Ghostblade, and the 3 warlords would all eliminate him. Taehyun reminds him that he could be eliminated right now as well. Thinking back to East Point, he doesn't give a damn about trash like him dying, but he decides to give him a chance. He offers him the choice to help him to the fullest during the exhibition games, and then spend his life repenting to the victims afterward. Taehyun promises to save him from the Saintess and the three warlords. However, Ryohei doesn't seem confident, reminding our dude that he's talking about a national-level force and a demonic human cartel. He wonders if Taehyun can really defeat those monsters, but Kim Taehyun claims he will. Back to the present, we see Isaka Ryohei terrified by our guy's power, calling him a monster. Meanwhile, our guy holds Kenji by the face and orders him to open the gate to the three warlords. Somewhere in the abyss, inside the hideout of Tetsu, one of the three warlords, we see Shui Shen seated at the head seat, questioning Tetsu about why he's been called out. He warns that if it's something insignificant, he'll crush his head like his underlings. Tetsu bows in front of him and reveals he wishes to give him a legendary ranked item they've been holding abroad for security reasons, intending to present it to him as a gift. But before that, the S-rank demonic human requests Shen to eliminate a fly that's after his neck. He reveals that even though they've set traps, there's a high chance they'll fail, and if so, it's only a matter of time until he finds their hideout. China's national-level player is amused to learn there's a man even the three warlords fear, piquing his interest more than the item. As Shen wonders who that guy is, commotion erupts outside the hideout. Suddenly, the doors burst open, revealing Isaka Ryohei, who reminds our guy to win this, and Kim Taehyun, who tells him to do as he says, addressing him as partner. Taehyun was not expecting to see China's national-level player here, who approaches him and asks if he's the one who scared Tetsu off. Shen reveals that he has a request from the association head to take care of our dude as well, and decides to take him here. Isaka is pissed about the fact that Shui Shen is here, wondering why when our fella states that he's obviously cooperating with the three warlords. But more importantly, he asks Shen if he's the one who assassinated the other participants. Shen wonders if he figured that out because he mentioned the association. It's as Taehyun thought, and he's also aware that it's South Korea's turn now. Feeling lucky, he announces that Shui Shen is going to die here, so that their players won't have to meet him ever again. The battle between them begins, and Tetsu is hurriedly told to evacuate when Ryohei approaches him, asking where a man of his position is running off to. The blonde-haired dude wonders if the S-rank demonic human is worried about Shen losing, and declares that he's going to be defeated by him, Kim Taehyun's partner anyway. Our guy warns Isaka not to run, expecting the same in return, when Shen asks him if he really thinks he has the time to take his eyes off him. Mystic deity Shui Shen is the strongest in strength out of all the national-level hunters who participated in the Asian exhibition games, a monster who has defeated hundreds of monsters and players with his bare hands. But mystic deity does not only refer to his peculiar strength. His true strength is in his ghost-like skill, which has destructive force exceeding even his physical power. That skill is called Death Scythe. Death Scythe is a weapon manifestation skill that amplifies the user's stats significantly, and its durability exceeds that of unique ranked equipment. In return, being in possession of the skill lowers all other skill ranks by 1. The fight continues, and Taehyun's Azran cracks as he realizes it's about to break. Shen mocks our dude, while Taehyun decides to make Shui Shen unable to move. But the Chinese national-level player breaks through his chains and declares that a weakling is always a weakling. With that, he lets our dude know that he can't defeat him with these party tricks, believing this is the reason why Taehyun isn't a national-level player. He then leaps toward him with full strength, attacking him. Tetsu, who has been watching the fight from above, thinks it's finally over. He acknowledges our guy as a promising player, but from his perspective, there's no way Taehyun could take on Shui Shen, a national-level hunter. The S-rank demonic human underlings take down Ryohei and decide to let him live so they can use him as a hostage against Japan or the Holy Maiden. However, Tetsu wonders why Isaka betrayed them, knowing full well the wrath he would face, as well as the fury of the Holy Maiden. He contemplates if the blonde-haired dude saw something in Taehyun, but to him, it doesn't matter. Since he's already defeated, Tetsu decides to wait for Shui Shen, only to witness him sitting on the ground. Shen wonders how he ended up there, remembering when he tried to cut our guy. Mana surged from his sword, but that was all. Until then, he had the lead, and proof of that was how Taehyun's blades were being chipped each time their weapons clashed. As he realizes our guy was hiding his true powers, Shen furiously attacks. The author narrates that Taehyun's Asran and Talisman were only rare rank equipment. Maybe, like with the Taurus Queen, if he put in his Predation's power, they wouldn't be able to withstand his mana. Which also means if our guy pushes Predation's power to the max, he can win. Our dude claims to give Shen his weapons. However, he decides instead to take his life. With that, Shui Shen, China's national-level player, is defeated, and Kim Taehyun's rank is now a national force level. We then see Chai Ming-min, China's national-level player, and one of the three warlords, Ping Guo, lying in bed, discussing Shen and Tetsu, who who had asked him for a favor in return for a legendary item. Gua informs Mingmin about this and wonders what he's going to do. Mingmin believes it's better not to have any expectations now that Shui Shen is involved, but the S-rank demonic human reassures him, reminding him that Shen is a national-level player and couldn't possibly lose to some brat from New South Korea. Just then, Mingmin's phone rings. It turns out to be Zhang Lung, the Chinese Player Association head, who reveals that Shui Shen is dead. With that, he orders Mingmin to bring him Kim Taehyun's head. After Kim kills Shui Shen, our guy tries to gain skills using predation on dead things, but as expected, it only applies to living targets. Our guy knows that's not the only condition to gaining their skills, plus the concept of using predation on a human is a little weird. But Taehyun makes himself understand that he doesn't need to feel sympathy for criminals like these. What really unsettles him, however, is the voice he heard while predation went out of control that said, "I can't bear to watch any longer." Kim thinks that he needs to learn more as he uses predation. We then get to know that when the greatest obstacle Shui Shen died, everything went smoothly. Kim Taehyun caught Tetsu and other demonic humans, wiped out their memories about predation using Rosaria's powers of hypnosis, and turned them over to the association. As for Isaka Ryohei, this dude had nothing left to do, so our boy decided to send him back. Poor Isaka freaks out and asks Kim if he wants him to get killed by the Saintess who can read memories. While Ryohei bawls his eyes out, our guy assures him that he'll be fine, making it clear that the Saintess isn't interested in him. Instead, the oath Isaka made was to bring Taehyun to the Saintess, so even if she reads his memories, she'll keep Isaka alive in order to meet our boy. Our guy mocks Isaka, saying the saint didn't have high hopes for him anyway. Nonetheless, Kim ponders that the problem is the other two warlords. Even after finding a few other possible hideouts from Tetsu using hypnosis, they know that Kim's after them, so it won't be easy. Well, our guy decides to give it a thought while taking a break. Later, Kim watches the news about the Chinese national player Shui Shen, who went missing in the abyss, and the new South Korean player Kim Taehyun, who has captured the warlord Tetsu, remaining in first place. Kim speculates that Zhang Lung must have known that Shen is dead, but he's hiding it since it'd reveal his identity. But he feels glad since he's able to pursue the three warlords freely. Shortly, our guy receives a call from Jang Jinsu, the player of the Asian Games. After that, our guy meets with Jinsu, who was worried Taehyun might not show up. But our fellow was eager to meet Jinsu since the info he'd given him left him with no choice. He corroborates with Jang if one of the three warlords, Ping Gua, is in the building. Jang affirms that his info is legit, but he can't reveal the sources. He further lets out that Ping and her cronies entered this building last night, and they likely intend to stay here until the games are over. Taehyun remembers that it seems like one of Ping Gua's hideouts from Tetsu's memories. But our guy curiously asks Jang why he'd give him all the information when he hated him in the first place. Jinsu calls him a dumbass and confesses that it's to show him that he's not a spy. Jinsu gets a bit emotional and knows how it feels to be attacked by another country's hunter, which would make one doubt everyone. However, Yang seems determined and says he won't let the others doubt him all the time like this. For that reason, he prepared information that would get Kim to accept him as his ally. Our guy is left shocked because deep down he knows that Jang is a spy. It turns out that before Kim met Jang Jinsu, he received a call from Yu Ah-hyung. Yu confirms to our guy that there's a spy on their team, and our guy, having his suspicions, believes that it's Jang Jinsu. Yu informs Taehyun that Jang is spying for China, and they found intel that he frequented Chinese casinos a few years back, making a deal to shave off his gambling debt. Our guy gets confused since he thought Jang was spying for Komuru Ren from Japan, but Yu Ah-hyung, unfortunately, reveals that there's another spy on his team working for Japan. Taehyun's head starts to spin as now there are two spies on the team, blaming the association for the little work they do. Yu Ah-hyung affirms to our guy that he doesn't need to worry since she plans to report it to the association, but Kim immediately stops her from reporting. Our fella seems to have two reasons. First, if Jang Jinsu gets arrested, the Japanese spy will go into hiding. And now that Kim knows Jang's a spy, he can make use of him. Coming to the present scene, Jang Jinsu acts too nicely and tells Kim that he'd even find the perfect route to get to Ping Gua. What he doesn't know is that he's already messed up. In his head, Jinsu calls our boy a freaking retard, and it turns out that he was offered to lead Taehyun into the building, revealing that Ping Gua isn't the only one there. Chai Mingmin, the Chinese national player, is there to end Kim Taehyun for good. Right at that moment, our guy suddenly activates his skill predation, muttering that his overall power output seems higher than before. Kim literally destroys the building by setting it on fire, and Jang Jinsu loses his shit, asking our guy if he's crazy. Our guy calls the shots and justifies that this building is full of demonic humans, as Jinsu said, so it's better if they sneak their way in. Kim smirks and concludes that they can bring the whole thing down. Jang is low-key freaked out, calling him a crazy bastard. As the building is dismantled, our boy spots Ping Gua trapped under the rubble, and she calls out Jang Jinsu, thinking he betrayed them, and calls him a fucking gambling addict. Jang is screwed up big time and our boy enjoys this, asking him what betrayal Ping is talking about. Pinghua, not in her best shape, warns Kim that he may be laughing now. Surprisingly, our guy already knows that Chai Mingmin will be the one to kill him. Upon hearing this, Jinsu gasps in disbelief and asks Taehyun how he knows this. Our guy ironically asks Jang if he's talking about Chai Mingmin or him being a Chinese spy. A surge of anger rises, and Jinsu realizes that our boy never trusted him. Just as the bald dude leans in to punch him, he strangely begins to bleed from everywhere. That's when our boy learns that they have been affected by the domination of 5 senses, weakening all the sensory abilities. Taehyun's eyes, ears, hands, and mouth bleed, blood oozing out of everywhere. Splattered in blood, our boy is quite impressed by Mingmin's skill of domination of 5 senses. All his senses, including his vision, aren't working properly. To think it's this strong despite blocking it with predation is incredible. Just then, Chai Mingmin emerges and expresses that he didn't expect Taehyun to bring the whole building down. Chai was curious what kind of person killed Shui Shen, concluding that Kim is definitely unhinged. Our guy mocks the Chinese player, saying he isn't worse than a demonic human lover, and clarifies that all he cares about is his skill. On the contrary, the Saintess reads Isaka Ryohei's memories, finding them interesting. She learns that Kim Taehyun not only became a national player, but also defeated Shui Shen. While Isaka is scared to death, the Saintess asks him why Taehyun helped him. She pats Isaka's head and tells him not to worry, making it clear that she isn't interested in him, and, just as Taehyun said, Isaka will bring our guy to her. Although she does seem a little displeased that things didn't move according to her plans. That's when a murderous intent creeps in, and while Ryohei is about to shit his pants, the Saintess diabolically says that she will meet Taehyun himself, the guy who is aiming for the 3 warlords. The scene then takes us to the past, where Zhang Lung makes his players acknowledge that they have 3 objectives. The first one is to win the Asian Exhibition Games, the second is to kill key players to weaken other player associations, and the third is to prove that the Chinese Player Association is the most superior player association in Asia by accomplishing the other 2 goals. The evil Zhang plans to use their superiority to create a monopoly on dungeons and the mana store trade. He commands his players to feel free to commit any kind of crime, murder, and torture, whatever it takes, assuring them that he will cover up everything for them. Shuishin feels glad about fighting strong people, and the others don't have any problem killing others. Deep down, Chai Mingmin thinks they're all insane, but in the end, he's also killed countless people to maintain his love with Pinghua. Cha couldn't call himself sane either, and this time Zhang had given special instructions to bring Kim Taehyun's neck to him, otherwise he'll face the consequences. Coming to the present scene, Chai Mingmin leaps forth to attack our guy. However, his movement comes to a halt when he witnesses Taehyun's frightening power, which is predation. A dragon erupting with a blazing red aura even terrifies Chai. As that dragon roars, unleashing its power, Mingmin's domination of 5 senses stops working, leaving him flabbergasted. Since our guy defeated Shui Shen, Chai did expect Taehyun to be a national-level player, but this monstrous power of his shocks him to the core. This realization hits Chai that Kim's no ordinary national-level player, rather he's past the realms of a human. Meanwhile, our guy is moved by Chai's skill, domination of 5 senses, a force that disables all senses. Kim admits that if it weren't for predation, he would have been in trouble. Our guy smirks and assures Mingmin that he'll make good use of his skill. Just like that, our guy uses his dreadful power and predation devours Chai Mingmin, recording the domination of 5 senses. Cha leaves a dagger behind, and our guy feels fortunate since he was lacking a weapon. He yanks out the dagger, and it seems that he's hit the jackpot as a national player like Chai was using a nationally prized weapon, a relic of unique rank. With this, our guy manages to defeat 2 Chinese national players, and now only 1 is left. Kim believes that even if that last one is powerful, he won't be able to catch up by himself. He presumes that if he manages to take down Pinghua, which he will, the exhibition game will be as good as won. But what weighs on his mind is how quiet Japan has been. Well, the unfolding moment startles him. Abruptly, a helicopter hovers above him, and a woman makes a daring plummet, making quite the iconic landing. That woman turns out to be Yoshikawa Tsurara, also known as the Saintess. It is revealed to us that Yoshikawa has a skill that can regenerate missing limbs, hyper-regeneration. She used this to cure many people, alongside holy orders, a skill that calms all mental distress and bestows a buff that enhances physical power. Hence, she ended up being called a saintess. However, there was a hidden dark secret behind this power. Yoshikawa's true power of holy order is in its ability to change memories and brainwash people. She used this skill to make even her enemies into her zealots. Encountering each other, our boy asks Yoshikawa how she found him, since he never told Isaka his exact location. The Saintess answers Kim that he should have known she wasn't capturing the 3 warlords because she didn't know where they were. Our guy feels quite creeped out that Yoshikawa did all this just to see Taehyun in person. Nonetheless, She is surprised that our boy seems so calm after seeing her. Yoshikawa knows her duties as a saint are to give others the willpower to keep living in this cruel world, by making them worship her. Well, our guy looks done with her conceited attitude. Yoshikawa takes pride in saying how elegant, lovely, and sexy she is, and that worshipping her becomes their motivation to continue living. She curiously asks Taehyun why the fuck he's so calm after seeing her, and our guy is convinced that this bitch is really batshit crazy. Nonetheless, she thinks it's her duty to lead even people like him into salvation. Right at that moment, countless civilians arrive at that very place, and Taehyun realizes that it must be from brainwashing through her holy orders. Yoshikawa traps our boy and lets out that even though she dug into his past and Ryohei's memories, she couldn't find his source of information or the skills he's hiding. For this reason, the Saintess came prepared, and no matter how many skills or secrets Taehyun is hiding, she is adamant about making him unable to use them. Our guy is attacked by the brainwashed civilians, and Yoshikawa manifests that Kim is going to ruthlessly kill these civilians, who happen to be her fanatics, or she asks him to accept her salvation. Well, this whole thing looks fucked up as Taehyun is forced to choose with no escape, and this bitch really tested him by using people as her shield. On the contrary, Guildmaster Yu Ah-hyung's associates stumble upon the hideout of the last of the three warlords, Shadow. They discover how crazy Shadow is to do something as insane as hiding an entire area. No wonder they weren't able to locate him. The whole building is invisible, and just as the other associate asks if he's informed the Guildmaster, he finds him brutally dead on the floor. It turns out to be Shadow himself, who emerges from behind and figures out that some pests from the Nightwalkers have latched on. Shadow is the vice guildmaster of the Malignant Guild and one of the three warlords. That dude rips the Nightwalkers associate to pieces. Shadow feels furious at how Kim Taehyun has been ruining things lately. The one they tried to remove using the other warlords in China, Kim killed Shui Shen. In the meantime, his men prepare the portal for Master Shadow, and this time he's more than determined to get Taehyun and show him that he's not the genius in the world. Shadow had already witnessed the pinnacle of talent 10 years ago. Just like that, he makes his way into the abyss. While the controlled civilians leap onto our fella, Yoshikawa gets reminded that at East Point Taehyun saved many people's lives. Considering that, he would be hesitant to use his skills against the brainwashed civilians. She thinks of waiting until he tires himself out and is rendered helpless, but her bubble bursts in that split second when our guy, without any reluctance, smacks those civilians away with his stone skin ability. Even Yoshikawa freaks out because things went sideways, and she questions our boy why he's hurting the innocent civilians. It turns out that her puny-ass tricks won't work on Taehyun. Our guy justifies that those people were attacking him, plus they were controlled by her in the first place. Just like that, Kim wraps the chain around the Saintess and lands an incredible kick right across her beautiful face, humbling her condescending ass real quick. While Yoshikawa gets her ass beaten, she realizes that her analysis was wrong. She never thought that the hero of East Point would be such a piece of shit. But she does notice something. Our boy attacked the civilians with weak skills and didn't kill them, which means that it's a mere trick. Well, to confirm her assumptions, Yoshikawa tosses some seeds that grow into a big tree, and its branches aim to hurt the civilians. Our guy grabs all the civilians with his chains binding skill and saves them. Even Taehyun is shocked and wonders if the Saintess used the regeneration skill on seeds. He did not expect that she was willing to harm the people she controlled. At that moment, Yoshikawa emerges and apprehends that Taehyun's act of violence earlier was only for show to make her believe that the hostages were worthless. She advises our boy that if he was going to act, he should have stuck with it. With a single flick, she controls those people like puppets, as one of the women in Kim's arms strangles him. Our guy is left in disbelief, wondering how the fuck they are all moving. The number of people doubles, and they appear more frantic than before, more like zombies. Yoshikawa lets out that these people will not stop even if they faint, break their bones, or even if their flesh tears. She blackmails Taehyun and asks him to accept her salvation, because that's the only way to save these people. But our guy isn't the one to back off, and he expresses his disappointment in someone who calls herself a saintess and lacks even an ounce of guilt. Kim concludes that she really is irredeemable and uses his new favorite skill, Domination of 5 Senses. That's when Yoshikawa is affected by that skill, and all her sensory abilities weaken. Her mana flow gets disrupted, and the Saintess screams in agony as blood oozes out of her eyes, mouth, and hands. She realizes that it's Chai Mingmin's skill and wonders how the hell it's even possible that Taehyun has the same skill. Yoshikawa tries to process what she had witnessed, and it occurs to her that it isn't a coincidence, because if Taehyun always had this skill, there's no way he wouldn't have used it till now. Well, the realization hits her too late, and our guy thinks that this bitch needs a beating. With that, Kim attacks her while holding all the people, tying them with the chains. After the beating, our guy is impressed by the Saintess's fast recovery, since she's the owner of the hyper-regeneration skill. He's surprised that she's still alive after such a beating. Just then, Yoshikawa inquisitively asks our guy how he possesses the domination of 5 senses skill, wondering what this monster really is. Our guy lets out that he's been wanting her to notice this, and asks Yoshikawa to try to brainwash him with her holy order, because that's what she was going to do. It appears that Kim Taehyun plans to absorb her skill. He had always planned to meet her at some point, though he wasn't expecting to do it now. But Yoshikawa's skill holy order manipulates one's mind and memories, which means she can see into his mind. Simply put, Tsurara could see his dream from East Point, how Rosaria changed her treatment of him after seeing his memories. Inside Kim's mind, there must lie the clue to the secret behind predation. Our guy plans to dig his way through his mind to find out. Taehyun yanks out of his deep thoughts when Yoshikawa begins laughing, asking if he thinks so little of her abilities. She permits our guy to take her abilities. However, she keeps the condition for Taehyun to worship her in return. That's when Tsurara activates the holy order, and giant wings emerge. She doesn't know what Taehyun was plotting, but makes it clear that no matter how powerful he is, it's futile once he's afflicted by holy order. Her dumbass tries to steal Taehyun's power and control him. Just as she tries to afflict him with her powers, she finds herself in a sea of blood that looks dreadful. Yoshikawa assumes that this sea of blood is within Taehyun's mind and witnesses someone seated on the throne. That guy on the throne speaks to the Saintess and tells her that she should have used her brain a little. That creature is not happy to see a spy in its realm. The realization sets in. Yoshikawa gets to know that the thing on the throne isn't a human. She is panic-stricken by the sight as that being states that Tsurara is far from enough. That's when it uses the terrifying predation power, Devour, and a dragon emerges from the blood sea, engulfing Yoshikawa in it. After that dark vision, our guy opens his eyes and finds himself on the hospital bed. He immediately calls out Yoshikawa, and in that moment, Yoo Ah-hyung enters his room. She expresses how worried she was for him since Taehyun showed no signs of waking up for a full day. Yoo further informs our guy that Yoshikawa was also found unconscious like him. Same with Jang Jinsu and Pinghua, with Chai Mingmin gone missing. She curiously asks Taehyun just what on earth happened there, while our guy ponders that it failed, not that he was expecting it to work. To think a national-level player is nowhere near enough to approach the secret of predation. Even Yoshikawa failed to discover the secret of his skill. Our guy becomes even more adamant to find out what's really in his mind and how much stronger he needs to get to unlock the secrets. On the other hand, Yoo Ah-hyung acts a bit too affectionate as she touches Kim's face and tells him to focus on his recovery. Just as Taehyun tells her to keep her hands off, Go Tae-wook frantically barges into the room, expressing his concerns for our boy. Tae-wook asks for immediate support of the Nightwalkers from Guildmaster Yoo Ah-hyung, disclosing that they need to send a search party to the Abyss. He reveals that it's Park Sung-jun and the rest of the new South Korea team that has gone missing. Go Tae-wook is in utter disbelief when he hears that Taehyun is going alone to save his teammates. Our guy believes that a larger search party will only result in more casualties, knowing they went missing in the depths of the Abyss. Since Park Sung-jun and the rest are veterans, if they still went missing, it means it wasn't just some monster's attack. Involvement of parties with at least national force level must be behind it. That's why Taehyun wants to go alone. But the HR deputy manager argues that if this is true, it's all the more reason he can't let him go, since he's just a patient who recently woke up. Just then, Taehyun's uncle and aunt, along with Jae-young, show up in the room after hearing he's leaving. All of them are worried sick for our dude. While Ah-hyung admits that she's the one who called them, she believes that if he's awake, he needs to see his family. Tae-wook joins Jae-young's protest, as they all try to stop our boy. But he gets a flashback of the time when he wasn't awakened, remembering how no matter what he did, people only beat him down and glared at him with hatred. But now it's different. Our guy smiles and thanks everyone for worrying about him, but insists on going. He explains that his allies are in trouble, and he's the only one who can save them. Therefore, he has to go. He reminds his family that they didn't raise him to be the type of man who gives up on his allies. This leaves Jae-young touched, while Ah-young smacks him for being so corny. With that, she tells him to come back safely, with everyone else. In the depths of the Abyss, we see player Park Sung-jin getting beaten up by Liu Feng, China's national force level player. Feng is impressed by Sung-jin of New South Korea. However, instead of killing him, Feng offers Sung-jin a chance. Become his servant by vowing loyalty to him, and he'll let him live. Sung-jin refuses almost instantly, knowing that if he does that, he would be betraying his friends and country. Bloodblade is impressed by his pride, but then notices one of the South Korean teammates not agreeing with Sung-jin. Seo Hangul is ready to become Feng's servant. He thinks his teammates are crazy, believing they don't stand a chance against this monster and that this is their only way to survive. Not to forget, he was also threatened before by the Holy Maiden, who wanted him to become her servant and spy on the other South Korean players, including Kim Tae-hyun. She gave him no choice, saying that if he refused, she had her own ways of dealing with him. Hango realizes that he already betrayed his teammates once before, so to him, betraying them again doesn't make a difference. But then, Park Sung-jin holds him by the shoulder and tells him that it's alright to be scared. He reassures him, promising to get him out alive even if it costs his own life. The blue-haired dude lets him know it's not too late to betray them after he dies, before getting ready to fight. Meanwhile, Kwang Xiang teases that Sung-jin really knows how to act tough for someone half-dead. Realization hits Hangul. Overwhelmed with emotion, he apologizes to his teammates and decides to fight alongside them. Liu Feng believes they don't understand the situation. Since he's been going easy on them, he decides to show them the true difference in their power. He activates his skill, leaving the South Korean players shocked. Feng points out that the only reason they're still breathing is because of his mercy. Just as his attack is about to hit Sung-jin and the others, Feng is suddenly inflicted with domination of 5 senses. He instantly recognizes this as Chai Mingmin's skill. But since his teammate is dead, Liu realizes the skill must be coming from the one who killed Mingmin, Kim Tae-hyun. Feng looks forward to meeting Tae-hyun, but Tae-hyun doesn't stick around. He hits him once with the skill and vanishes with his teammates. The Chinese national rank player wasn't expecting our dude to throw one skill at him and run, especially since he was all fired up for battle. Another Chinese player wonders if they should chase, but Feng says there's no need. By observing the traces, he realizes they're headed toward the Draconian Tower, the place considered the unclearable dungeon in the depths of the abyss. Inside the Draconian Tower, Park Sung-jin tries to argue, but Tae-hyun shuts him up by forcing him to drink a potion. Shung is thankful to our guy, but curious about his plan, knowing that the Draconian Tower is where countless players have suffered defeat. They won't be able to leave until they find an escape gate, but our boy believes it can't be helped, since he can't save everyone while fighting at the same time. However, he reassures them not to worry. After all, it's just a dungeon, and they can get out if they clear it. Xiang and Hangul are left dumbfounded, wondering if Tae-hyun even heard that it's an unclearable dungeon, and doubting whether he really has a plan. Kim Tae-hyun has led his allies into the Draconian Tower, an unclearable dungeon located in the depths of the abyss. The Draconian Tower, a tower in the depth of the abyss, considered an unbeatable dungeon, having 2 special features. First is the immense amount of traps on each floor, and the second would be the Draconians, monsters that have immense numbers, high intelligence, as well as durability. Yet Kim Tae-hyun is crushing a place like this as if it's a piece of cake, making everyone wonder, how's that even possible? Turns out our guy is a pre-regression repeated Draconian Tower survivor with information, interviewed 2,437 times. The Draconian Tower is an unclearable dungeon, but it's not impossible to return alive. That's because there's an escape midway in the tower, much before you meet the boss, that allows you to return to reality. Even though the escape isn't discovered yet, our dude believes that if he has information of the traps and the power to defeat the monsters, returning back won't be difficult. The members are in disbelief to witness the gate, thankful that they don't have to go any further, while Shung wonders if our dude knew about this. But he refuses, lying to her because he definitely knew. With that, he suggests heading out before the monsters rush in, and as everyone is entering the gate, Sung-jin turns back and thanks Tae-hyun for coming and claims to repay this favor. Our guy feels kinda honored to get thanked by Park Sung-jin and thinks it's all thanks to his help, that everyone got out safely. Since Seo Hangul outdated himself as a Japanese spy, that problem is now solved too. And now the only thing left for our boy to do is to stop the Ghost Blade, who will be infuriated at the Saintess condition, and Liu Feng's plots until the exhibition games end. As soon as Tae-hyun believes that everything is going good and all, the gate, as he enters, starts to crack, and now he's not able to use the warp gate anymore. While it is revealed that the master of the tower, Kaiselin, is observing him, our fella is unable to process what just happened with him, and witnesses a dragon in front of him, who wonders what brat was roaming my tower. Turns out it's the master of the Draconian Tower, Red Dragon, Kaiselin, an SS rank. Dragons, one of the species that is considered to be the strongest. The dragons found in the abyss are sorted into 4 levels. Hatchlings, which are close to S rank, adult dragons, which are S+ rank, worms, which are SS rank, and then mythical, not quite identifiable ancient dragons. Tae-hyun recognizes that dragon in front of him to be a worm, at least as he remembers that the bone dragon was made from the corpse of an adult dragon. He tries to measure how powerful this one is, and more importantly, why the dragon even appears in the first place. Our dude never heard about this in the intel he acquired, and decides to try talking things out. But the dragon is too enraged for that as it orders him to perish, calling him an insect, which makes our guy realize that it won't work. It's obvious that fighting is now inevitable, and our boy uses all his skill connected, knowing it won't be enough to kill it since it's an SS rank. he expects it to have done at least some damage. But the monster stands unaffected as it leaps towards our fella, who's wondering what's with this ridiculous durability, even though he's aware it's an SS rank. Taehyun decides to buy some time when a polymorph appears behind him, hitting him intensely. Polymorph is a skill that turns your image into something else, and turns out the polymorph that appeared is the human form of Kaizelin. The polymorph holds our dude by his face, while he couldn't even react and verifies something. Our boy is overpowered by draconic power and the resistance fails, hence decreasing all abilities and the skills he can have been limited. Taehyun cannot use Stone Skin, Invisibility, Paralysis, Monarch's Heart, Night King's Roar, Chains of Bondage and Domination of 5 senses. However, the polymorph doesn't sense anything wrong and looks like he's after the power that swept through his tower and burned even brighter after touching his power, knowing very well that it can't be that of a mere human. With that, he grabs our dude more tightly, asking him from whom did he get this power as he needs to know their identity. Taehyun loses his cool as he himself wants to know the identity of the power more than anyone else, and tentacles appear from behind him, leaving the polymorph shocked. Our guy knocks the polymorph back, leaving him in utter disbelief as to how a mere human knocked him back. But then, the voice of the succubus queen is heard, stating that she needed a dog to guard her home. Rosaria appears from behind Taehyun and admits that she will allow the polymorph to become her pet this time. Still, the Queen's Man is activated as Rosaria addresses our dude, asking him why he took so long to talk to her, but Taehyun wonders how he could trust a monster, asking her if she agrees. The chairman is enraged to find out Kim Taehyun is missing, as he can't understand how a rescuer could go missing. But Xiang and Hangil are clueless about what happened, since they remember crossing the gate together. Meanwhile, Park Sungjin is busy causing a scene, demanding to return to the abyss to save Taehyun, while Ayung desperately tries to stop him. The chairman believes the situation will only worsen if Sungjin goes back. He decides to hide the fact that their team members are still alive, since no one knows what Liu Feng and Zhang Lang might do. However, deep down he's worried. The exhibition games have already entered the 6th day, and Sungjin and the others were lost, which means the games will soon end. At this point, his concern isn't even about rankings anymore. They wouldn't have made it this far without Taehyun. If he's gone, the exhibition games mean nothing. The chairman can only desperately hope that he's alive. Back in the abyss, we witness Rosaria fighting the polymorph while our dude thinks he might actually die. Seeing the ridiculous power of both of them, he feels it was the right choice to wait until now to call Rosaria. The skills Taehyun gained through forging a contract with her are Complete Hypnosis and the Queen's Man. He has a simple reason why he hasn't used the Queen's Man, the skill that summons the succubus queen, until now. The first reason is the excessive mana cost. Summoning skills require continuous mana to sustain after the initial cast. Of course, if Taehyun constantly consumed potions during battle, he could manage it. But the real problem is this: Rosaria is way too strong, and power that strong is dangerous. Even if she's bound to help him, Taehyun can't control her. She might even burn the city down. However, her power is still trustworthy. The polymorph recognizes it as belonging to the succubus queen, which complicates his thoughts further. Why would an Archduke of the Abyss be helping a mere human? Rosaria calls him a talkative red lizard, while Taehyun wonders about the polymorph referring to her as an Archduke. An Archduke serves the king, and Rosaria clearly knows about the king as well. This means she must have some relation to him, making Taehyun desperately want to know what she knows. When she calls our guy out, she's aware of the questions he has, but she says he lacks the right to know, and even if he did know, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Still, she acknowledges that regardless of the answer, Taehyun must continue down his path. The succubus queen warns that the situation isn't as simple as it seems. She notices Taehyun's hand, seeing the signs of mana backflow. The polymorph points out that even if Rosaria is an Archduke, she's still being summoned by a human who can't handle that power. He claims that if she resists him, he'll incinerate both her and Taehyun. He attacks, and Rosaria shields herself and her contractor with her tentacles. But she admits that her power is limited because of Taehyun, and this is her current limit. If she were to use more power or remain summoned, Taehyun would die from mana backflow. So she decides to give him a little gift before she disappears. Telling him not to die, she kisses Taehyun, and the rank of complete hypnosis temporarily changes, activating it. In Taehyun's mind, we see another figure who looks exactly like him. This version curses the succubus queen for leaving the cleanup to him. The polymorph, standing in front of him, is confused, wondering what this is and who this figure is. Though he looks like the same human from earlier, the essence is different, making the polymorph question if it's even a living being. The figure announces that he has no business with the polymorph and orders him to be gone from his world. With that, the polymorph is expelled back into the real world in his dragon form, severely injured, wondering where that other figure went. Our guy is left confused about what just happened. Seeing Kaiselin acting strange, he wonders if it endured something inside his mind as well. But then Taehyun realizes there's no point in worrying. Since the dragon has weakened, this is their only chance to defeat it. With that thought, he charges in to attack. This time his attacks finally work. He recalls Rosaria's words telling him not to die and scoffs, who the hell is going to die? He still needs to learn more about the king and his power. He still has revenge to take on Asmodeus, who killed him. Taehyun never got to live a proper life, but now he's living it. There's no way he's dying here. He declares that he'll defeat the dragon and return. Activating Predation, he kills the dragon at last. Predation is successfully completed, and its rank evolves along with Taehyun's success. Lying on the floor, our fella admits he really thought he might die this time. He wonders if it's finally time to head back. Kim Taehyun of New South Korea is now officially a National Force level player. His rank changes from B to A. It is the 7th day of the Asian Exhibition Games, and the officials are tallying up the points. Japan's score is calculated at 4,600 points. They were unable to surpass China's top score of 4,800 points. The Ghost Blade doesn't seem happy with the results. He wanted to avenge Tsurara, but Kim Taehyun is still missing, leaving Japan in 2nd place. He decides to head back when the managers try to stop him, reminding him the closing ceremony is still remaining. But he refuses. He doesn't want to be part of this circus anymore. Meanwhile, the chief of the New South Korea Player Association stands in disappointment. Despite Taehyun's efforts, the exhibition games are ending with Korea in 3rd place. Since Taehyun disappeared, their score, which had been in 1st place, has been frozen since day 5. By the 7th day, the other countries overtook them. Unless they brought in dozens of mana stones or defeated an SS rank monster, there was no way to catch up. The chairman blames himself, feeling sorry for his lack of ability. At that moment, Zhang Lang and Liu Feng approach, insulting him and mocking his team's misfortune. Zhang taunts him, saying how excited he was about New South Korea's new talent, only for that player to die in such a tragic incident. Feng reminds his superior that Taehyun only went missing, not confirmed dead. But Zhang scoffs, saying that since Taehyun entered the Draconian Tower, it's the same as being dead. He bursts out laughing. The chairman clenches his fist, seething in rage. These villains dare to call it a tragic incident, when he knows very well the missing players are their doing. Zhang sneers, saying the weak have no right to the truth before leaving. The chairman trembles with anger, realizing just how powerless weakness makes him. Zhang is still reveling in his little victory when suddenly, a warp gate appears. The crowd is left in utter shock. From the gate, our dude steps out with full swagger, mocking why their dear association leader is holding back against thugs like China. The chairman couldn't be happier. He sheds tears of joy at the sight of Taehyun, while Feng and Zhang glare at him with pure hatred. Meanwhile, in Jae-young's house, the kid lies hopelessly on his bed. His mother asks him to explain the exhibition games, but he refuses. To him, the games no longer matter since Taehyun went missing. Without his Hyung, they're meaningless, like BLTs without bacon, or PB&Js without jelly. He sulks dramatically until his mother informs him that Taehyun is on TV right now. He's left shocked. The news reveals that on the final day of the Asian Exhibition Games, something unbelievable has happened. The item submitted by the formerly missing Kim Taehyun is none other than the mana stone of an SS rank monster, Kaiselin. While there have been sightings of SS rank monsters before, this is the first official successful slaying of one. According to regulations, the points awarded for an SS rank mana stone are 1/500. Sungjin, the rest of the team, and Ah-hyung are all left speechless by the news. New South Korea, with its existing 4,100 points, gains another 1,500, bringing the total to 5,600 points. With that, Korea takes first place and claims victory in the Asian Exhibition Games. The crowd erupts in cheers for our dude. Jang Lung is infuriated, having assumed Feng had already finished the job. How the hell is Taehyun still alive? Liu Feng is in disbelief as well. He never expected anyone to survive the Draconian Tower, let alone slay an SS rank monster. Our boy reflects that things could have gone much worse. Kaiselin was ridiculously strong. Thankfully, even after predation, its mana stone remained intact. Without that, this outcome would have been impossible. But Taehyun knows Zhang and Feng won't back off now. As he thinks of his next move, the chairman hugs him tightly, crying tears of relief. Whether from gratitude or sheer relief that the new Korean players all returned safely, no one knows. But the association head cries for a long while. And so, the 7 days of the Asian Exhibition Games come to an end. The event closes with a massive comeback. The press and media swarm Taehyun, while the new Korea players celebrate their victory and his return, sharing their stories. At the Singapore Player Association, Haley greets Taehyun warmly, thanking him for coming despite his busy schedule. She reveals the reason for calling him. They would like to form an alliance with him. It's just as Taehyun expected. the same as before his regression. Even in his past life, Singapore, having lost many of their top players, tried to form alliances with renowned players in other countries. But Zhang Lung and Liu Feng had prevented it. Taehyun suggests Haley continue her explanation after they deal with the uninvited guests. She's confused until the doors burst open, revealing Liu Feng and his army. Feng doesn't care how Taehyun escaped the Draconian Tower anymore. He declares that Taehyun will die here tonight. Our boy calmly reminds Haley of what he said earlier about uninvited guests. And here they are. Before Haley can even react, the glass window shatters, and Park Sung-jin enters with the rest of the team, scoffing at the Chinese for daring to attack in broad daylight. Hangul vows to repay his debt to Taehyun, while An Hyun-soo, an overly enthusiastic player, reassures the Singapore Association head not to worry. Shung mutters that he's insane, confirming with Tae-wook whether it's okay to bring someone like that along. The deputy manager replies that Hyun-soo is trustworthy, even if it's hard to believe. Taehyun calls out Feng on his earlier words about not caring anymore, saying the same goes for him. Feng curses him, declaring that tonight, Taehyun dies. In a flashback, we see Taehyun discussing what Liu Feng is about to do with the Singapore Association head, with the chairman and others, while Ah-young is confused about what he's saying, not being able to believe that assassination. With the exhibition games already over as possible, our guy is certain that Zhang Lang will not back off here, since his goal is to eliminate the other player associations and run a monopoly on dungeons and mana stones. Not only theirs, but all the association heads are at risk from Feng. The chairman doesn't doubt our dude's words and asks him what he's planning, while Taehyun wonders if it's not obvious that evil guys like them need to be taught a lesson. In the present, the fight has already started as Sung-jin announces that they are evacuating the association head, Haley Tan, while Ah-young states that it's as his darling said, referring to our boy. An Hyun-soo tells the Singapore Association head not to worry as he, who claims to be the hero, will protect her, making her wonder if this person is really okay. Liu Feng is notified about the evacuation of Haley, and as he tries to stop that from happening, he's pulled by chains of bondage by none other than Kim Tae-hyun, who asks him where he's going, reminding him that he needs to play with him. Feng reminds our dude about him running away in the abyss as he asks him if he wants to face him now, stating how he seems to be so cocky after defeating Chai Mingmin and Shui Xin. But the Chinese national level player reveals that he already saw all our boy's abilities in the abyss, and as he continues talking, Taehyun tells him to stop yapping. In a blink, Feng's arm is cut off as he finds it impossible for his arm to be cut off by someone like our dude. He remembers that his powers weren't like this back in the abyss, wondering what happened in just a few days. The red-eyed dude growls at our fella, asking him what the heck he did, laying on the ground, helplessly, while our guy approaches him, knowing that he would win after he increased the rank after using predation in Kaizelin, but to think he would defeat Liu Feng, the strongest participant of the Asian exhibition games. To Taehyun's surprise, Feng laughs as he now realizes why Mingmin and Shin lost, and he never imagined that he would have to use the Archduke's ability on someone like him, referring to our boy who's in shock. He asks Taehyun if he thinks he's the strongest and decides to show him his true power now as he activates the skill, Blood Rampage. Meanwhile, Ah-young is done dealing with the allies of Feng when Sung-jin rushes to her, taking her to the place where our boy is fighting, which is now covered by a blood-like barrier. Inside the barrier, we see Feng enjoying as he shows off the strength of his true power, while Taehyun states that it's just a big sack of blood attacking him, but is surprised to see the regeneration, wondering what this destructive power is, and if it's the same Liu Feng from earlier. Our guy sees the area around him change to be like the abyss when Feng used his ability, as he recalls him calling this the Archduke's ability, remembering that Kaizelin referred to Rosaria the same way, which means that besides Rosaria, there are other beings known as the Archdukes. Taehyun knows that the succubus queen definitely had ties to the king as the Archduke, as he wonders if Liu Feng also. At last, our guy is caught by Feng, who asks him if he's still in shock to witness his power, noticing him moving slowly. The Chinese dude believes that it's inevitable and states that even though our boy thought he could surpass him, he reveals that he's chosen by the Archduke himself. Taehyun cuts him off, wanting to ask him one question before he dies, and asks him what he knows about the king. Feng is confused after hearing about the king, but then thinks that our boy is talking about the Archdukes, revealing that they are beings with power you can never approach. And as our dude thought, Liu doesn't know, even though he was wondering, but obviously he just wouldn't. The Chinese national player wonders what he means, but then feels a ridiculously strong power. While Taehyun now knows that he needs to think a little more about the Archdukes, Feng feels enraged to learn that our boy was hiding his powers all this time, but it's already too late now, as he believes that their business here is done now, hence defeating Liu Feng. With this, the predation is now done as our dude thinks about Liu, who knew about the Archdukes but does not even know of the existence of the king, wondering if Rosaria is the only one who knows. Though judging from him, Taehyun now knows that there are other archdukes besides Rosaria. And if archdukes are all on the same level as her, they're all inexplicably strong monsters. He doesn't know if the other archdukes know about the king, but there's no way they will all be friendly towards him. Suddenly, Liu Feng's blood gathers up as our dude hears a voice, catching him by utter surprise. The owner of the voice seems to be disappointed by Feng's death, who talked so much about being the strongest, as it believes that it's inevitable, calling humans ultimately feeble beings. With that, it addresses Taehyun, asking him if he's the one who killed his contractor. Turns out, it's the voice of an Archduke of the Abyss, the vampire lord Igmun. Our guy realizes that the being in front of him is not Liu Feng, making him wonder if it's an Archduke of the Abyss because of the intense mana it's giving off. The vampire lord from the Abyss decides to test our dude's skills and activates blood blades, while Taehyun barely manages to dodge, confused if these are the same blood blades Feng used because their size and strength are totally different. Our fella tries to withstand the power of Igmun and realizes that there's no doubt this power is at the same level as Rosaria. Taehyun's aware that he can't approach this being recklessly, as he wonders why it appeared now. But that's not what's important right now, because if our boy wants to survive, he needs to use everything he can. The author narrates that all summoned creatures are affected by their contractor's power. If the contractor is weaker than the summoned being, then the being can exercise even more power through their contractor. On the other hand, if the being is more powerful than the contractor, then the contractor's body won't be able to handle the power, and the summoning will be cancelled. If our guy is guessing correctly, then Igmun's contractor, Liu Feng, is already dead. He's being summoned using his corpse as a catalyst. Therefore, there must be a limit to how long the summoning can last. Hence, our fella decides to stall for some time until then. The vampire lord acknowledges the fact that Taehyun is better than his contractor, that was all that, but claims that trying to survive against him is pointless, and with that being said, he hits our boy with a ridiculously powerful attack, as he believes that even if our man has some power, he still needs to learn to know his place. When suddenly, the blood tornado of Igmun changes into blossoms as he recognizes what this is. Turns out, it's Rosaria, who states that her contractor always seems to call her in the most interesting situations, while our boy believes that the situation was dire. The vampire lord gets it now. Even though he was sure that it was impossible for his contractor to die against a normal human, he never imagined that Taehyun's contractor would turn out to be the succubus queen. With that, he threatens Rosaria to leave the human and be gone, or else he will bury her here as well. But she believes that he's just venting his anger out because his contractor died. The Queen of Succubus admits that he's as pretty as ever. However, she refuses to leave when our guy asks her who this guy is. She reveals that he's the vampire lord Igmun, and an archduke like her, while as of now, he's his foe. The fierce battle between the two archdukes begins, and our boy coughs as he realizes that his mana is flowing back again, wondering if he's at his limits from fighting Igmun right after Feng. He realizes that he can barely maintain Rosaria's summoning, much less help her fight, and is losing hope when the succubus queen tells him not to fall apart yet, reminding him that her limits are tied to the contractor, and believes that even if he's become stronger, his foe is an archduke, and she cannot stop him unless she uses her proper strength. Therefore, she instructs our boy to withstand it a bit longer. Taehyun is touched by Rosaria's words, who reminds him that the reason he's desperately raced through his life till now wasn't so that he would end up dying here. And with that, she tells him to take a good look at the true power of an archduke, a power he must surpass one day. The vampire lord realizes that this seems to be the end of his allotted time as he decides to end today's meeting here, letting her know that if she survived, then they should meet again, and pulls out his final, yet the most powerful, attack as Rosaria blocks it with full strength, while our guy loses consciousness, with his mana reaching 0, stress reaching 100, and health falling below 10%. Taehyun remembers how many times this has happened, whether he became an S rank, national force level, or even archduke. Every time he thinks he's gotten stronger, a new foe appears. As he wonders how many times he has to repeat this before he finally becomes the strongest, he hears a voice calling him pathetic. The voice is of the guy in Taehyun's mind, questioning him about what he's doing wasting the king's power like this, as it insults him, letting him know that if he's not determined to give it his all, then he shall make good use of his body. With that, our guy wakes up from his dream as he is confused about what happened, recognizing the voice in the dream to be the same as the last dream, making him wonder what it has to do with the king. Our dude looks up to find Sungjin and Ayung, along with other members, as everyone leaps onto him, hugging the living life out of him. According to Yoo Ah-hyung, the barrier disappeared with a sudden flash, and within it was Taehyun's unconscious body, along with the traces of a massive battle. Thankfully, Liu Feng's assassination attempt failed due to the crazy sword, and the other new Korean players and Zhang Lang, presumed to have ordered Feng, inevitably came under investigation by the International Player Association. Our guy's healing ended safely as he thinks about Archdukes and the doppelganger of him walking out of the hospital, getting even more confused the closer he gets to understanding the king and the predation, while he sees his status window, being glad about its rank going up, when he notices the skill Blood Rampage, currently not available, and its unlock condition is to consume powerful blood. We see our guy with Yua Hyung in a restaurant as she asks him if he's feeling alright, and he does feel somewhat better. The green-eyed lady admits that Taehyun got her scared back then, and wonders what's next now that they've eaten. Our fella lets her know that he has to start working on the unexplored dungeons in Japan and China, but she complains that she wasn't asking about this, and reminds him of what he said about taking her on a date after the exhibition games. Our guy corrects her, saying he told her he would buy her a meal, which was her idea as well. Jung changes the topic and states that she doubts he will be able to start with the dungeon right away, even if he has the right to it. She reveals that dungeons are a massive source of wealth that let you mine mana stones, as she believes that even if our guy has the right to enter, they won't let him enter and defeat it easily. Both player associations will use excuses and attempt to drag it out until his right expires. However, Taehyun has something in mind for that, so he feels it's alright. Besides, he states that if they do drag it out for a while, he can still get some other stuff done. The Guildmaster of the Nightwalkers wonders what other stuff he's talking about, and our fella admits that he's realized his shortcomings, revealing that the skill he stole from Liu Feng, Blood Rampage, didn't give him any messages nor changes, even though he tried to use the skill multiple times. He guesses that it would require a special condition to use without the blessing of Igmoon, and even though he's become a strategic asset, he couldn't even properly fight back against the Archduke. Therefore, to fight against the Archduke and to uncover truths about the king and predation, Taehyun realizes that he needs to become stronger. We see our guy standing in front of Bang Chae-soo's brewery factory, which is closed, but he enters it anyways. He's welcomed with an old man's voice, taunting the youngsters as he wonders if they can't even read now, and announces that they're closed. The old man tells our fella to get out, while he states that he isn't here for business with the brewery, but came here to ask him about combining skills. The man is left shook as he wonders how our guy knows about it and who he is. Taehyun introduces himself as a national-level player and the man who is about to save him. Ban Chae-soo, an owner of a brewery on the outskirts of Seoul, and one who is counting his days. Also, the one who has the one-of-a-kind S-rank skill, Fragments of the World. However, Chae-soo wanted to work on his brewery, not on using his skills, while his son wanted him to strive for better with such a powerful skill. Maybe because he lived his life as an E-rank awakened, but Bang thought differently. The old man couldn't ignore his only child and had tried to merge the skills and the villains that his son had brought. However, they couldn't figure out why the people they brought in kept dying or were crippled due to reversed mana flow. And then Chae-soo's son ran away, afraid of retaliation. Therefore, he vowed to never use his skill again out of regret. Bang wonders how Taehyun is aware of all of that, and is even more confused about why he wants him to do it even after knowing all of this, as he tells him to get out, because he believes that being an S rank or a strategic asset doesn't matter. The old man states that he's already destroyed enough lives with his hands, but to his surprise, our boy reassures him, telling him not to worry because there's no way he would ever break because of his skill. Chae-soo doubts if what our guy just said is true, but he lets him know that the reversed mana flow wasn't his fault, and it's actually because his skill was too strong for those villains, and the skill they gained from his combination was just too highly ranked for their fragile bodies. However, Taehyun reveals that his stats won't be a problem for this, and even if they were, it won't weaken him. Bang Chae-soo is in utter disbelief to learn that his awakening and his skills were never a curse. He thought he ruined so many lives, and now it's all been solved in an instant by this young man, aka our boy. This makes him wonder who he is, almost feeling like he's a man from the future. Our fella reveals that he didn't tell anyone he came here, so even if he dies, nobody will know it was him. The old man freaks out, telling him not to say stuff like this. Before Taehyun regressed, they only realized that Bang Chae-soo wasn't at fault after 10 years of investigation, but it was too late because he died after years of alcohol abuse, in his guilt and the sadness of losing his son. If our boy didn't come here to clear his conscience, he would have died again thinking he was at fault, as he thanks God for not being late. Chae-soo is in pure shock to witness 3 combination skills: the Stone Skin and Stealth, King's Knight Spirit and Paralysis, and Monarch Heart and Soundless World. He can't believe the fact that there are so many skills in a single person, wondering if he's really okay. It's as Taehyun thought, that Chae-soo can't detect skills that have an unclear origin, like predation. And with that, he requests the old man to continue, as he's fine. The skill combination is processing. Meanwhile, in the Players Association headquarters, USA, we see Kevin Lee, US Players Association head, and an S-rank player, along with other USA players gathered in a room. Gregor Gale, 10th ranked player in the US national rank, wonders if it's the time for a war, while Dylan Gray, 3rd ranked player in the US national rank, tells him to be a bit more respectful. Ricky Hollies, 2nd ranked player in the US national rank, wonders why they always have to fight, asking for Cody's remarks on it. Cody Wood, 1st ranked player in the US national rank, states that they're not children, and believes the ranking is just a formality anyways. Kevin decides to start the discussion, as he mentions the national ranked players of China from the exhibition games. Montel Roman confirms if he's talking about Shui Xin, Chai Mingmin, and Liu Feng, while Nick Rowan reveals that he's heard that 2 of these players died while fighting the 3 warlords, and another while they attempted to assassinate the Singapore Association head. Kevin believes that they're all dead, according to what the Chinese told them, but according to the new information, those 3 were killed by a single person. Among them, Liu Feng had an Archduke of the Abyss after forming a contract with the vampire lord, Igmun, and this leaves everyone shocked, while Cody wonders who took them down. Kevin reveals the person to be Kim Tae-hyun of New South Korea, and even though he did take down Liu Feng, he believes that he's probably not as strong as them. However, they desperately need information on him, while the process of skill combination is complete, and Tae-hyun is not an SS rank but has become an AA rank. In the New South Korea airport, we see Marcus Gore, 8th ranked player, and Gregor, who complains about flying all the way here because of our dude and decides to teach him a lesson. While Marcus tells him to calm down and reminds him that they're not here to fight him, at least not yet. Taehyun exits the lift, thinking about the skill combination that went well, and decides to test them out as fast as he can. As our guy takes a look at his status window, he feels that testing the skills here might cause a lot of trouble and wonders if he should go to the abyss. Then Marcus Gore grabs his attention as he states that he's waited a long while for our dude. Gregor, on the other hand, is offended to see that this little kid, aka our boy, is the one who defeated Liu Feng, as he doubts if the information they got was right. Taehyun was not expecting American National Force level players, making him wonder what brings them here. Marcus sits at a table with him and claims that they're here just to talk, but before that, he asks our boy to excuse him for a moment as he uses Ziggurat, Marcus Gore's skill, that not only measures the target's information, like stats and skills, but can also check things like their current mood or mental status. Meanwhile, Marcus is surprised since he's never seen an AA rank before and feels that our guy's stats are weak to have defeated Feng. Therefore, he decides to investigate his skills. But as he does that, Ziggurat is unable to identify the target's skills, and this leaves him in pure shock when Taehyun states that they should end the spying here, as he believes Marcus should have enough info to judge his abilities already. However, the 8th ranked American player can't seem to understand how our boy was able to deflect his Ziggurat, as it has never happened. Even though he tries to act normal, he has now realized why Kevin Lee was paying so much attention to the first National Force level player in South Korea. Our dude wonders why they're actually here, and Marcus reveals that they wanted to request the sharing of the right to attempt the Chinese uncleared dungeon he received from the exhibition games. When he sees Taehyun confused, he lets him know that they can't give too much information, but states that their association head has been wanting to explore that region recently. And they're aware that since our guy defeated Liu Feng, it's obvious that Zhang Lang will do anything he can to disrupt his attempt. Therefore, since this is a mutual situation, Marcus suggests that if he shares the right with them, not only will they prevent Zhang's tricks, but they will also help our guy clear the dungeon. The 8th ranked American player tries to form a connection with Taehyun here, since neither of them loses anything. If our guy accepts, the American Player Association will gain a new force they can rely on, and even if he refuses, he will understand that they do not oppose him, and that's their initial plan. Our dude refuses, and even though he appreciates the offer, he believes he doesn't need help. While Marcus is satisfied with his response, Gregor barges into the conversation and tells him not to fuck with them, grabbing our fella by his collar as he wonders if they have traveled all the way from the United States for this stupid answer. Marcus tries to handle the situation and tells his team member to let go, not sure what the hell he's up to. But Gregor doesn't give a damn, as he believes that they don't need words to convince a brat like him, referring to Taehyun, and should just force him. Meanwhile, our boy wonders what the hell is wrong with this guy, as he realizes that Marcus seemed like he wanted to stay on good terms with him, not knowing what's wrong with Gregor. But then he sees the look in his eyes, remembering that he has seen this stare countless times when he wasn't a player, and realizes that he's not picking a fight because he has a good reason for it. Rather, he just doesn't want to accept that they're at the same level. It's been a while since our fella felt this, but since the situation is now different, he decides to talk things out with force if Gale really wants him to take the offer so badly, and sees this as an opportunity to test his skills. We see the Undivided Guild Stadium, where Secretary Kim is in utter disbelief to learn that their guildmaster wants to do the match in their stadium. Kang Hyuk believes it will be good press for their guild, but Hyeyeon doesn't seem to agree with him, as she asks if he intends to destroy the whole building, wondering how the hell their stadium is going to withstand a fight between national force level players. Gregory Gale is excited about the idea of having a fight in the stadium, and our boy hopes that he gets the results he wants to which the 10th ranked American player tells him not to worry, as he reveals that he's a real fan of slaughtering shows. With that, he transforms into a werewolf and leaps onto Taehyun, destroying the stadium, while Kwon is confused to witness a werewolf. Marcus reveals that it's the heart of the wolf, and his unexpected appearance leaves Kang Hyuk shocked. He further clarifies that the heart of the wolf, when trained to its limit, transforms the user into a werewolf, and significantly raises their physical capabilities. Marcus feels unfortunate that they weren't able to build a good relationship with a strong player, but decides to witness the skills that took down Liu Feng. Gregor believes that Taehyun is an idiot and is aware of the fact that Gore was not able to check his skills, but his stats don't compare to his besides in mana. And since he's also activated Heart of the Wolf, which boosts his stats, he's certain that our guy is no match for him. He grabs our dude with his claw and believes this is the end for him, while our boy expected as much from the 10th ranked player of America, as he reveals that now he knows he won't die from his tests. And suddenly, a black barrier appears in the stadium, leaving Marcus shocked as to what that is. The author narrates that Kim Taehyun got 3 new skills through his skill combination, and among them, the first is the World of the Monarch, a mixture of domination of 5 senses and the monarch's heart. The combination of the domination of 5 senses and the monarch's heart decreases the stats of the enemies and raises the stats of the user. The second skill is the Shadow Skin, a mixture of Stone Skin and Stealth, which not only offers Stone Skin's enhancing capabilities, but also allows the use of stealth and then to reappear at will. And the final skill is the Aura of the Monarch, a mixture of Night King's spirit and paralysis. Since the skills combined, the effects combined are enhanced. Hence the final one is quite obvious, as Taehyun orders Gregor Gale to kneel. The battle ends with Marcus Gore in absolute disbelief, while Taehyun thinks it was a good match, hoping to see his opponent next time. The people can't see what happened in the stadium because of that weird barrier, as they wonder if Taehyun won. Marcus is confused about what happened within that barrier, which made the fight end in an instant. Gregor Gale manages to stand up and questions our boy, asking him who the hell he thinks he is, as he announces that the fight is not over yet and he hasn't gone down. The 10th ranked American player gets violent as he doesn't accept reality and claims he'll kill Taehyun, but Park Sungjin, Yu Ah-young, and Kwon Kang-yuk stand firmly against him, while the guild master of Nightwalker reminds him that this bet wasn't supposed to be this violent. Kang-hyuk tells Gregor to accept the outcome, and Sungjin believes that any more fighting goes beyond just a friendly wager, telling him to back off. Our boy wonders since when they've been watching the match, when the chairman walks in and reveals that they've been witnessing the fight from the beginning. Even though he was planning to stay put, things seemed to be getting out of hand, so he had to step in, reassuring our guy to leave the rest to them. Gale feels enraged to see the Korean Player Association trying to stop him, calling them insolent insects, and is ready to kill them all, when Marcus Gore interrupts and orders him to shut up, warning him of Cody's sanction if he escalates things further. He reminds him of how Cody is like when he moves for real. Gregory seems scared of Cody and curses in frustration as he walks away. The 8th ranked American player sincerely apologizes to Kim Taehyun and believes what he's about to say might sound laughable given what just happened, but says it anyway, asking our guy if he has any interest in becoming a player for the United States Player Association. Everyone is left shocked, including Gregor and the chairman, who feels offended that Marcus would suggest this in front of him, the chairman of the South Korea Player Association. But Marcus further claims he can match whatever conditions our dude wants, including the Chinese dungeon, which can be easily cleared with a team assembled from their members. Taehyun takes this offer as a compliment to his abilities, but he reveals that his next destination is actually Japan, not China, since he's received news that the Saintess of Japan, Yoshikawa Tsurara, has woken up. We see the Holy Maiden trapped in place, trying to escape but restrained, as she desperately wants it to stop. She then hears the voice of Taehyun's doppelganger, who reminds her that she's the one who started this, yet has the audacity to ask him to stop. With that, Yoshikawa wakes up from her nightmare, screaming and shouting, as she has the same nightmare again, the nightmare that began after she fell into a coma from peering into our boy's mind. Whenever she breaks through the tentacles in the nightmare, she's welcomed by a mysterious figure taking the shape of Taehyun. After that, she wakes up from her death, wondering if she has to endure this until she actually dies. The guild members try to make the Saintess rest, but she insists on seeing the Ghost Blade, wondering why he's not by her side. As she walks out with her trembling figure, she witnesses Ghostblade desperately attacking Kim Taehyun, who dodges the attacks and reminds his opponent that he's not here to fight. But Shinji isn't ready to hear anything, as he believes Taehyun is here for the Holy Maiden, and claims he'll repay the shame she had to endure. Hence, he activates the Soulbringer. Soulbringer, the blade infused with white mana, can cut even souls. However, our dude believes that idiots who don't listen never seem to understand without a beating, so he kicks Ghostblade in the face with full strength, sending him flying into the wall. Our dude announces that he's here for 2 reasons. First, to ask Yoshikawa about what she saw inside his mind, and second, to prevent the largest dungeon break in history that will happen soon. In Japan, we see the Japanese Player Association's uncleared dungeon watch team monitoring the entrance of an uncleared dungeon that looks like a storm to them. One of them reveals that from what he's heard, there's a gate leading to the dungeon inside that storm, which was probably caused by the mana flowing out of the gate. However, they haven't identified any signs of a dungeon break, so they believe there's nothing to worry about, since they're just here as insurance. But then one of the guys spots something inside the storm with his binoculars, wondering if he's seeing things. Inside the dungeon, we see the army of Kenthazaneth, servant of Archduke Orgel, declaring the completion of their preparations as their boss commanded. They've gathered their troops for decades, and finally today, they've crushed the gate that blocked them and arrived here, as they now await their commander's next orders. Kenthazaneth picks out one of his kind and devours it, reminding his kin that they grow stronger the more they eat. He reveals there's only one thing to do, for his son, for Archduke Orgel, and that is to leave this place and devour the humans, as he declares the commencement of the Festival of Blood. Yoshikawa reveals what she saw in Taehyun's mind, stating that it was something that looked like him, although it wasn't a monster or a human, rather it was an unidentifiable being. It's as our boy thought, it's that guy from the dream, and even though he still lacks information, at least now he knows that it wasn't just a simple dream, more of a nightmare. Even though he didn't use predation, he senses the magic of predation in Sarara's body, wondering if this was the cause of it. Our guy removes the remaining mana from her body and reveals that she won't have any more nightmares. But the Saintess is confused, wondering why he's helping her, when she's the one who attacked him. Taehyun clarifies that he's not helping her and states that it's to stop the dungeon break. Suddenly the ground starts rumbling, making the Holy Maiden wonder if it's an earthquake. Our boy realizes that it's a dungeon break as he instructs Yoshikawa to wake up Nakata Shinji. But then we see Japanese Player Association chairman and a former National Force level player, Matsudo Kuro, approaching. Matsudo Kuro, in his prime, defeated monsters as a National Force level player. After retiring, he recruited the talents known as the Holy Maiden and the Ghostblade, making him known as one of the greatest Japanese Player Association presidents of all time. But in reality, he's a man who doesn't care what casualties occur in order to get what he needs. Our boy asks the Japanese Player Association chairman if he's aware of the dungeon break and offers his help. The chairman reveals that he's already aware, since he's been getting those calls, but he wonders why it matters to him. He reminds our dude that his right to attempt uncleared dungeons is only active while the dungeon stays active. Once a break occurs, it has no power. Moreover, Matsudo mentions the trouble that the Korean Association players caused them at the exhibition games, and wonders how bad it would make him look if our guy were to handle the dungeon break. Therefore, he decides to make him stay put for a while for the crime of attacking their players. Yoshikawa tries to explain about minimizing the damage caused by the dungeon break, but the chairman strictly tells her to stay out of this, reminding her that he overlooked her controlling people using her skill. The chairman threatens to end her and the Ghostblade if she takes the side of this brat, referring to our dude. And with that, he orders the detention of Kim Tae-hyun, who's aware that if he resists with force without an attempt to comply, it would put their chairman in a bad spot. Hence, he decides to cooperate with them. Our boy tells the Saintess to bring Nakata Shinji and try to stop it, but she doesn't seem happy with the situation. The chairman is glad that he made the right choice and claims he'll release him immediately if they find him innocent. But our dude interrupts Matsudo, telling him not to act so cocky. He reminds him that he's the one who refused his help, and if this leads to problems, it's his responsibility. However, the chairman thinks of it as nonsense. The Japanese players struggle to stop the monsters that swarm out of the dungeon, knowing that if they break through, everyone's gonna die. But they don't know how to stop this since the monsters just keep pouring out, and all of them are either A or S rank. Kimura Ren feels that they have to stop them at any cost, because if they don't, then who will? But he's captured by Kenthazanath, who decides to devour him first. As Kimura thinks this is the end, for him and everyone else, Ghostblade appears, slashing the monster's arm off. The bodies of the Japanese players start healing as they wonder what's happening, when Yoshikawa Sarara walks in, thankful that these guys are still alive as she heals them. Shinji is concerned about the Saintess, but she lets him know that she's alright, and now no longer feels that strange mana within her. Even though she won't be able to use her full power, she can fully support Shinji. Ghostblade realizes that Kim Tae-hyun actually helped her. Kenthazanath is excited because he wasn't expecting food of this caliber, and decides to turn Ghostblade and the Holy Maiden into a meal for his son. Nakata fights him, and the Saintess requests everyone else to handle the rest of the monsters while they handle the main one. Nakata Shinji expected as much from an SS rank monster, Kenthazanath, and knows if he makes a single mistake, he can lose his limbs. Considering his regenerative abilities, the wounds he leaves on him are pointless. That is why past attempts at clearing the dungeon went unfinished. However, Ghostblade is capable of cutting him right now. 5 years have passed since their last attempt at clearing the dungeon, and he's trained every second he had so he could cut him down. Now, with the Holy Maiden's healing power by his side, all of his physical abilities rise. The Saintess lets Shinji know that she can't last long, therefore they have to do it now. Hence, there's nothing the white-haired Japanese National Force level player cannot cut through. At last, Kenthazanath is defeated by none other than Ghostblade, as everyone in the Japanese Player Association headquarters cheer for him, while Matsudo feels proud about being certain that his 2 national-level players could stop an SS-rank dungeon break. With that, he lets our guy know that he never needed him from the beginning, while Taehyun is glad that they were able to defeat Kenthazanath. However, he makes the chairman doubt if things are actually over. He reminds him of a dungeon break in South Korea a few months ago, which was upgraded from C rank to A rank. Last month, the dungeon break that occurred in France and Russia changed from S rank to S+ rank. Taehyun believes that their former methods of calculating dungeon break ranks are no longer accurate. Hence, he asks the chairman why he's so sure that this dungeon break is only SS rank. Meanwhile, Nakata witnesses another monster, and it turns out to be the master of the Japanese uncleared dungeon, Kenthamion, an SS+ rank. Ghostblade is confused to see the monster that appeared out of Kenthazanath's corpse, and then begins to eat it as he wonders what it's planning to do. But that doesn't matter, because he believes a monster is a monster, and decides to use his skill, Eliminate, as he walks towards it. However, his sword is stopped by Kenthamion, who grabs it and crushes it, and is also aware that he's the guy who killed its father. Nakata is thrown a far distance, and Yoshikawa is stepped on by the SS+ monster, who tells her not to worry since it's going to devour them all. Chaos erupts in the Japanese Player Association headquarters, as they wonder what's going on, not sure if the Saintess and Ghostblade survived, while one of them believes it was an SS+ ranked, a rank they've never had before. Taehyun seems to be aware of this outcome already, as he realizes that the master of the Japanese uncleared dungeon, Kenthamion, has finally appeared. Kenthamion, the true master of the uncleared dungeon located in Japan, is an SS+ rank monster. Its initial shape and strength are nowhere near enough to meet the level of SS+, but it grows stronger as it consumes more monsters and humans. Our boy is aware that its danger is on a different level from the monsters up till now. Only if Chairman Matsudo would recognize the severity of the situation and request help from him, the damage then could be minimized, but it's not likely to happen. The members of the Japanese Player Association await the orders of their chairman, who was on top of the world after defeating an SS rank monster. But upon witnessing this SS+ monster, he's confused about whether he should request assistance from another hunter association. But then he realizes that if the Holy Maiden and Ghostblade don't stand a chance, calling other associations would be pointless. The chairman calculates the damage of the players, the city, and his political standing, and in the end, decides to run away. One of the members of the association asks him about the players fighting for their lives out there, but selfish Matsudo believes it's too late for them and states that if their national force-level hunters can't do anything, then how would they rescue them? Therefore, he thinks running is the best option if they want to keep their heads. He's interrupted when Taehyun hits him ever so hard, breaking his cuffs. And even though he tried his best not to get violent for the sake of the Korean Association chairman, he just couldn't help it. The members of the Japanese Association try to argue, but our guy lets them know that he's here to stop the dungeon break. And with that, he gives them a choice to do as they will. Either run away just like their chairman said, or arrest him. Either way, Taehyun claims that he's going to save them, and leaves the room. As he's thinking about defeating Kenthamion and managing to stop the dungeon break, someone calls his name out, catching our boy by surprise as he wonders why that person is here. Shinji and Kimura Ren have been defeated, while the Holy Maiden believes no matter how much she regenerates her body, it's pointless now. Kenthamion is ready to devour her. Now that she's done struggling, Yoshikawa remembers Kim Taehyun's words and is certain that only he can defeat this. She remembers that our boy, an enemy, was willing to help in order to stop the dungeon break. When she first became a player, she wanted to help others with her powers, but she never realized when she began walking down the wrong path, wondering if it's too late to go back now. As she's about to get devoured by the SS+ monster, our dude rescues her. She did not expect this, but admits that she stood her ground well. The Saintess is in disbelief to see him, while the other members of the Japanese Player Association all come to rescue their players. They apologize to Taehyun and decide to focus on rescuing the injured players since they can't assist him in combat. Our guy believes that's more than enough for him, and with that, he looks at the one he's going to take care of, Kenthamion. Yoshikawa tries to warn him that he can't do this alone when Taehyun calls out Lima Hyung, and a wall of ice is created with Kenthamion and our dude inside it. Ah-hyung wonders if our fella is sure about this, as she reveals she didn't come here for this. She came here because Association Chairman Jinhui requested her to bring Taehyun back at all costs when he found out he had been arrested by the Japanese Player Association. But since he's the key member of New South Korea, they cannot allow him to stay in such a place, hence he sent Lim Ah-hyung here. Our dude gets to know that she wasn't here to help with the dungeon break and suggests that she should help while she's here. And thinking about what a good man the chairman is, who wanted to get him out at all costs, Taehyun is glad. Kenthamayon is unable to understand why Taehyun trapped himself with it and refuses to run, wondering if he's not aware that he would be nothing more than its prey. But our fella states that he's the one who's unaware, and he's the one that's going to be devoured now. The members of the Japanese Player Association rescue the injured players and call out the Saintess, who's lost in her thoughts as she looks at the barrier within which Kim Taehyun is fighting Kenthamion. As our guy fights the monster, he realizes that it recovers from most wounds so fast, plus he doesn't know if it's sensing his stealth. But the longer they fight, the more precise Kenthamion's attacks are becoming. If so, our boy uses one of his combination skills, while the SS Plus monster admits that he's not bad for prey. However, it believes that this isn't enough to stop him. But our dude shows him the real skill, predation, and challenges it to try stopping it. Taehyun is aware that the longer they fight, the more disadvantaged he is. So even if it means using all his mana on predation, he needs to finish this off and end this now. When suddenly he hears the same voice, telling him that this power isn't his, and our guy finds himself inside his own mind. He wonders if it's a dream, but soon realizes that it's reality, and questions his doppelganger, asking him who he is and what he wants from him. The doppelganger looks amused as he reveals that he wants Taehyun to reach him, and in order to do so, he needs to not be trash drunk on his power, but still someone who can make it through challenges on their own. With that, he announces that this is a test. Our boy is not able to process what's happening and tells him to fuck off, but an inexplicable power is activated, due to which predation is now unusable and is cancelled. And so are the Monarch's Spirit, the Monarch's Realm, Shadow Skin, Chains of Binding, Queen's Man, and Complete Hypnosis. Taehyun is now left with no skills available currently, and with that, he's returned to the real world, where Kenthamion gives him a ridiculous hit. An eerie shift that proves more sinister than thought takes place as our guy becomes totally defenseless with no skills available. Abruptly, Kenthamion breaks through Kim's mind realm, catching him off guard, while Lim Ah-hyung shouts Taehyun's name as she struggles to hold the ice wall. The atmosphere charges with suspense and our main character gets severely thrashed by Kenthamion, splattered in blood. He's still gripped by the event where that creature appeared out of nowhere and ate all his skills, even learning that this power does not belong to him. This bitter truth crashes down on him, but Kim Taehyun has known this from the very beginning. To put it bluntly, our guy wasn't even awakened. He was merely chosen by that creature called King. While he's still in thought, wondering why he even tried if this was going to happen, Lim Ah-hyung comes in front of him to protect him from the SS Plus monster. She decides to buy some time and instructs our boy to get to the Saintess and recover, but he knows she doesn't stand a chance against it and tells her to run. However, Ah-hyung already knows that, and reveals that's why she's doing this, because she knows that the only one who can defeat this monster is Taehyun. She reminds our dude that he's here to stop the dungeon break and asks him if he doesn't realize that if he dies here, everything is over. A sudden realization hits Kim Taehyun as he realizes it's not the time to worry about why his skills were taken away by him. No matter how much of a cheat he feels right now, the situation won't change. He knows that if he can't defeat Kenthamion, everyone here will die. Our fella needs to find a way as he thinks about different options. But with his body like this and no skills, he knows he can't take the SS Plus monster. Then he suddenly realizes that he has one skill left, the one he could never use from the start, Blood Rampage. Taehyun looks around for powerful blood in order to activate Blood Rampage and sees Kenthazanath's body. Lim Ah-hyung, on the other hand, is knocked out by Kenthamion, who decides to eat her first in order to recover. It suddenly feels a powerful presence. Taehyun's damaged body parts regenerate as the consumption of powerful blood is confirmed, and all of his stats are increased to 250. Kenthamion is in disbelief to feel the mana of an archduke as it wonders what the hell our boy is. The skill Blood Rampage is activated. The fella, sitting on the throne, accentuates how he considered whether he should let Taehyun use one or two skills. But it seems he'd worried needlessly. That evil creature peeks at Taehyun and realizes that for him to consume Igmun's powers was like consuming a monster. It concludes that's how our boy is supposed to grow, desperately and miserably, thinking that it's time for Kim to realize the idle nature of his ways and grasp a different nature of this power compared to how he's been using it till now, because that's how Kim is going to reach that person. In the meantime, our guy forcefully strikes Kenthamion, ripping one of its arms apart. Even that monster is left bewildered as Taehyun could barely stand a moment ago, but this sudden use of an archduke's power is beyond a miracle. Nonetheless, the villain finalizes that our main character has to die either way, and to regenerate its arm, it grabs a handful of corpses to get stronger. Kenthamion isn't interested in the fact of how Taehyun gained these powers, but this is Archduke Orgel's realm. The monster reckons that if this current body is not enough to beat this human, then it will consume more bodies and mana so that it can completely shred Taehyun to pieces. During this time, our guy witnesses Lima Hyung and feels relieved that she's still breathing. He then ponders upon Archduke Igman's power, the blood rampage, and discovers how insanely powerful it is. It feels like Kim's blood is boiling while his heart feels like it's about to burst. His body is screaming in pain from this monster-like form, hence he can't be in this state for so long. But strangely, our hero's body feels lighter than ever. While he's contemplating, Kenthamion regenerates and leaps towards Kim with his giant axes, calling this the end. Our guy smoothly evades the attack and tires out the monster as it keeps chasing him relentlessly. That's when Kenthamion figures out that none of his blows are landing and he's being pushed back. But the monster is deluded, thinking that it has gotten more powerful after consuming those bodies. But Taehyun's diabolical strength is still questionable. Just like that, with a single leap, our boy rips through that giant monster. In this fight, the thing that mattered the most were Kim's crimson eyes. They turned red just like when he used predation, but there was something different. Unlike before, our boy could see the flow of mana, where his opponent is concentrating his powers and what he'll do next. He could see through every move of that monster, not to mention that Taehyun could even see the Mana Stone, the heart of all monsters, and he gets the perfect chance to charge at Kenthamion's weak spot, piercing through that Mana Stone with his claws. Kenthamion, taking his last breath, asks him what he really is. Our guy responds that he'll find that out in hell. Just like that, the Mana Stone bursts, and a blinding energy ruptures, shredding its head into bits. After this tiring incident, it is revealed that since Kim Taehyun was successful in defeating Kenthamion, the dungeon break situation in Japan came to an end. The Japanese Player Association did its best to help the survivors and to clean up the mess, while Matsuda Kuro, who refused outside help for his own gain, was arrested. Moreover, Lima Hyung did not receive any permanent injuries, only light wounds, leaving her wondering if she was punished. But she wasn't, as the chairman feels glad that she's fine. As for the Saintess and the Phantom Swordsman, they both admitted to their crimes as well as misuse of their abilities, having forgotten their duties as players. Yoshikawa wholeheartedly accepts that she used her powers to brainwash people and agrees to take whatever punishment she deserves. On the contrary, at the American Player Association, the chairman is impressed by Kim Taehyun's breathtaking abilities, killing an SS rank monster alone at that. The American chairman thought Cody was the only one capable of it, but Taehyun's more powerful than before. Besides, analyzing that red aura, they are convinced that it's the Archduke's powers. The chairman presumes that it's a shame they can't bring talent like Taehyun over here to the United States, but it can't be helped. Not to mention people like them can't be swayed by power or money, but what moves them are ideals and beliefs. The guy asks the chairman if the association has made its decision, to which he answers that they'll need to start making their own moves, that kid aside. Either way, all that they do is for the progress of mankind. Suddenly, the chairman transforms into an angel-like creature, radiating a blinding light just like that of the king. The scene then switches to our boy who's still unable to use predation. It turns out that Taehyun's monster-like body returned to normal once Blood Rampage ended, but the skills that were sealed away did not. The only powers he could use were the Blood Rampage, the Archduke Igman's powers, and the new skill he received from Blood Rampage, Monster's Eyes, also called the Crimson Eyes. Our guy tried to use the head alchemist Seo Sangik's help in creating potions, but he failed miserably. Alchemist Sangik's primary skill is potion creation, in which he creates potions using different mana stones and additives to create what regular alchemy can't. These effects range from simple stat buffs to curing incurable diseases. This time Sangik's help doesn't even work, and our guy thinks that the curse he's afflicted with is on another level. Deep down, Taehyun knows that the only reason Sangik's potions aren't working is that the doppelganger in his consciousness won't lift the curse. The alchemist asks Kim what he's going to do now, and our guy responds that he's going to find answers abroad, referring to the US. Taehyun plans to meet with the second-ranked player in America and world's greatest curse lifter, Ricky Hollies. On the other hand, Ricky Hollies meets with Zhang Lung not as a representative of the American Association, but as an investigator of the World Players Association. She holds Zhang accountable for his crimes like various assassination charges, as well as unauthorized experiments occurring in China, near the unconquered dungeons. Ricky nicely asks the old man to comply with the investigation. A murderous intent creeps in, and Zhang questions what if he refuses. The scene shifts to Taehyun's point of view, where he wishes to meet Ricky before she goes missing. It is then known to us that the American Player Association discovers two unexplored dungeons. One was the one in Japan that Kim Taehyun completed, the Kenthazina's Storm. The other one was the one that destroyed countless parties, the unconquered dungeon in China, the Grey Pit. Near that area, unidentified laboratories and mana have been detected by the American Association. They suspect that it's Zhang Lung who's conducting some kind of experimentation. The guy implores Ricky Hollies to figure out what's going on. Coming to the present scene, the second-ranked player flaunts her destructive powers as the whole place rumbles, and she decides to make the Chinese dude spit the truth out by force. Zhang expected this much from the second-ranked player in the US, but he's astonished to see such mana that even overpowers him. He's quite intrigued and presumes that it's perfect for their plan. Zhang decides to play along as he laughs it off, justifying that he can't possibly stand against the World Player Association and agrees to cooperate with them. Ricky is shocked to see such a change in attitude, and something doesn't feel right when the old man invites her to the laboratory to witness the truth herself. Zhang, reeking of malice, suggests that they should talk after seeing his experiments first. The scene then takes us to Player Hotel China, where Ricky is left deeply unsettled after Zhang made a strange request to visit his laboratory. She wonders what he's planning because there's no way that old hag would cooperate. Ricky decides to play her steps carefully since she's unaware of Zhang's true intentions. Well, shortly she's interrupted by an unannounced guest who turns out to be our guy Kim Tae-hyun. He appears straight out of the blue, and Ricky finds it rude that our guy entered a woman's room like that. She appears calm and presumes that she thought of seeing Tae-hyun, a new rising star from South Korea, soon. Not to mention, the US Player Association has their eyes on him too. But fortunately, the meeting was pretty quick, yet unexpected. While Ricky Hollies wonders what he's thinking, our boy breaks the ice and makes a shocking statement, revealing that she's going to die there. This sudden revelation leaves her disoriented. Since Kim came from the future, we get to know that Ricky is the second most powerful player in the US, and a nationally ranked player. She already has worldwide fame, but the most famous of her abilities is her skill known as Canceller, which allows her to nullify even the Awaken's oath. Currently, our boy can't use any abilities besides Blood Rampage and Crimson Eyes, and for that reason, Ricky's skill is needed, if nothing else, for the unexplored dungeons. Tae-hyun is aware that she's famous for not negotiating with anyone who's not working for her. He then recalls that before his regression, Ricky died in a dungeon in Guangzhou. The whole world wanted to know more about this famous tragic incident. Our guy expects that Ricky is a human after all and wants to live. However, Ricky smiles and gives him an odd answer that shocks him. To think he'd grab her attention by mentioning something she wouldn't know, our fella failed miserably. Being sassy, Ricky reasons that players are always exposed to danger and can die at any time. Before she even begins to think about believing Tae-hyun, Ricky states that carrying these powers is a responsibility. Kim asks her if she doesn't want to save herself, saying that any person in her situation would. Ricky scoffs at the word person and exudes her powers to show that with a single flick, she can kill everyone in this entire building. She elaborates that they're similar to monsters in that way, and that's why players need something to tie them down to this world. She then asks our guy what holds him down. Ricky attempts to manipulate him and asks Kim what kind of person he is, a person who can control himself or a monster consumed by desires. Well, our guy is not someone who's swayed by such words. Nonetheless, he's surprised by her. Tae-hyun lets out that players aren't akin to monsters as much in that regard, but humans do tend to lose their humanity from countless battles. Our guy admits that Ricky is quite inflexible, but he makes it clear that he's quite hard-headed too. It looks like Kim did break through that tough shell as Ricky smiles and assumes that he must want something, given that he came all the way here. Without any reluctance, our guy confesses that he needs Holly's Canceller skill since his skills are all locked away right now. Even she is shocked that Kim is asking for a lot from a stranger he just met, but Ricky asks him what she's going to get in return. Our guy believes that her greatest interest right now is helping the victims who might not even exist in Guangzhou. He asks Ricky if his assistance in helping them would be enough. She's doubtful about if Kim will be of help to her. Well, regardless, she decides to give him a chance. Later, Ricky arrives at the entrance of Zhang Lung's laboratory with her bodyguard Kim Tae-hyun. Even the girls there are impressed to see our boy. With that, they enter the laboratory undercover. Well, it was necessary since Ricky Hollies was the only one invited to Zhang's secret lab, so there's no way they'd allow another high ranker to enter with her. Besides, our guy is pretty famous for clearing the Japanese dungeon, so he had to disguise himself as a bodyguard. After that, the Chinese Player Association head, Zhang Lung, is surprised to see Ricky Hollies with a bodyguard, wondering if someone as powerful as her needs one. Ricky justifies that one can never be too careful and hopes the Chinese dude would allow this much. In the meantime, our guy gets to see Zhang, the man who paid for the assassinations in the Asian Games and the center of all tragedies in the future. This dude is a real disaster. Before they enter the lab, Zhang's associates inform Ricky that they need to take the Awaken's oath before they enter. Ricky lets out that the oath won't do anything to her though, flaunting her powers. Our guy gets startled and feels frustrated by this woman who was just talking about she's a human or whatever, and the aura she's letting off is jaw-dropping. Zhang tells his associates that there's no need to take the oath, and it's not like they can stop Ricky Hollies anyways. With that, Zhang begins the tour of his laboratory, unraveling the project to create S-Rank Awakened. Ricky witnesses many people in tubes and immediately runs closer, convinced that she expected something bad, but this is totally beyond her expectations. The Chinese head elucidates that they're creating S-Rank Awakened artificially through experiments by injecting the mana of monsters into them. Zhang believes that this power to go against the flow of the world is amazing. Ricky loses her cool and our guy warns her not to use her skills in here or else the people might get hurt. The evil Chinese dude tells them to look at another awakened that is about to be born. He thinks that Ricky and her bodyguard are lucky to see such a spectacular process. Just as that awakened is about to be born, that man's heartbeat increases rapidly and eventually, that cube is covered in blood. Zhang heartlessly calls it a failure, neglecting the loss of a human life. That's when Ricky simmers with rage as Zhang crosses the line and she activates her powers. Our guy did know that Ricky had other abilities, but even he didn't know that she's powerful enough to shake the entire lab. The second-ranked player spirals out of control and warns Zhang that he must pay the price for his actions. Zhang reasons that humans aren't fair after all. Everybody knows that with the player system, once the player's rank is decided, so is their place on the social ladder. The old man states that no one wants to stay on the lower rungs and believes that he just helped them fulfill their wishes. Ricky, on the other hand, doesn't buy this bullshit and declares that it ends here. She uses energy condensation, and the energy marble glides straight towards Zhang Lung. But that cunning bastard brings out the bigger guns and uses the skill Black Hole, which consumes Ricky's energy in a heartbeat like it was never there. Black holes nullify all nearby skills, and that giant orb appears all over the laboratory. Taehyun is rendered speechless as he ponders how on earth old man Zhang acquired this skill since it's extremely difficult to cast. Just then, the Chinese Association head calls out Ricky and asks her if she was getting cocky just because she had more mana than him. He thinks that people should know how to utilize skills, and it's a scroll with the spell Black Hole. The old man informs Ricky that he has another present for her, hoping she'll like it. The unfolding moment throws them off balance. Well, our guy immediately senses something and runs to the center, figuring out that this lab was underground all this time because the dungeon, Grey Pit, was right beside it. Our boy discovers that the reason this lab is underground is probably to utilize the mana emanating from this dungeon. Taehyun also speculates that most of the mana is already his. Zhang Lung grins and thinks it's a shame that Ricky didn't understand his motives full of malice. Suddenly the old man calls out Kim Taehyun, muttering that he has a score to settle with him. That's the moment the situation takes an even darker turn, and our guy pauses in his movements. Things get fucked up real bad because Zhang knew that it was Taehyun all along. The old man calls the shots and orders his men to seal the gates. The operators get concerned about the subjects and researchers being down there, but Zhang states that they had enough of both. He thinks if they can take them out with this, they'd be a worthwhile exchange. The gates get sealed, and Taehyun learns that they have fallen into a trap. The Chinese dude also blocked Ricky's skill, and she feels infuriated since she has never let this happen before. Suddenly, the place begins to rumble and the researchers panic. It turns out to be an orc monster erupting out of the dungeon. The researchers assume that it's a regular orc that they can defeat, but then that monster lets out a powerful energy, making them realize that it's a parasite-infected orc. The parasite orc exudes a green aura that makes the humans infected. We then get to know that once the parasite enters a human body, that person is left solely with the intent to attack as it infects others around it, and it continues to spread the parasite to new hosts. The infected researcher attacks the uninfected humans while the parasite orc aims to hit Ricky, who's paralyzed with fear. The researcher shouts and warns her that if that aura touches her, she'll be infected. Our guy gets into action and saves Ricky, using his skill Blood Rampage. She is left in disbelief, wondering how come Kim is able to use his ability. In the meantime, the people keep getting infected, and Taehyun can't stand to let more of them get infected. He somehow thinks of a way to stop the parasite inside the orc from leaving at all costs to prevent that thing from spreading further. Well, our guy finds a quick solution, to get rid of the one who's controlling all other parasites. Using the monster's eyes, Taehyun spots the parasite living in the host orc's brain, and just as he's about to get at it, the orc dodges the attack. It runs off to infect other humans who are running for their lives. To prevent it from infecting others, Taehyun forcefully smashes the orc, thinking it'd do some damage. However, the monster remains unaffected, and that cunning creature was trying to infect our guy as the green aura gets him. Ricky finds Kim standing and thinks that he got infected too. At that moment, she's thrown into a panic because if someone as strong as Taehyun gets infected, nothing in this world can stop it. But it's nothing like that. Our guy smirks, and it appears that he was making a fool out of the parasite orc. With a single strike, Taehyun impressively yanks out that mana stone and turns back like an iconic hero. Bro got the riz that even Ricky Hollies is left speechless by the unlimited aura our guy exudes. He then asks her if she's ready to catch that old hag Zhang Lung, The scene takes us to the outside of the laboratory where one of the chairman's men asks him about the possibility of Ricky and Taehyun surviving, given that they are nationally ranked players after all. Jang calmly says not to worry too much since the laboratory is made of a special material, an amalgamation of high-tech materials meant to contain monsters that may escape. It's strong enough to withstand most attacks. Plus, at the end of this elevator is a thick door of the same material, and if they shut it as they leave, nobody can get out of it. Well, that old man is truly a mastermind of all evil. His arrogant ass thinks that Ricky and Taehyun are both going to die in the laboratory while fighting hordes of dungeon monsters. But all that trash talk turns out to be bullshit when suddenly someone monstrous pierces through those thick doors, sliding right out of them like a pro. It appears to be our boy Taehyun, who's here to kick Jang's ass. The old man can't process that Kim bursts through those walls of impenetrable material, slapping that reality check across his face. Kim, being a true badass, uses the old man's words against him, saying they have a score to settle. With that, our guy leaps forth with a punch, showing that the Chinese dude can't do anything on his own. But things go sideways when their hands clasp, and Jang manages to block Taehyun's blood rampage with a single hand. The old man makes a powerful comeback as he strikes our boy, making him drift away. Right at that moment, Taehyun activates the monster's eyes and learns the reason behind Jang's monstrous strength. It turns out that Jang inserted monster powers into his own body, realizing that this old bastard is a half-monster. Matters spiral further downhill since Taehyun didn't expect that this old man was crazy enough to experiment on himself. Suddenly, Jang grins evilly and states that he didn't want to do this himself, but these insects left him with no choice. He fiercely bursts forth to rip Taehyun's face, telling him to suck on his mom's teat. That's when our boy smirks as he's counting on someone. Right at that moment, Ricky plays her part, and Jang is gripped by electric strings, unable to move. The old man flounders because these things wrapping around his fingers are sapping his powers. Ricky apologizes for her late arrival since she couldn't jump her way out like Taehyun, and had to take care of the hurdles in her way. Nonetheless, the second-ranked player, Ricky Hollies, is quite impressed by our guy who's able to use his abilities in the black hole, and being able to break through that wall is truly admirable. Our guy is flustered by the shower of compliments, and Ricky guesses that Kim must have other skills too, given that he asked her to use Canceller on him. She's curious how our boy will surprise her later. Meanwhile, Jang trembles with anger, making his existence known since he got totally ignored. The old man breaks through those strings, making it clear that he won't go down like this. Taehyun notices that Jang still has some strength left, concluding that he's quite survivable, like a cockroach. The Chinese dude monstrously leaps forth, but Ricky warns him not to run at her like an idiot, calling him an uncultured bastard. Ricky manages to rip off one of Jang's arms, and Taehyun adds his little touch, piercing that half-monster's other arm with his claws. While Ricky is left stunned to witness our boy's power and realizes that he isn't a regular player either, that old dude still has some fight left in him. Well, he's a half-monster after all. Jang regenerates his arms and thrashes Ricky with brute force, slamming her into the ground. Our guy screams out her name and goes to fight the Chinese head, who has recovered fully. Zhanglung's prominent monster trait is body regeneration, and he laughs like a monster, stating that Taehyun's attacks are futile. No matter how many times he gets hit, the regeneration is endless. Taehyun, on the contrary, regrets taking that attack head-on since his arm begins to quiver. Even he's skeptical if he will counter Jang's attack or not. The old man shows his interest in Kim's powers, so it'd be a waste to kill such a precious thing. Jang makes a shocking offer to our fella, asking Kim to work for him since he's also contracted with an archduke after all. Our hero is left slack-jawed because this bastard Jang even learned about his archduke powers. That's when Zhanglung shows his true face and claims that titles like national ranks are meaningless, since to contractors of the archdukes like them, other humans are worthless insects. The old man urges him to take his hand. As their eyes meet, our guy tells Jang to cut the bullshit, inferring that he doesn't trust bastards who betray others. In the meantime, Ricky uses the last shot up her sleeve, trusting Taehyun, and she unlocks our boy's Monarch Spirit ability that quivers Zhanglung to the core with the Monarch's immense power. Taehyun mockingly asks the old man if he wants to team up. In that moment, the most deadly skill, Predation, also gets unlocked, and the dragon bursts forth to make Zhang's destined fate come true. With that, our guy declares that they're not the same. Our guy activates Predation, and the red dragon bursts forth to devour the old man. Death flashes before Jang's eyes as the fangs are about to shred him to bits. He realizes that he's going to be devoured. Left in disbelief, the agonizing dilemma hits Jang as he wonders if he's losing to a brat like Taehyun. Even after succeeding in evolving humans through the power of monsters, it was all pointless in the end. Jang desires the stronger power that our boy possesses, and he decides not to go down like this. At that moment, a black monster emerges from Taehyun's back, desiring to take his body. That ominous monster with wings exudes terrifying power, and shortly, it breathes out a strong acid that even melts the floors. The humans fall underground while the acid burns their faces, and the monster hovers over them. Ricky, gripped by fear, reckons that she has seen countless monsters till now, but that creature is on another level. Just as she falls and gets affected by the deadly acid, our guy saves her in time. Taehyun concludes that it's definitely all unraveled now. It is known to us that the owner of the unexplored Chinese dungeon, Grey Pit, is this very monster, the Grey Venom. The dungeon expansion of the unexplored Chinese dungeon was breaking news for the entire world. The Grey Venom used the expansion to possess countless humans as its pawns. Zhanglong didn't just stop at monster experimentation, he gave his body over to the Grey Venom. As scary as it sounds, our boy suggests Ricky Hollies head out this instant since she doesn't have enough mana after using the skill canceller on him. Kim insists that he'll buy her time to escape, and asks her to call the other players here as well. Ricky gets concerned since Taehyun would be left alone in the laboratory, but our guy assures her that he'll be fine, clarifying that he can't fight while protecting her. Abruptly, the Grey Venom speaks up and finds it quite intriguing that a contractor of an archduke is protecting humans, referring to our boy. The monster states that a contractor is supposed to follow the wishes of the archduke, curiously asking Kim why he's using its powers for lowly humans. Expressing great curiosity, Grey Venom swiftly flies towards Taehyun and says that just like he possessed Zhang's body and saw its memories, he'll find out once he possesses our fella too. Well, this kinda seems far-fetched. Just as the monster is about to attack our boy, he activates predation, and the dragon bursts forth, blocking Grey Venom. Our guy snickers, saying what this little bug is yapping about, and decides to take his annoying speed down a notch first. Kim uses predation and monster eyes, which upgrade to high-grade monster's eye. On the contrary, Ricky is escaping the laboratory, and she recalls the conversation between her and Taehyun. She's aware that she wouldn't have been of much help if she stayed, but still, Kim taking out that monster alone is a peril. Nonetheless, she hopes he stays alive at least until help arrives. The scene switches back to the intense fight, where our guy keeps striking with predation, and Grey Venom keeps dodging with insane speed like a lightning bolt. Suddenly, the monster ambushes Taehyun, but fortunately, the skill predation enhances, and our boy is able to detect the sneak attack, muttering that he can see everything. Thanks to Kim's high monster's eyes that are in effect, the Grey Venom seems like it's in slow motion, so it's a bonus. Plus, with predation on top, his eyes that are already capable of seeing all movements, when combined with the power of predation, become fervently formidable. This makes our boy confident that he can take Grey Venom down. Shortly, the dreadful monster counteracts with the deadly acid, but Taehyun doesn't fall for the same trick twice, and the predation dragon reverses the acid breath onto the Grey Venom. Without giving it a rest, our guy immediately leaps for another attack with predation, determined to end it for sure. The whole laboratory rumbles with the intense power of predation, bearing cracks. Just then, a big explosion occurs and the whole place is completely destroyed. After that brute attack, Taehyun's mana is almost zero since he couldn't stop all of Grey Venom's attacks. Our guy wonders what made that monster go, assuming that he had finished it. But Grey Venom's emergence bursts Taehyun's bubble. While our guy is rendered speechless, the monster is quite impressed by him, being the contractor of an archduke. Our guy is left disoriented, thinking this bastard is still alive after all that, and it's apparent that Taehyun can't fight Grey Venom with his mana nearly gone. With that, the flying monster smashes our guy into the ground, gripping his neck. Taehyun coughs up blood and senses that this flying bastard is even faster and stronger than before. Right at that moment, our guy's vision gets blurry, and he can't think straight anymore. The Grey Venom begins absorbing mana in the air, the mana which is unique to dungeons. This leads our boy to speculate that this area has already turned into a dungeon. Just like that, our guy is unable to release himself, and Grey Venom starts possessing Taehyun's body as well. The ominous dark energy is felt all over the place, and Kim's body movements come to a halt. It's as if he's drowning in fear, the fear of death. But then our fella gets reminded that he's already used to the fear of death, and in that moment, his predation skill counteracts as the dragon rips out one of Venom's arms. It doesn't even have an ounce of effect on the Grey Venom as it bursts into laughter and mocks the devouring dragon for how small it has gotten after mana depletion. The monster makes it clear that a human cannot match the regeneration of this monstrous body with that amount of power. Unexpectedly, our boy gets up, though he thought he was gonna die. A hint of suspicion grows in Grey Venom when suddenly Taehyun's predation dragon comes flying. It appears that our guy had discovered something new. The flying monster recognizes that the dragon is the one that just bit him, and speculates that our human is using that to channel his mana into him. At that very moment, a diabolical death stare appears on Kim's face, and he thanks Grey Venom for his mana. The twists leave us gasping when our guy consumes a large amount of mana, getting stronger than ever. Grey Venom gets tired of Taehyun's cheap tricks, and believes that no matter how much he tries to take what's his, as long as the dungeon exists, his mana is infinite. The The monster thinks he's got the upper hand until our boy opens his mouth. Taehyun stands guard along with his giant devouring dragon and challenges Grey Venom to see if the mana is still so infinite in this world. In a flash of a moment, Taehyun's fiery red aura whirls and swallows that monster whole. Well, to everyone's surprise, Grey Venom finds itself in Kim's mind realm. Kim's doppelganger is mad that he's bringing in little insects, mocking Grey Venom. Grey Venom is baffled as he notices the doppelganger, realizing he's not the guy he was just fighting. The sinister feeling creeps up on the monster and the atmosphere is charged with a chilling aura, asking who he is. The creature inside our boy's mind calls Grey Venom the insect of Beelzebub, stating that he did not allow him to question him. Venom is offended that the doppelganger took its master's name so casually, asking him if he's an archduke as well. The guy suggests the flying monster stop wasting its stinking breath and commands it to leave this place at once. But Grey Venom stands his ground and responds that his contractor made a wrong choice, declaring that he's the Grey Venom who can corrupt anything. Even an archduke's realm isn't an exception. The bug underestimates the power of the doppelganger and shortly gets a reality check when a mysterious force resists the corruption. A strike of terror runs through Grey Venom and he realizes that he's been fucked up. The chains tightly tangle around his feet, and the bug goes into denial since the powers bestowed upon him by Beelzebub are all useless against this anonymous guy. The devilish parasite snickers at Grey Venom's silence, who's been humbled and gripped by the chains. The scene takes us outside the laboratory, where the 5th-ranked player in the US, Mondel Roman, is thunderstruck by the things going on in there, taken aback by the piercing aura. Mondel's mission was to protect Ricky Hollies, the investigator of the World Player Association and the key asset of the US Player Association. But Ricky refused Mondel to accompany her and informed him that she already had a bodyguard with her. And now it's been an hour since she's been inside the laboratory and there's no movement. Besides, what really concerns Mondel Roman is the wave of mana erupting from that area, wondering if he has to make his move soon. Shortly, the wall bursts and Ricky successfully escapes from what is now a dungeon. She appears in an injured state while Roman is left in disbelief to see a woman of her class with such injuries. He gets curious about what really happened there. That's when Ricky reveals that there have been illegal demonification experiments going on in the dungeon, adding that she couldn't save the people in there who got attacked by the deadly acid and died brutally. As Mondel thinks they should head back, Ricky refuses and lets out that they still have someone to save, Kim Tae-hyun of South Korea. Just as they're standing, a chilling aura enfolds the atmosphere. An inexplicable scenario takes place. A dungeon break occurs and countless monsters burst out of the Grey Pit dungeon. They're left disoriented, and Mondel Roman immediately activates genocide bullets, summoning countless mana weapons. Mondel manages to damage the monsters. He doesn't understand why Ricky was with Kim Tae-hyun, but he manifests that the chances of him living are faint due to the dungeon break on the loose. The monsters keep bursting, and Mondel regrets not calling for support. If only he'd known this would happen. Ricky supports Roman for now with the leftover mana she has and wonders if that monster really got Kim Tae-hyun. The situation worsens as they're helpless in the sea of monsters, and that's when our guy enters the scene. He plummets out of that dungeon, safe and sound, ripping through the monsters, and Ricky smiles brightly, relieved that he's alive. Our guy informs her that Grey Venom is dead and takes care of the rest of the monsters. Following the break of the unexplored dungeon, Storm of Kenth Hazanath, we get to know that the Grey Pit dungeon break, the one that could have been a catastrophic event for all of Asia, was ironically stopped by just one player, Kim Tae-hyun. The world watches the breathtaking power of our guy, and now, not just the Asian and the US player associations, but the entire world begins to focus their attention on Tae-hyun's activities. On the other hand, the World Player Association begins to discuss the introduction of the new system as Tae-hyun, and the other players begin to defeat more and more SS rank demons, a level that can no longer be described by the rank of S. The scene takes us to the Abyss, where we see Shadow, who's fascinated to see a guy becoming stronger in such a short period of time. That guy who annihilated the monsters reveals that he formed a contract with one of the Archdukes, Beastmaster Orgel. Shadow gives him a compliment, saying that power is fit for a ruler. Given that Shadow has visited this guy, the man figures out that there's a problem outside the Abyss. Shadow nods, muttering that a lot has happened while he was gone. That boy turns out to be the leader of the Malignant Guild, Min Yong. The next scene takes us to a few weeks later, since the unexplored Chinese dungeon, Grey Pit, was cleared. We are then taken to South Korea, on some isolated island, where Ricky Hollies seems to be enjoying the sea breeze, unwinding after a long time. But the guy who invited Ricky to the island clarifies that they're not here to have fun. While Ricky is focused on enjoying what she can, it is revealed to us that she testified about the illegal monster experiments that occurred in the lab as an investigator of the World Player Association. However, the main perpetrator, Zhang Lung, was missing in action. The dungeon break also destroyed most of the evidence in the lab, so Ricky's statements were not well supported with proof. On top of that, they didn't get to save any of the people experimented on, and Taehyun knows that Ricky must be feeling pretty dejected. But fortunately, our boy ponders that it's better than what happened in his past life. According to the future Kim came from, Ricky Hollies would have gone missing after falling into Jang Lung's trap, and Venom would not have been stopped early. Furthermore, an unidentified illness would have taken the world by storm, causing suffering everywhere. Regardless, our boy looks for Ricky to unseal his spells, but this was an unexpected gain. At that moment, someone interrupts them, and it turns out to be a jealous Yoo Young, mad at our guy for leaving with Ricky on an island. She suspects Taehyun, calling this a date, while our boy justifies that it's not. Ricky finds it amusing, supposing that Yoo Young is mad. Our guy teases Yoo and asks why she's here uninvited. Well, Ah-Young fails to hide her true intentions, acting like a typical suspicious girlfriend, justifying that she owns facilities on this island. Our guy argues that he already paid for everything, and Yoo spills the truth, getting curious about what he's been doing here. The lovebirds' bickering is interrupted by Ricky, who tells Taehyun that he's a popular man, then decides to carry on with what he asked of her, just to get it over with. Later, Yoo Young takes them to a place, stating that according to the alchemist's appraisal, this wall is supposed to withstand an SS rank monster. Since it's far from the city centers, she tells Taehyun that it's the perfect place if he's up to no good. Plus, they never used this place until now, and she asks our boy why he wanted to use it. Our guy then presumes that his skills are already unsealed, but that's not enough. There's a possibility that his doppelganger might stop him or even take over his body. The chances are high and could happen anytime. For this reason, Taehyun is adamant not to take any more risks. Before he fights again, he plans to subdue that parasite here completely. Abruptly, our guy confesses that there's a possibility he might go on a rampage, partly because of his skills, and confirms that he might completely lose his sense of reason. Hence, Kim pleads with Ricky and Ah-Young to help him, and if something goes wrong, he wants these two to stop him. Yoo Young looks done and wonders what the hell is really going on in Taehyun's mind, guessing that Ricky surely has an idea. Well, Ricky contemplates our boy's skill she saw earlier in the lab when she used Canceller on him. Among them, one felt completely peculiar, making her speculate that it's an Archduke power. Nonetheless, Ricky decides to help our guy, believing she might learn something important here. Just like that, Taehyun begins and sees his reflection on the phone, activating complete hypnosis on himself. Well, this was our boy's perfect move, because shortly, he travels into his mind realm where that parasite is. The doppelganger is impressed that Kim is pretty smart to think he'd come here by his own will. Well, our guy expresses that he wanted to see the parasite that lives inside his body, and given that this creature looks exactly like Taehyun, he declares that he might as well be a doppelganger. Our boy asks the devilish creature who he is, and the doppelganger responds that he's answerable to him. Our guy had a feeling that this dude wouldn't cooperate, so he had no intention of letting a ticking time bomb like him stay inside. Taehyun bluntly asks that parasite to get the hell out of his body. The doppelganger smirks and asks Kim what if he refuses. Well, our guy switches into fight mode instantly, making it clear that he will force him out. The doppelganger calls it impossible and summons the devouring dragon that emerges from the blood sea. Suddenly that place begins rumbling as vibrations shake the ground, while Yoo Young freaks out, thinking it's an earthquake. But Ricky looks over at Taehyun and states that it has begun. The ground where our boy stands bears cracks, as if the pressure will obliterate everything in its path. Ricky warns Yoo to brace herself because this isn't something that's gonna blow over gently. In Kim's consciousness, the doppelganger and our boy are sparring with their predation powers. The parasite is also using Devour, and our guy believes that using Devour against Devour won't work. While our guy thinks of something, the parasite grins and reads Taehyun's mind, assuming that he's gonna use his own skills since he can't win with the king's power. That's when the doppelganger reveals that his own skills don't belong to him alone. The scene shifts completely, and the tables turn in an instant when the parasite activates the skill Monarch's Spirit, and a giant sword appears right above Taehyun's head, ready to crush him into bits. The situation turns against our boy, as this isn't what he expected. This parasite can use the same skills as him. The doppelganger chases after Taehyun and makes him realize that even his weapons were the result of the king's powers. Even Kim's weapons can't do anything to the parasite. While our hero appears calm, he low-key admits that this parasite is strong. Not to mention, this doppelganger was able to defeat all the opponents that he couldn't. Our guy is kinda disappointed since he prepared a lot to fight this bastard, but it's all meaningless. In the end, this parasite is far more powerful than Kim. The doppelganger suggests our guy give up, as he could hear his gears turning, stating that all his attacks are futile. That's when the chain bindings get Taehyun, and our guy dodges, realizing that it wouldn't be this freaking easy. Our guy chooses not to give up, at least until he tries everything he has prepared. Yoo Ah-Young, on the contrary, is flabbergasted by Taehyun's rampage and incredible amount of mana, Meanwhile, Ricky reckons that incredible isn't even the right word for his mana. She infers that such a large quantity is comparable to her, the greatest magician in the world, possibly even more. That's when Ricky decides to step in before things get bothersome if they drag on, and she informs Ayung about this. Abruptly, Taehyun leaps forth, having gone berserk, and attacks them. Ayung gets flustered and is clueless about what to do. Ricky asks Yu to buy her some time and keep him occupied until she casts a spell. While Yu buys some time, Ricky gets exhilarated, since she always wanted to fight Taehyun at least once. Yu blocks our boy with her spell, and this scenario reminds her of the Grand Phoenix incident when the situation was opposite. Back then, Ayung went on a rampage, and now it's time for her to beat some sense into Taehyun, so she attacks him with the charged spear. In the meantime, Ricky prepares her skill and has to use her ultimate trump card now that it has come to this. As she accumulates her power, Yu is having a hard time fighting Taehyun, and her arm has already gone numb. Just when Yu's strength is depleting, Ricky shouts at her to run on the branches emerging along the way. Yu is mesmerized by Ricky's skill, which is known as Portal, a demonic flowering tree that she brought from the abyss. Our guy is also tangled by those demonic flower branches. This skill reacts to strong mana, and once it latches on, it won't let go until it drains its targets of their mana. It will automatically unlatch when the target runs out of reserves. Well, it really was a breathtaking skill. Ayung is left wide-eyed, pondering that Ricky was able to create a portal to the abyss and use a monster to aid her in the fight. Truly remarkable. It is astonishingly revealed, the power of the second most powerful player in the US, Ricky Hollies. After a while, they assume that the flower had drained Taehyun's mana, believing the rampage phase is over. While Ayung runs to him, Ricky is lost in thought, realizing that even when the demonic flower tree was draining him, Taehyun's mana levels were increasing. And if she had been a little later, the aftermath would have been catastrophic. Ricky gets a bit ahead of herself, thinking Kim's request was too easy, but she will make him pay back properly. Suddenly, our boy breaks through those demonic flower branches, and one of them cuts Ayung's chest. As Ricky calls out to her in worry, Taehyun's tone turns callous. He's fascinated by Ricky's good attempt at using the demonic flower tree but gives her a reality check, that it cannot absorb more than it can fully contain. The second-ranked player is left disoriented when she witnesses Taehyun moving, despite the flower sucking all the energy out of him. Our guy appears to be a whole different person, and he confesses that he's not Kim Taehyun. That doppelganger takes over our boy's body, mocking that he isn't that freaking weakling. Ricky engages and asks the parasite what happened to Taehyun. The doppelganger smirks and discloses that Taehyun lost to him, hence this body now belongs to him. Ricky can sense the feeling. It's the same as that of an SS rank monster. Tension hangs heavy in the air, and Ricky tries to keep him engaged in order to strike first. She strikes at him because either way, he's an enemy. With a single blow, that doppelganger deflects her energy composition with his bare hands, leaving Ricky in absolute shambles. A malicious feeling creeps in, and the doppelganger breathes the air of this plane after quite a while. He attacks Ricky at a crazy speed while our guy lies unconscious inside his mind realm. Our poor fella got his ass kicked. Taehyun is beaten to a pulp, thinking he had caught up quite a lot, but the realization hits him real hard. There's still such a huge difference in their powers. Our boy wonders just who the hell his doppelganger is. He's certain that he isn't the king, because the king Kim met wasn't a crazy bastard like him. He realizes it's something the king planted within him, but our boy stops thinking about problems he has no answer to and feels the sudden urge to stop that parasite. But the question is, how's he supposed to do that? That parasite took control of his body, and Kim must find a way out of his mind realm. On the contrary, the doppelganger strangles Ricky, while she lets out that she's still a national player. But the guy makes it clear that these pathetic human standards do not impress him. He challenges Ricky to show him something else if she's really a national player, strangling her even harder. Right at that moment, Yu Ah-hyung grabs Taehyun's hand and tries to knock some conscience into him. She urges him to let Ricky go, since he isn't that kind of person. But that heartless parasite jerks her hand away and hits Ah-hyung, sending her drifting away. The parasite calls her an insect who dares to lay her hands on him. The doppelganger then tells Ricky that it's her turn now, but in the meantime, she's preparing for another attack. Knowing that it's impossible to bring Kim Taehyun back at the moment, Ricky Hollies shows the parasite what she's got. She reveals that even if the demonic flowering tree is gone, the absorbed mana is still in the air. The doppelganger isn't much surprised and notices that Ricky is concentrating it in one spot. As she accumulates the mana, Ricky ponders that she can't let this monster get loose, or else it'll be worse than a dungeon break. She becomes determined not to let that happen and apologizes to Taehyun for accompanying him to the afterlife. That's when she charges her skill, giving it everything she has. However, in the blink of an eye, her only chance at winning is devoured by the parasite's predation power. Eyes widened, Ricky Hollies is left disoriented, struck by the realization that she can't stop this monster after all. The doppelganger decides to use predation especially on Ricky, But that's when our guy pulls an Uno reverse and brings the parasite back to the realm. This strikes a nerve, and the doppelganger bursts in fury, realizing that our guy used predation on himself to bring him back. Taehyun seems to figure something out again, that his doppelganger's objective is to make him reach something, not to kill him or take over his body. Our boy threatens the parasite, muttering that it's going to be troublesome if he dies here. The creature, however, calls it a pathetic threat, and clarifies that he doesn't care about a trivial vessel like Kim. Well, our guy snickers and says that he came running pretty quickly when he used predation on himself. The parasite warns Kim not to get so cocky, stating that regression won't happen a second time. It was a miracle itself, a once-in-a-lifetime chance to reverse the gears of his life. Our guy knows very well that he died once, and this is his second chance at life. But Taehyun prefers to die rather than face an outcome where he sees it all end without achieving anything. As the predation slowly devours our boy, the doppelganger is forced to admit that he underestimated Kim Taehyun. The parasite concludes that our guy wins this time, but he tells him to remember that the reason he's still alive is because of his goals. That guy urges our fella to keep striving until he reaches the king. The doppelganger gives one last warning, accentuating that when he decides Kim can't, he will not hesitate to devour him. With that, the parasite disappears into the sea of blood, and our guy makes it clear that he won't be devoured that easily. Moments later, our guy finally gets his body back and he surpasses the AA ranks onto the S ranks. What a prodigy. Returning to the real world, Ricky, who's badly hurt, is glad to see Kim back. Our guy holds her and realizes that he did that to her. Ricky assures him that Yoo Ah-hyung's life is out of danger. Ricky admits that Taehyun is a scary man and that he's been hiding that all this time. Nonetheless, she thanks our boy for protecting her in the end. She decides to keep this whole thing a secret as a favor. Ricky expresses her trust in our guy and believes she can trust him to watch her back. Taehyun smiles softly and promises that he will. Later at the hospital, we learn that neither Yoo nor Ricky was seriously injured to have any lasting impact, thankfully. They needed to be hospitalized for a while, though. Our guy, feeling guilty for his actions, stays by their side and acts as their personal maid. Taehyun is feeding Ah-young fruits and she couldn't be happier. Although she feels sad that Ricky left earlier, our guy guesses that she must be busy. That's when Yoo remembers that the SS rank license acceptance is coming soon, and Ricky is part of that. Yoo gets excited since the World Player Association is preparing something flashy, and she tells Taehyun that he can't cause trouble at an international event. Well, our guy takes a frantic bite of apple, unapologetically responding that it's out of his hands. President of the World Player Association, Vincent Chang, addresses the respected members of the World Player Association and reminds them of the time they were facing extinction in the face of the abyss. But it's thanks to the miraculous cooperation between world governments and the amazing performance of their players that they've successfully begun conquering gates and driving monsters back one by one. They're now in a period of growth, in a piece of time, and on that wave, stronger spells and experienced players came forward. The association has recognized the work that a few of their players have done, and have come to the conclusion that these old systems can no longer classify them anymore. It's time for the new age of SS ranks, as the association is proud to present the first 10 heroes to receive the SS rank title. Among them are Cody Wood, Montel Roman, Ricky Hollies, Dylan Gray, Aiden Simon, Sergei Karamzin, Thomas Prowayne, Daniel Harrington, Alexandra Beju, and finally, Kim Taehyun of New South Korea. The association believes that these people here will contribute to world peace with these new licenses, given to them by the association. Chairman Jinwee gets emotional as he witnesses the pride of his country, and Taehyun takes time to process that he's finally here. From the day he wished to be awakened, to become an S rank, to becoming a nationally ranked player, and then the highest point he could achieve before he regressed, the SS rank. Our boy could have never imagined this in the past, but he's still not satisfied yet, as he believes that license is only part of the process, and what he truly wants is to find the truth about the Archduke, the doppelganger, the king who regressed him, and this world. For that, our dude intends to keep moving forward. Chairman Jinwee seems to be overjoyed to see such a person in New South Korea in his life, as he lightly hits our boy, who says that it hurts. Taewook tells him to understand the fact that the chairman is happier than ever, knowing someone like him came from their country. To have a strong player means that the country's player association also rises with them. Hence, the deputy manager believes that they will do big things in the future. The chairman lets our dude know that a lot of people are relying on the fact that they have him now, and is thankful for him ever since the Asian Exhibition Games, but Taehyun believes he just did what he had to. Ricky Holly approaches them and feels nice to see them all happy, as she asks our dude how he's been. He rushes over to her, asking her if she's feeling alright, but she complains of being sore all over, stating that he went too rough on her back there, making her petite, slender body go sore. Our dude knows she's doing this on purpose, knowing that the chairman and Taewook, who looks concerned for Ah-hyung, are listening to their conversation, while they are wondering if things are over between them already. Ricky lets Taehyun know that there's someone who wanted to talk to him today, and it turns out it's Cody Wood, who wanted to meet him and thank him as he extends his hand for a shake. Our fella is intimidated by the dude in front of him as he realizes that being an SS rank means he's on the same level as him. If there was one person who was the face of all players everywhere, most people would say Cody's name. The man who always fought on the front lines against the Abyss. The strongest player, Cody Wood. Taehyun feels nervous already, just shaking his hand, as he states that the pleasure is his. The SS rank American player believes that they will have to work together from now on. Hence, he's pleased to work with him. Their conversation is interrupted when the association manager walks in, as he requires everyone's attention, revealing that they have news for them. It is revealed that the World Player Association has accepted the offer by the American Player Association's head, Kevin Lee, and with the SS rank license, they've begun to create a mass conquest party to clear all the remaining dungeons on the Earth. It is believed that it will be at a scale previously unseen, and all the American SS rank players have agreed already, which intimidates the people. Just how big this thing is. Because if all Americans are joining, that's already half of all SS ranks. The World Association requests everyone to consider it, as they think it's time to create a lasting peace with the World Player Association. Chairman Jinwei feels the timing is off when it's being discussed about the alliance, as he wonders if it really is that. Knowing that half of the SS ranks are Americans, he believes that they are using their power to control the World Player Association and showing everyone else who's the boss. Even though he's aware that the rewards from the dungeon are a bonus, besides Kim Taehyun, they're still too weak. However, Jinwei feels they have no choice but to go with the flow for now. The US and the United Kingdom Player Association and player Daniel Harrington wish to join the alliance, and the French Player Association as well. Russia also joins the alliance, when our guy raises his hand and refuses to join, as he believes that they're going to do their own thing first. Everyone is left shook, including Ricky and Taewook, who then agrees with their player. On the flight, we see Cody and Ricky, who seems to be disappointed that they failed to get our guy during the issue with Marcus and Gregory, and even now, Cody wonders if she's disappointed, and she believes that he would have made a great asset to the conquest party. But her teammate doesn't seem to buy it and asks her what's the real reason. Ricky reveals that she's interested in Taehyun and asks the SS rank guy about his remarks, to which he replies that our boy seems strong, as he now understands why she ended up like that. The blonde-haired lady believes that she wasn't mistaken after all, when even the world's strongest player is saying that. But in Cody's opinion, titles like the world's strongest player mean nothing when our dude is contracted to an Archduke of the Abyss. Ricky seems to be surprised by his response and wonders if she should ask him in a different way. Referring to him as another Archduke contractor, she asks him if he still seems strong, while the SS rank dude reveals that he will find that out soon enough. The new Chinese Player Association leader, Ryu Zine, is frustrated over the fact that no one is paying attention to the Chinese, as he wonders what the hell is this SS rank and this conquest party. He blames it all on Kim Taehyun, while he decides to use the data they barely managed to recover from the Grey Pit. And even though he thinks Zhang Lang escalated things for no reason, he's thankful to him for having this. Ryu hears commotion from outside his room, and as he wonders what's going on, he witnesses Min Jihong, the leader of the Malignant Guild, walking in after killing the guards effortlessly. Jihong apologizes for coming so late at night, as he reveals that it hasn't been long since he got back from the Abyss. Hence, he's quite jet-lagged, while Zane is completely terrified. In the Nightwalkers Guild building, New South Korea, we see Yoo Ah-hyung, who seems to be disappointed by Taehyun's response of clearing the dungeons without help from other countries, as she wonders what the hell drove him to say that. She reveals that the chairman is in an awkward position because of that as well, and even though she admits that our guy is strong, he should think about others as well. Our guy states that's exactly why he refused, because New South Korea can't rely on him forever either. It's going to be a problem if the others don't step up as well. Hence, he believes that this unexplored dungeon will be a great opportunity for many, and Ah-hyung does agree with him, but she's concerned if he's rushing things a little bit. Taehyun lets her know that they don't have much time, since from now on he's going to be working primarily within the Abyss. The players are divided into categories, just like in the Asian Games, based on where they're active. Players who pioneer new areas for humanity, those who venture through unexplored areas in the Abyss, and those who fight against monsters and villains on Earth, as well as dungeon breaks. Kim Taehyun has mostly been active outside of the Abyss, so he's been promoted to SS rank accordingly, but going into the Abyss as soon as he's promoted is a bit risky, in Ah-hyung's perspective. While our guy is aware that the answers regarding the king lie in the Abyss, not on Earth, he knows he can't reach his objective no matter what if he operates on Earth alone. But while he's gone, Earth might face dangers, and having others become stronger is his plan for that. The Guildmaster of the Nightwalkers gives up, as she admits that she doesn't get our dude at all and feels like he lives in another world. She's aware that Taehyun has too many secrets, as she mentions the skill Rampage from last time, knowing that it wasn't a regular skill. With that, Ah-hyung leans toward our guy and questions him about who he is, to which he feels kind of nervous at first, but then states that he doesn't want to tell her. But the green-eyed woman isn't buying it, as she insists that she's serious right now, but our fella thinks that even if he does explain, she won't be able to understand. Therefore, he decides to explain everything when he gets an opportunity soon. Yu Ah-young believes that she won't need the Awaken's oath with him, and our fella reassures her that he won't go back on his words. However, the green-eyed lady wonders why Taehyun met her first after getting back to New South Korea, and he reveals that he wanted to have her in his party, but it seems like she's busy. She sarcastically thanks a certain someone, saying that she's been unable to do work due to her fractured arm when our boy asks her recommendations for her replacement. Even though it annoys her, she states that there's only one, referring to her sister, and assumes that our guy is here for her approval, finding it cute. But our fellow was going to them whether she approved or not anyway. We see Kwon Kang-hyuk, who regained his spot as the best tanker in Korea after the Saintess healed his lost arm, picked out along with Park Sung-jin, who feels that they've been caught in something incredible and is still considered one of the key S-rank players in New South Korea, and Seo Hangul and Kwak Seong, who improved after the Asian Games. All the players that represent New South Korea are in one room, and among them is Lim Ah-hyung, who wonders if she can really be here instead of her sister. Taehyun thanks everyone for responding so quickly to his sudden request, and is sure that everyone heard of what is going on, as he reveals that they all are here to join his new party to conquer the unexplored dungeons. Park Sung-jin feels honored to be picked out by an SS rank player but doubts if this is even possible, since he's heard that all the unexplored dungeons are SS rank and above, while everyone here is only S rank. Our guy agrees, but he knows, having seen them up close, that all of them here have what it takes to be nationally ranked players, SS ranked players, and more. With that, he points out Ah-hyung and reassures her that she can do this. He didn't just say that to make them feel better, but everyone in this room eventually became an SS rank in his past life. Of course, it took a lot of time, but a lot has changed already, so he has to advance the schedule accordingly. Kang-hyuk feels hyped up about it, but Taehyun breaks it to them that they will die if they enter the dungeon as is. Hence, he informs them that they will be entering the dungeon in a month. Until then, they all will be training with him. The aura changes as our dude states that first, he's going to make them work like dogs, as everyone feels intimidated. 1 month later, in the French unexplored dungeon, the Opera House, we see American players clearing the dungeon, and Cody Wood, as usual, doing a splendid job, while the other SS ranks try to keep up with him, and they're positive that this dungeon will be cleared today. Marcus informs them about New South Korea and Taehyun setting out today as well, and Gregor calls our boy stupid for doing it with S ranks and not even nationally ranked players, knowing that these unexplored dungeons are no joke. He believes that he's going to lose players because of his cockiness, and he's living for it. Meanwhile, in the Greek unexplored dungeon, the Snake Pit, we see the New South Korea players struggling to survive, as they all believe that they will die if they fight like this. All of them run for their lives, and Kang-hyuk tells everyone to keep up if they don't want to get punished by our dude, who notices that they're growing bolder and sees the training having some effect. Everyone stops when they witness some strange stones in front of them, and it is revealed that they're not stones, but the players that went missing in this dungeon. Suddenly, the owner of the unexplored Greek dungeon, Medusa, appears, who calls them foolish mortals, and decides to increase her collection today. While our cocky fella tells her to see who's going to collect who first, because he always manifested what a snakeskin wallet would feel like. Lim Ah-hyung realizes that it's the owner of the snake pit and panics, just like everyone else, as they all doubt if they can take down an SS rank monster, already feeling intimidated by it. Taehyun calls them out and reminds them about what they've done over this past month, letting them know they won't be able to achieve anything if they set their own limitations. This definitely motivates the players, as Sungjin believes that our guy is right, since they've been training to surpass themselves until now, and even if that thing ahead of them is something far stronger than them, they're ready to defeat it. Kwon Kang-hyuk announces that they should do as they practiced, and with that, they all attack Medusa at once. The SS rank monster reveals that it only feels tickled by their attacks, and as it tries to attack, Kang-hyuk stops it using the blessing of the beast. Medusa tries attacking again when her arm is frozen and cut off by Ah-hyung's ice smash and Sungjin's drawing technique. Our dude, who has been witnessing the fight from afar, notices that the players' attacks are having an effect, even though it's an SS rank monster. The mages, Kwak Seong and Seo Hangil, are attacking from afar while they constantly blind Medusa. Kwon Kang-hyuk is acting as a tanker and protecting them. Then there is Lim Ah-hyung and Park Sung-jin attacking simultaneously from her blind spots. They haven't landed a killing blow yet, but the damage is building up. However, Medusa won't just keep taking this. She gets violent as she states that the playtime is over, and when she decides to kill them all, she notices that one of them disappeared. When Kang-hyuk suddenly attacks her, thinking he would die of boredom, he uses the skill, the Blessing of the Beast, Minotaur Queen form. And now it's the turn of their hidden trump card, as all the players use their skills at once, hence defeating Medusa at last. Hangil is in disbelief that they won, while Kang-hyuk feels hyped up about his technique. Taehyun praises them, as he already believed they could do it, when Kwon tells him not to act so cocky, and asks how he could do nothing, watching as he seems positive that they've cleared everything up in this dungeon. Our guy thinks that would have been nice if it were true, when suddenly a dragon appears out of Medusa's corpse. The players are confused about what's happening, and realization hits them that it's a double dungeon. The owner of the double dungeon, Historia Basilisk, doesn't see anyone capable of defeating Medusa, as she finds it odd. Everyone is overwhelmed by the presence of an SS plus rank monster, as they aren't able to move from their places and turn into statues, just like the ones they saw earlier. Except for Kim Tae-hyun, who walks towards Historia, who assumes that he's the one who took down the gatekeeper. But our boy breaks it to her that it was the players who defeated her minion, as he believes that her minions got too cocky and didn't train enough, since they weren't that difficult. Our dude wonders if she would be any different when the SS plus rank monster leaps onto him, but he vanishes and attacks her out of nowhere with predation in wings form, as he decides to test who the inferior one is here. Historia sees our boy dodging all her attacks as she tells him to stop running, calling him a little insect. Taehyun dodges her attack yet again and injures her, as he wonders if she can't even catch a little insect. He insults her, calling her a lizard slithering across the floor, and asks her who's the inferior one now. Our guy uses a relic, with its rank being unique, and SS rank license reward Valhalla, which also has a unique rank. The SS plus rank monster feels enraged and tells our boy that he must think he's something just because he's using Igmund's power, but she warns him not to get too cocky since he's not the only one blessed by an archduke. With that, she reveals the true power of Jormungand, the archduke among archdukes. Jormungand's power, Mahai, is infinite and overwhelms all, which makes Historia certain that Taehyun can't win against it with Igmund's power. To her surprise, our boy reveals that this isn't the power of archdukes, but the power of the king himself, and lands a last blow, hence defeating Historia. The players return to normal after the dungeon master is defeated, while Kang-hyuk wonders where that lizard bastard went. Our fella lets them know that he took care of it while they were frozen in stone, and with this, he marks the end of this unexplored Greek dungeon. Ah-hyung is aware that Historia obviously surpassed SS rank, while Taehyun took it down on his own. Kwon strangles our boy as he complains that he should have told them it's a double dungeon, but he wonders how he was supposed to know, while Seong believes it's because he knows everything, but he's still confused about how. Our guy thinks that they shouldn't care about what happened since it all worked out in the end. He managed to do his part as well, and lets them know that they all did well. In fact, they surpassed his expectations. However, he obviously knew that this was a double dungeon, but the reason why he chose this dungeon in the first place was because he wanted them to experience the sensation of being close to death. With that, he announces that he looks forward to working with them, and is positive that they will become stronger, and soon they will be reliable enough to hold this place down while he's gone. We see the news reporters bombarding the World Association members with questions, as one of them mentions that the Paris dungeon, which was known to be unclearable for years, has been cleared, and asks the director, who orchestrated everything, for a few words. Vincent Chang lets them know that they will be given plenty of time to ask questions, as he tells them to slow down, when suddenly chaos occurs amongst the reporters after receiving a call about New South Korea. Gregor assumes that there must be sad news, but Marcus Gore breaks it to him that New South Korea has cleared the unexplored dungeon, which leaves him absolutely shell-shocked, as he thinks that Marcus is kidding because he believes there's no way Kim Tae-hyun, who isn't even with nationally ranked players but only S ranks, could clear the snake pit. However, that's not all, and it's revealed that the Greek dungeon was apparently a double dungeon. And our guy came out unscathed, sure, but there wasn't a single injured person, which makes Marcus doubt if New South Korea was really this powerful. Meanwhile, Kevin Lee, who's witnessing the news, complains that our dude did them dirty, since this event should have made the US shine. Therefore, he decides to speed things along. As the news of the New South Korea Conquest Squad and Taehyun spreads, the US and the World Player Association, as if they were competing, continue to clear dungeon after dungeon. No matter what the player's original intention was, the world was quickly regaining its lost peace. On the other hand, we see player Lee Jung-soo, who's also the president of the Taeson Group, intruding the Malignant Guild's building, as he gets rid of all the minions trying to stop him and enters a room. The Shadow, when it sees him, states that they didn't tell him this location, so that he could visit any time. But Jung-soo isn't ready to listen to anything, as he calls them shameless and incompetent, reminding them about their first deal, which was to get rid of Kim Tae-hyun. But now he's in SS rank, and they can't do anything about it, and because of his conquest squad or whatever, the 4 major guilds are all over him, and there's no place for the Taisen group anymore. While his son, who he intended to leave his guild to, is now useless and can't do anything, this makes him lose it, as he wonders how much longer he's supposed to wait. The Shadow understands that he's angry, but as they said before, Taisen is looking at bigger fish to fry. With that, he restrains all of Lee Jung-soo's underlings that came with him, and believes that even though our dude's growth was unexpected, they still haven't given up and are sure that they will cross paths with him. But before that, he suggests that they talk business, and reveals that the leader of the Malignant Guild retrieved this item from the Chinese Player Association, showing it to Lee. It's the test data from their labs, and Shadow believes that Jung-soo is a smart man, as he must know what he should do with this for Taesan. And for the first time, the president of the Taisen group smiles, as he believes that now they're talking. It's already been a year since the World Player Association vowed to conquer all the unexplored dungeons. The new South Korea has just entered the final unexplored dungeon of the world in Mexico. After clearing this, no more unexplored dungeons will be left within Earth, and so that marks the end of it. We see Park Sung-jin, now a nationally ranked player, who didn't think it would be possible at first, but they did it. Kwon Kang-gyuk, who's also a nationally ranked player now, is sad that there aren't more of these dungeons, since he was starting to get really good at it. Kwak Xiang, Seo Hangyul, and Lim Ah-hyung have all improved to being nationally ranked players, and Taehyun believes that at this rate, they all will become SS ranks in no time. While our guy has grown stronger as well, a lot of his stats have increased from raiding all the unexplored dungeons, and he thinks it's about time he meets Bang Chae-soo. Chae-soo is pleased to see Taehyun, while he congratulates him for becoming the head researcher of the Player Association. An old man like him, who lost all hope, is now being allowed to live in atonement for his sins, and it all feels like a dream to him, as he believes that it's all thanks to our guy. Bang Chae-soo, who is now an expert in combining skills, after meeting our boy, turned himself into the association for testing his skills on villains, but with Taehyun's plea and the association leader's high regard for him, he was hired to work for the association to serve the awakened players of New South Korea. Bang wonders what the busiest player in the world is doing here, being aware that he can't be here just to have a chat. Our dude reveals that he has another favor to ask, and the old man is surprised that he still has things that he can help with, as he instantly agrees to help with whatever. Taehyun breaks it to him that he wants to combine more skills, and Chae-soo is confused about what he's talking about, since he's already done it. But our boy believes that there's nothing stopping him from combining an already combined skill, and this catches the old man with utter surprise, as he's never done such a thing. Bang tries to convince our boy by reminding him about the mana flow reversal if a skill's potency increases quickly, and tells him that he's already strong enough, and even if it's him, going further would be dangerous. Our dude cuts him off, as he states that he has something he must do, that makes all this risk worth it, and since the strength he possesses isn't enough, he believes that Chae-soo is the only one who can help him. With that, he reassures him that he's trained his body enough to be able to withstand it, and Bang gives in at last, as he can't say no to him. Taehyun enters a fusion room, created with cutting-edge technology from all the alchemists. The device here has a strong mana stone, which strongly amplifies his ability. However, it's his first time using it though. Bang lets our boy know that once they start, they won't be able to stop, and asks him if he's ready. Chae-soo activates his skill as it proceeds with skill fusion, while our fellow witnesses the king, who believes that choosing him was the right decision. However, there's a limit to how much a human body can withstand, hence he decides to help his successor out a little bit. An unknown force intervenes, updating Taehyun's rank, and an immense power is being awakened as the new skills are registered. It didn't just combine his existing skills but also organized and added many more things, and as he wonders if it detected changes in his rank, Go Tae-wook enters the room after hearing commotion from inside and finds Bang Chae-soo, who believes that they're witnessing history as he looks at our guy. Taehyun got scolded after that, as the chairman states that he can't have him breaking association property, but he decides to take care of it anyways because of all our boy has done for him until now. Jinhui seems to be utterly impressed by him pulling off the unimaginable by stacking combination skills and wonders if he feels any different. Our guy does feel the power coursing through his body and wants to go to the abyss right now. He thinks that he's got more skills related to the Archduke too, but doesn't care what it is, because he wants to test it out so badly. The chairman would ask to see Taehyun's skill but decides not to waste any more of his time, and remembers that there was a request sent in for our dude from the World Player Association, as he asks him what to do about it. It is revealed that our fella has been invited to become the new examiner for the SS rank player tests, as he realizes that it's already time for new SS rank players. The SS rank players are amazed to see Kim Taehyun, the famed SS rank player and the only one who can compete with Cody Wood. Vincent Chang thanks and welcomes our boy for coming along with Thomas Prowine and player Cody Wood, as he announces these three players who represent the SS rank. The manager of the World Player Association starts explaining how this exam will proceed, as he states that the association wants to create a point-based system, but he's interrupted when our boy asks if there's really a need for all that complication. With that, he activates his powers as he announces that what a player actually needs is a strong mental fortitude and a strong body. Therefore, they will just have to stress them and see if they break, and check what skills they have as well. Vincent thinks it's a bit too much when Cody participates along with Taehyun as well, and finds it interesting. But the president is concerned because he knows our guy is like that, but didn't expect Cody to join him. Meanwhile, the SS rank players are scared for their life, as they wonder what's with this difficulty level, not sure if this is really okay. It is announced that the exams shall proceed according to the examiner's wishes, as they are told to divide the examinees amongst themselves. The first floor is revealed to be for our boy, the second for Thomas, and the third for Cody. One of the players, named Jeffrey, feels enraged at those three, who managed to become SS rank before them and are acting so cocky. Sarah tries to quiet him down, but he thinks he's right, because the SS rank was only created last year, and according to him, they just didn't get the time to do anything noticeable, and believes that they can win against them in a one-on-one fight. He lets Sarah know that she can't stay in her master's shadow forever, and decides to knock the SS rank players off their thighs today, especially targeting Taehyun. Our guy welcomes the rookies as he introduces himself, and declares himself the one in charge of their tests today by the authority of the World Player Association. With that, he announces his first rule for this test, which is pretty simple. He wants them all to land a single blow on him. The players think it isn't as hard as they thought, but our dude believes that even that will be impossible for them all. Hence, he tells them to all come at him together. Jeffrey curses him as he rushes towards him at full speed, confident that he will be able to land a blow, and as he tries to do that, Taehyun punches him as he falls down, passed out. Sarah feels frustrated as she tries to inform her mates that they can't attack without thinking, and tells him to calm down, but everyone carelessly rushes towards our fella, planning to attack him all together to create an opening. However, every single one of them is defeated without being able to even scratch our guy, even though they were all attacking at once. None of them met Taehyun's expectations, as he thinks that the leftover players are better than these idiots who attacked without thinking, but he breaks it to them that nothing will happen if they just stand there. Sarah gets an idea, as she suggests it to her mates, and walks towards our dude while she activates her power. Taehyun has heard of this skill, but he doubts if it's strong enough to be casually walking like this, as he decides to find that out. As he tries to punch, she manages to block it and hold it, which surprises our boy a little, while she calls her teammates out, telling them to blow him away with her. Our dude wonders if she's going to hold him and sacrifices herself, as the leftover players try to attack him all together. Taehyun activates Apocalypse, Monarch's Heart, Monarch's Spirit, Monarch's World, along with Chains of Bondage, and including all the lower rank skills. A total of 6 skills are active right now. The players give up, struggling to survive since their senses are dulled, gravity weighting them down, their bodies now chained and severely debuffed. Hence, they won't last if they're not special. But Sarah is withstanding all these skills, as she reveals what her master taught her about never giving up, no matter what, and that her opportunity will surely come. Our guy observes that she's absorbing mana from around her and converting that into something she can use, while she also manages to block his attack by absorbing the mana of people around her. The chains of bondage suddenly break, and Sarah finds this as an opportunity to land her blow, but before her fist could hit our fella, her body stops moving and she falls down, passed out. Even though her fist didn't reach Taehyun, he admires her efforts and might even consider it a blow. Therefore, he approves of her, the only player, Sarah McQueen. Sarah McQueen, the one with the skill Terraform, is the SS rank player who is later known as the Hope of the United States. As our fella expected, she's cut differently, and as he thinks about the master she speaks of, it turns out to be Cody Wood, who just got there. Our dude congratulates him for his student passing. It is revealed to the president of the World Player Association that the exams are all finished, which shocks him since they just started, as he desperately asks for the results. It turns out only one student, Sarah McQueen from the United States, passed, and this leaves the president in absolute shambles, making him realize that they're doomed. Because of our guy's actions and New South Korea's recent victories, the respect that the United States Player Association should have received has been diminished. That's why the World Player Association was hoping for a comeback with this license exam, but the results were only one from Kim Taehyun and none from Cody and Thomas, which makes the president wonder if they were too hasty. One of the members calls out Vincent hurriedly as he reveals that Taehyun and Cody, under the pretext of a duel, have just requested to use the highest level training room. This leaves Chang in utter shock. Our guy seems to be aware that the America's strongest player isn't here just to see if his student passed, as he asks him why he came here. Cody believes that he must be feeling this thirst too, the feeling that nobody here can satisfy him, and since they are the same, he suggests that they have a match, as comrades. Taehyun knew he would fight him at some point, but he never thought it would happen like this, and even though he isn't aware of why Cody is being this way, he thinks this isn't bad because he would like to find out what level he is now, as well as see how he fares against the strongest in the world. The members of the World Player Association seem concerned about the world's first and second ranked players fighting, as they wonder if they should let them fight, and await the president's order. Vincent believes that they can't stop them and decides to let them do what they want, as he orders someone to inform them that they're recording what they're doing. The SS rank license exam went nowhere, hence, they expect to get something out of this at least. He reveals that they're going to get more data on those two, and maybe get some promotional material out of that too. With that, he takes responsibility and instructs to proceed. Taehyun and Cody are informed that their request for facilities usage has been approved, and all the proceedings will be recorded by the association. However, it doesn't matter, since once they both get started, it will all be useless. Our guy did not expect someone like Cody would come looking for a fight, and the blonde-haired dude believes it must be good for him anyway, since he's after his #1 spot. But our fella lets him know that he can take that spot from him anytime he wants. The strongest player realizes that the tongue of his is one of his weapons too, but he's positive that it won't work on him. With that, they clash against each other and try to hit one another, and as Taehyun thought, they are both equal in strength and speed, which means it will come down to their skills. Our dude uses Apocalypse, restraining Cody, who feels an immense strength and was not told that Taehyun had this ability, when he breaks it to him that there's much he doesn't know about him. The American SS rank player tells our guy to use everything he's got today, because that will be the only way he can win against him, and uses Holy Night, hence breaking through the binds of Apocalypse easily. As they both continue to fight, they feel the heavy beating of their hearts that they've never felt before, and this makes them certain that the man they are fighting is the strongest. The management of the World Player Association, who has been witnessing the fight, is confused about what the hell is going on there, since all the cameras are broken. One of them suggests calling the facilities management and sending them in there, when the president decides to go and check himself. The highest-ranking training rooms were designed to be safe even with dozens of SS rank players going full power, which makes Vincent realize that those two have already surpassed everyone else. Meanwhile, our fella thinks that the building will collapse before one of them is victorious, and Cody agrees, telling him to stop hiding his powers and finish this. Taehyun lets him know that he's been going at full strength for a while, when the blonde-haired dude tells him not to lie and mentions the Archduke's power that he's yet to use. This catches our dude by surprise, as he wonders how he knew, and the American player lets him know that he's not the only one who knows the secret of the Abyss, revealing that he himself is an Archduke contractor. Cody asks our guy about the monster he is contracted with, while he's still in disbelief, since he thought that the Archduke contractors were just in China and never imagined Cody Wood was one of them. However, he just mentioned the Archdukes, so he doesn't seem to know about the king. Therefore, our boy decides to keep his cards hidden for now. Taehyun reveals his Archduke to be the Vampire Lord, Igmun, while Cody's Archduke is the fallen angel, Lucifer. They both come at each other, as they decide to finish the fight. Vincent Chang enters the room where Kim Tae-hyun and Cody Wood are having a duel, and finds the room in absolute shambles, with smoke everywhere preventing him from seeing them both. Cody realizes that more people are here now, and our guy suggests they call it a draw for now. Cody agrees, claiming they'll settle the score in the Abyss next. Vincent looks concerned as he asks if they're alright, and our fella reassures him while apologizing for the mess they've made, telling him to take care of the aftermath. With that, he leaves. The president of the World Player Association tries to stop him, but Taehyun has to go, as he really needs to head into the Abyss. Meanwhile, in the Abyss, Rosaria's castle is under attack by the Vampire Lord Igmun, making her wonder if he's trying to declare war on her. She finds his personality as wicked as ever. Igmun believes it doesn't sound bad, since he's always ready for war, but suggests an easier method for both of them, and tells Rosaria to summon her contractor. She wonders why he wants her to do that, and doubts that he's still bothered about their unfinished business from last time, disappointed to find someone who's taken an Archduke's throne acting this petty. The Vampire Lord tells her to shut up since that's not the case, and reveals that Tae-hyun, his contractor, can use his powers without his permission, and he doesn't know how he does it. The Succubus Queen bursts out laughing as she realizes that's why she hasn't heard much from him, and believes his power suits our dude better than the powers she gave him. However, Igmun looks serious, aware that she knows something, and tells her to speak. Rosaria lets him know that his method of asking a favor is quite rude, while he wonders if it looks like he's asking for one. As he says that, the Queen of Succubi warns her underlings to step back as she thinks today she'll be teaching this rude vampire, who intruded into her castle, a lesson. With that, the battle begins. As Igmun uses blood blades, she reminds him that they are of the same origin, so he's just spitting on his own face. The Vampire Lord is pulled by his leg, caught by Rosaria's tentacles, and smashed to the ground with great intensity. When it seems like he's defeated, he uses the blood field, catching her by surprise. Igmun asks her if she's already forgotten about his power, and with a spear against her neck, he instructs her to tell him everything. But to his surprise, Rosaria asks if he's forgotten about her powers, and shows him what she's capable of, making him realize she used personal space, a virtual space created by illusion, to trick him. The Queen of Succubi reminds him that this situation isn't the same as before, when she had to use her contractor's body to barely get by. This is her realm, where her powers are strongest. She wonders if he still thinks he has a chance against her, with a clone no less. The Vampire Lord gets offended and warns her to wait until he brings his true self, but is cut off when she asks if he really wants to hear what's happening and decides to tell him anyway for old time's sake. She reveals that the answer to his contractor using his powers at will lies within his memories, reminding him of a human who made all the archdukes kneel and took all of their powers. Igmun instantly realizes what she's talking about but struggles to believe it, until Rosaria breaks it to him that his contractor is now his key. Meanwhile, Taehyun enters a room only to find the chairman along with Marcus Gore, making him wonder what's going on. Marcus expresses how desperately he wanted to meet our boy, who asks him what the deal is. The American player decides to be direct, given the circumstances, and reveals that the United States Player Association is officially asking for assistance. Our guy knows something must have happened, and Marcus informs him about one of their players who went on a reconnaissance mission into the depths of the abyss and went missing. Their association even launched a search and rescue mission with the help of the World Player Association. But the search party, made up of 4 SS rank players, Dylan Gray, Daniel Harrington, Alexandra Bijou, and Aiden Simon, was completely wiped out, all killed in action. Taehyun is in utter shock as he hears this, while Gore adds that the status of the missing player is also in question. He reveals that Cody headed into the abyss all alone, saying he can't take any further chances. They believe Cody may also be in danger, which is why he's come to our guy for help, requesting his assistance. Our boy clearly remembers the time when 4 SS rank players were wiped out in the abyss. It was shocking even in his past life. But he remembers they never mentioned it being a search and rescue party, making him wonder about the missing player. Taehyun asks who the missing player is, and it turns out to be the SS rank player Ricky Hollies. After hearing the missing player's name, our boy is in shock and ponders if the event where many players were slaughtered changed into a search and rescue mission because Ricky, someone who wasn't supposed to be there, was involved. Our guy knows Ricky Hollies is a person who shouldn't even be in this world at this point, after falling for Jang Lang's trap. The one who changed her fate was none other than Taehyun. Marcus believes that Ricky and Cody might be players of the U.S. Player Association, but they're also important for the future of humanity. Since 4 SS ranks have already died, they can't lose them too. He tells our boy that if he accepts their request, the U.S. Player Association will acknowledge him as their greatest ally and support him. But he's interrupted when our dude tells him to stop explaining and asks where he needs to go. Chairman Jinwi calls him out and insists he think this over, since multiple SS rank players have already been defeated. He suggests they should prepare more cautiously. However, Taehyun believes that in such a dangerous place, even as they spend time discussing, those players might be fighting for their lives. He announces that he needs to go, remembering Ricky's favor to him, to save her when she's in danger, as she once trusted him to watch her back. Our guy lets the chairman know that he has to go because he has a debt to pay. Taewook suggests they trust our dude a bit more, since he's always exceeded expectations. The chairman knows that, but he also knows what happens when we blindly trust someone. The deputy manager reassures him that Taehyun is different from that guy, and Jinhui agrees, but says he's just being cautious. In the abyss, Cody Wood keeps slashing monsters, but no matter how many he cuts down, there's no end to them. Just then, he hears Taehyun's voice suggesting they take them down all at once. Taehyun walks toward him, letting him know he's here to help. Cody wonders if Marcus sent him, and normally he would have said he was overreacting, but now's not the time for leisure. He tells our guy he appreciates the help. Our fella now understands why they asked him to come even after sending America's strongest player. He senses a great magical presence surrounding the castle. He never imagined that the place Ricky went missing was an Archduke's castle. Cody reveals she was sent here, a newly discovered area in the depths of the abyss, but they didn't know back then it was an Archduke's domain. Taehyun asks if she's still alive, and Cody says he sensed her mana when he came here. It's leading them to the basement. Our guy considers the possibility of meeting an Archduke on the way, while knowing their chances of winning are less than 1%. The blonde-haired dude suggests they hurry and asks if Taehyun can keep up. He responds with, "Of course." As they fight, our dude wonders if Cody is the same person who once struggled to take one down. America's strongest player explains that he no longer needs to hold back, since Taehyun is here. With that, he reminds our boy that they said they'd fight again in the abyss, though he didn't expect they'd be fighting side by side instead. Taehyun feels this isn't half bad, since someone they can't trust is strong enough to have his back. The two are the strongest cards humanity has. With both of them here, they might actually be able to rescue Ricky. They reach the center of the castle, so the way down must be nearby. Cody suggests they split up, but before he can finish, he's hit hard and smashed into the ground. Taehyun attacks the intruder, but his dagger is blocked as the man admits he's finally met someone famous. He recognizes Taehyun as South Korea's trump card, while our dude asks who he is. The intruder mentions Jinwi, wondering if that old ass didn't tell him who he is. Min grabs our boy by the face and smashes him into the ground, introducing himself as Min Ji-hong, guildmaster of the Malignant Guild and Taehyun's predecessor. Cody leaps at him, but Ji-hong dodges his attack, realizing why Cody is ranked #1 in the world. Taehyun mutters about this man calling himself the leader of the Malignant Guild. While the blonde-haired dude reveals he knows his face, he's a serious criminal wanted internationally. Cody gets concerned, wondering why someone like him is down here. Min suggests they think a little about what a lowly human like him is doing, waiting for them in an archduke's castle. That's when the realization hits our fella. The guildmaster of the Malignant Guild is also an archduke's contractor, just like them. Ji-hong suggests that they, as archduke contractors, should have fun trying to kill each other. Meanwhile, Ricky feels the presence of Cody and Taehyun as she calls out to them. Cody Wood finds it horrifying that the leader of the villains is an archduke contractor. He realizes that's why Ji-hong managed to evade them for so long. Taehyun suggests they figure out what type of guy he is later, and focus on the fact that an archduke contractor was sent here, meaning the archdukes already know they've arrived. He believes the archdukes didn't come themselves either out of pride, or because they're occupied elsewhere. Either way, they have to rescue Ricky. Therefore, they decide to take him on together, with Cody attacking and Taehyun supporting. Ji-hong wonders what's up with Cody's straight attack, confident he can dodge it. As Cody strikes, our guy simultaneously uses Apocalypse. The blonde-haired dude doesn't feel the impact at all as he uses his sword, only to realize it's broken. Before he can process it, the Malignant Guildmaster kicks him in the face with full strength, sending him flying into the wall. Ji-hong is confused. If Cody knows who he is, how does he not know his skills? He finds the fight boring. Taehyun, who witnessed the scene, notices Cody's sword being sucked in and Apocalypse being cancelled, unable to activate. This makes him sure that what he saw in Zhang Lang's laboratory was a black hole that nullifies skills. Min is surprised he knows about it, while our guy explains he's had trouble before with a scroll imbued with that skill. The guildmaster admits that selling scrolls made him easy money, like the one that nullifies skills, which appeals to the non-awakened. He finds it fun to watch the struggles of those without power. Even though he despises the weak, he hates the arrogant strong even more. With that, Min Ji-hong decides to test if Kim Taehyun is any different, and uses the black hole skill on him. Just when he thought our dude couldn't do anything and felt disappointed, an unexpected turn of events occurs. Our dude injures him with his dagger, catching him off guard, and reveals that Min also underestimated him, unaware of his skills. Turns out black holes can't absorb an archduke's power. That's why Taehyun was able to injure him. He asks the guildmaster who's arrogant now. Ji-hong admits he got him there. It's the first time he's faced an archduke's contractor. He says this is exactly how they should be fighting and activates his archduke power. Cody hadn't realized that black holes can't absorb archduke's skills, and complains that Taehyun should have told him sooner. Min realizes it will be difficult to handle both of them at once. Suddenly, a voice says it's hard to detect the mana of lowlifes in this castle, and a being enters, turning the castle into rubble. Ji-hong admits he got ahead of himself. Opportunities like this are rare, but he must have wasted too much time. He apologizes to the being that appeared, the Archduke of the Abyss, Beastmaster Orgel. Taehyun and Cody are left speechless, witnessing one of the most powerful archdukes before them. Orgel addresses his contractor, stating this doesn't excuse his actions. Despite having his powers, he still couldn't defeat the other contractors. Min, however, says Orgel didn't give him enough power and asks for more. Seeing him act so boldly infuriates the Beastmaster, who smashes his contractor into the ground, asking if he's in a position to demand anything. But even so, he decides to consider it. Now addressing them, he declares that playtime is over and tells them to try their best to survive against him. Taehyun calls out to Cody, telling him they have no chance of winning against Orgel. He reminds him of why they're here and tells him to go ahead. Firstly, our dude barely managed to avoid the eye of Orgel as he escaped. His objective is not to fight him, but to find Ricky Holly. He rushes forward, thinking about where she could be, when he spots her skill and wonders if it wants him to follow it. Our fella finally finds her and lets her know that he's here to repay her debt. Ricky admits that he's something else for coming to this dangerous place just to repay a debt, but he believes that a promise is a promise. With that, Taehyun releases her from the cuffs and holds her while she wonders where Cody is. Our dude reveals that he's looking for her on the other side of the castle, and he would explain more, but they're running short on time since that archduke must be on the move. Taehyun wonders if she knows about him too, and Ricky reminds him that she's an investigator for the World Player Association. She reveals that the owner of this castle, Archduke Orgel, with his unfathomably deep reserves of mana, was more frightening than any other monster she's met. Our guy thinks if she knows that, then she can understand why they must escape quickly. He managed to slow him down but doesn't know how much longer that will last and asks her if she can walk, but unfortunately, her legs fail her. Kim supports her body as they get out of there, when Ricky gives him a look and finds it interesting that ever since the incident at Zhang Lang's lab, every time she thinks she would die, she sees him and finds hope of living. As she thanks our dude for saving her, they hear the voice of Orgel, who asks them if they actually thought they got away from him. Orgel rants that he left that bitch, Ricky, alive to use as a spare because she had a good understanding of mana for a mortal. Since he has her, it was obvious to him where Taehyun would go. Meanwhile, our boy realizes that he still came to them, but what shocks him is that there's not a single scratch on him after being hit with predation. The Beastmaster addresses him as the intruder and tells him to try using the powers he just used against him. Kim obliges and uses predation again, which makes Orgel certain that this is the king's power, as he thought his eyes deceived him. However, the power is far weaker than when the king used it. Taehyun realizes that predation doesn't work on him at all, therefore he uses Blood Blades, Igman's power, and then Dragon's Fury, which causes an explosion of aura enhanced by mana. Orgel wonders if it's the power of the Dragon Lord as our boy cuts him, and then he uses Monsterification, which makes the body mimic the monsters. Orgel's power. Ricky, who's witnessing the fight, can't believe her eyes that she's seeing a human and an archduke fighting like this, making her wonder what Kim Taehyun really is. Suddenly Orgel grabs Kim's arm and finds this so fun, since he hasn't felt this way in a long time. He sees our boy wielding the powers of others, just like the king, but it's been 1,000 years since the king disappeared. Fighting powerful people was Orgel's lifelong objective, but once the king disappeared, the days of boredom continued and dragged on endlessly. As he claims to be having a proper fight after so long, he pulls out Taehyun's arm that he grabbed and tells him to show him everything, addressing him as the key of the king. Our guy realizes that predation and the powers of other archdukes, none of them work on this beast. Therefore, he decides to use the only thing he has left and summons Rosaria. The Beastmaster witnesses the succubus queen, knowing that she's the most loyal servant of the king. Our guy admits that he wanted to finish this fight without calling her if possible, but is left with no choice. Rosaria gives Orgel an intimidating look. Taehyun really wanted to finish this fight without summoning Rosaria. The archduke summoned by the powers of a contractor has no chance of winning against an actual archduke. Besides, this is risky because his mana flow could be reversed like last time, or he could get caught up in the fight between those two. Even if he does survive, there's no guarantee that Ricky would too. But now is not the time to be thinking about these things. Orgel admits that he never thought the succubus queen would already be by the key's side and asks her when she entered a summoning pact with him. But then he remembers that he did feel the mana of a nightmare, which makes him realize that Taehyun wasn't a contractor of Igmun, but of her. Rosaria lets him know that he will regret finding that out so late because she's not some weak opponent like that vampire, while the Beastmaster had wished for exactly that, a strong opponent. Addressing our dude, the Queen of Succubi tells him that he needs to tend his wounds, asking if he can handle that himself. Taehyun believes if he uses Blood Rampage, he can, and before he can say anything further, he's moved into Rosaria's authority, a personal space, a created location separated from reality. She said all those things to Orgel, but the only thing she can do for her contractor right now is to call him in here and buy him some time. However, he won't have much though. She instructs him to focus on healing first, and Orgel comes after that. Our guy asks her if she can summon another person here, and Ricky is summoned almost immediately. She wonders where she is when she hears Kim's voice, telling her to get off him. Ricky instantly gets off him as she apologizes, and our dude lets her know that this is a temporary shelter created by an archduke he's contracted to. Taehyun tells her that first they need to figure out how to get out of this situation. Meanwhile, the Beastmaster feels the mana of the key and that bitch disappearing, and he wonders if Rosaria hid them. But she pretends to know nothing about it and believes that even if she told him, his thick beast brain would never understand. Orgel tells her to spit them back out while he attacks her. Ricky understands that while the two archdukes are fighting, they need to figure out how to get away from Orgel and see the bigger picture. But what she doesn't understand is how, if he's a contractor of the succubus queen, he's using the power of other archdukes. She knows those skills just now, and the skill rampage from before weren't normal, and she asks him if he's even a regular human. Taehyun reminds her that when they first met, she told him they need something to anchor them to this world since some could consider them monsters. And his answer is the same as back then. He's stubborn enough to keep promises he makes with friends. Ricky remembers him saying that, and it makes sense to her, while our dude lets her know that he's human. It's just that his skills allow him to absorb the skills of others. She now understands the reason why he can use all those skills. but she still thinks these skills are overpowered. While our guy trusts Ricky enough to reveal this much to explain, and is sure that she will keep this a secret, even so, he can never tell her about his regression. With that, he suggests that they discuss tactics when they feel Rosaria's authority tremble. Even now, outside of here, Rosaria is fighting to buy them time. Taehyun reveals that even though he used all his skills, they still weren't enough to stop Orgel, and asks Ricky if she has something in mind. Among the skills she has, she can think of one, Portal, which opens a gate that allows them to travel to a designated coordinate. Our boy decides to use that to get out of here, but Holly thinks it's too dangerous. Since she's only ever used it to summon monsters from the other side, she's never used it personally for herself. A gate created by human mana, unlike a warp gate, is very unstable. It can suddenly close, and in the worst case, they could be stuck, endlessly wandering the void between two dimensions. Ricky suggests that they think of something else, but she knows as well as Taehyun does that there is no other way. They have to make a decision, and our guy lets her know that he believes in her. They're summoned back to reality where they witness Rosaria being defeated by the Beastmaster while she warns her contractor to run away. Orgel spots the key of the king and asks him if he thinks he can hide between Rosaria's skirt folds, and is disappointed as he says this is not the way of the king. The king is supposed to mercilessly destroy those who oppose him. He suggests that if our guy has the king's power, he should fight like him, but is cut off when Taehyun uses predation on him. Orgel believes he must already know that this won't work on him and wonders if this was his last move. But Kim just couldn't listen to his bullshit and instructs Ricky to open the portal right now. She opens the portal while the Beastmaster lets them know that he won't let them escape. But our dude tells him to wait patiently and claims he'll come back for him soon enough. Ricky is still not sure if this is the right decision, knowing things can go wrong, when Taehyun confesses to her that he has no one to believe in, if not for the greatest mage in the world. He decides to go ahead and wait for her on the other side, and they both make it out of the portal. Holly couldn't be any happier as she realizes that she did it. It worked, and they made it out. While they must be the first humans ever to cross a man-made portal, our dude already knew she could do it, and she's relieved about it when suddenly, Orgel's hand comes out of the portal, grabbing her. Taehyun shouts her name, but it's too late. Our fella rushes toward her, but she's already in the Beastmaster's grasp as he squeezes the life out of her, making her scream in pain. Orgel asks him where he thinks he's going and reveals that the fight has only just begun, as he orders him to return. He drops Ricky, and Kim catches her, finding her bones shattered, causing internal damage. He knows she won't survive if she doesn't receive help soon, and desperately thinks of every possible skill he has that might help her. Taehyun wonders if he should use Blood Rampage, but no. Then he thinks maybe he should call Rosaria for help, but doubts if she's in any state to help them. He forces himself to think of anything, when he hears Ricky consoling him that it's okay because she always knew this could happen. But our dude tells her that he won't give up on her, that he promised to save her. Holly tells him that he's already done enough, and she's aware that it's too late to go back. Therefore, she has one last favor to ask of him. She reminds Kim about what he told her about absorbing the skills of others, and asks him if he can absorb her skills as well, because that's the only way she could continue to serve humankind. Taehyun, with a heavy heart, obeys her request while Ricky Holly is glad that she lived her life without regrets, except for one thing, that she should have asked our guy out on a date. Meanwhile, the fight between Min Ji-hong and Cody Wood continues as he feels his blood boiling with excitement. But Cody has to get rid of him soon because he can't stay occupied by him any longer. Min wonders where he thinks he's running off to and feels disheartened to know that he's thinking about other people while fighting him. With that, he reveals that if it's about Taehyun and the woman from the prison, he'd better give up since they're already caught by Orgel because he stopped sensing their mana a while ago, making him wonder why. Ji-hong feels disappointed since he wanted to fight our dude again when he's hit by Cody's sword. Cody believes that he's lying because he has faith in those two. Min is about to tell him he'll soon find out the truth, but feels the place trembling, making him shut up when he hears Orgel's voice ordering him to come right now. The malignant guildmaster lets him know that he's keeping an intruder occupied right now, but the Beastmaster warns him that he won't repeat himself. He decides to leave because his egotistical master calls for his servant and tells Cody to consider himself lucky, but he lets him know that this is only the beginning. The world shall soon be consumed by an unquenchable flame, and he, Min Ji-hong, the malignant guildmaster, claims to be the spark to that flame. Cody wonders what it means if Orgel called for him, and he returns from the abyss where he finds US Player Association members waiting, as he asks them if Kim Taehyun and Ricky returned. As they are confused about what he's talking about, they spot someone coming from afar. It turns out to be Taehyun, holding Ricky Holly in his arms, which makes Cody realize that she's no more. He asks him if she met a peaceful end, and our guy reveals that she did while he apologizes that he couldn't save her. The association members get emotional witnessing this, and Cody lets him know that it's not his fault, and believes that Ricky died an honorable death for humanity, and because he was too weak. He decides to take Ricky's body and thanks Kim Taehyun, but he refuses, telling him to let him do it. Our dude wants him to lead him to the United States Player Association because he believes he has a duty to relay what Ricky left him with. At the United States Player Association headquarters, we see Kevin Lee, who thanks Taehyun on behalf of all of them for bringing back Ricky, as they believe they owe him a great debt. But they've lost many valuable players now, and they're busy enough as is with the aftermath. Therefore, he hopes that the reason he called them here is really worth it. Gregor lets out that they're too busy to be forced to listen to this bullshit, calling him a failure, when Cody asks him if this is directed at him as well. They're arguing when our guy lets them know that they'll soon find out for themselves whether being here is worth it or not. They're all shocked to sense Ricky's skill from Taehyun as he reveals that this is indeed her skill, which allows the replay of recorded memories. And with that, he decides to make them hear her final words. Taehyun got a total of 3 skills out of Ricky. One of those was high-level Monster's Heart, which creates a mana stone within the body. This skill allows him to create a mana stone and freely manipulate mana. Most of Ricky's skills were born out of this one skill. The reason she seemed so intent on the difference between monsters and humans was probably because she had this skill. The other was Portal, which creates a warp gate at a designated coordinate, which she used to get them away from Orgel. If you have set a coordinate, you can travel through dimensions with it. And lastly, Memorize, the skill that allows you to see anything related to memories. This was the reason Ricky was able to act as the investigator of the World Player Association. Kevin knows that this skill is unique to Ricky, and he questions Taehyun about how he's able to use it. He lets them know that it's because nobody was as good as Ricky when it came to mana manipulation, and she seemed to know how to transfer skills to others. But our dude feels bad for lying because he can't tell them about predation yet. Cody wonders what he intends to show them with Memorize. What Ricky recorded with Memorize was the information she found while investigating Orgel's castle. The information related to the monster's language needed further investigation to decipher, but when Ricky looked at the painting, she instinctively knew that all those who sat next to Orgel were archdukes. Beastmaster Orgel, Queen of Nightmares Rosaria, Vampire Lord Igman, King of the Demons Beelzebub, Dragon Lord Hazard, Beast King Jormungand, and the fallen angel Lucifer. These 7 archdukes continued to fight over their territories and ruled over the abyss in a precarious balance. But as she wonders who sits on the throne above them, she is found by Orgel. Everyone in that room is exposed to this information, and this leaves Kevin Lee in utter disbelief. He realizes that the archdukes identified so far included Orgel in this expedition, as well as Igman and Lucifer. It wasn't clear to them how strong they really were, but they now know, thanks to the recent sacrifice of their players. They know that even one archduke alone is enough to destroy Earth, yet it is revealed that there aren't 3, but 7 of them, and there might be someone even stronger. Meanwhile in the abyss, Ji-hong asks Orgel if it's all over now, as he still can't believe that the mighty Archduke of the Abyss was hurt and needed his powers. The Beastmaster says it was an accident, and he would have recovered without him. However, he dislikes waiting. With that, he threatens to crush him if he talks to him like that ever again. Min decides to keep that in mind and asks him why he was so keen to go after Kim Taehyun. Orgel reveals that he has a special ability, one that's only allowed by a special person. As Ji-hong wonders what he means and by whom, he tells him about the one who rose to the top of the abyss. The one who led the archdukes to fight the upper realms, the king of the abyss. But he's different from before. With that, the Beastmaster gives his contractor new orders to go to Earth, accelerate his plans, make Earth fall into chaos, and bring him the king of the abyss's key. He will take the key for himself and rule over the abyss, rising to the peak himself. Ji-hong lets him know that his wish is his command, and that all things are going according to plan. Kim calls out to the president of the US Player Association, asking him what he will do now. Kevin decides to have a meeting first, even though he's not sure they can get anything out of it. But our guy believes that this is no longer just the US Player Association's matter. This concerns the future of humanity, which is why everyone needs to know about this. Lee thinks this will just plunge the world into uncontrollable chaos. However, Taehyun suggests it will also give them the opportunity to unify. Since Ricky wasn't someone who worked solely for the benefit of one country, he tells them to think of what she would have wanted. Kevin thinks for a moment, and decides to share the information through the World Player Association once they organize things themselves. With that, Taehyun asks them about the form of light within this place's basement, which he saw using Memorize on Ricky's memories. The president of the US Association is shocked to see that he knows so much, while Marcus believes that he's already one of their closest allies. They take him to the basement, while Kevin believes that if he studied history, he'd know that humanity completely changed after making contact with the Abyss. Starting with people awakening, they were able to bring rare resources from the Abyss, and they've seen plenty of progress through that. That's what most people are told, but there's one thing they don't know. The awakening of people and the discovery of the Abyss didn't occur at the same time. To put it simply, the Abyss was a hellscape they couldn't handle at first. It became a land of opportunity for them after they dragged something up from the Pacific. Kevin reveals that humans began awakening after they made contact with him, and with that, he introduces Taehyun to their savior and the power that updates humanity, no name. Though they might as well call him God, they can't do that officially. Taehyun sees a being kept inside glass as he wonders if this isn't the king. Our guy asks them if they managed to keep something like this hidden all this time, while Kevin's thoughts remain unchanged. He believes that a chosen country and a minority of that country need to lead progress. Despite the classified nature, they haven't gotten anything out of it since the first awakening. Not Kevin, not the one before him, and not even the one before that were able to get anything out of No Name. But they're slowly seeing signs that they might be able to learn more from it. Taehyun, who's been looking at it, suddenly sees him move, and then he opens his eyes. That white creature awakens, leaving everyone bewildered. What shocks them even more is that No Name opens its eyes for the first time, a thing that has never happened before. They're unaware if it's a miracle or a disaster. While the chairman urgently requests the research team, a realization hits Taehyun. This creature known as No Name never opened its eyes until now, and it's looking right at him. That's when the being starts speaking to Taehyun. It says that our boy is different from the rest, and that's what was expected of the one who regressed with the king's power. Wide-eyed, our boy realizes this creature knows about his regression and spoke to him, leaving him startled. As Kim tries to process this strange occurrence, the creature emphasizes that it's time for the chains of reincarnation to unlock. The chairman worries about the facility, the best one the US has to offer, but his associate warns him that they need to get out of here immediately. He frantically insists they must leave as something is really wrong, but the chairman refuses, muttering that this is the most they've seen from it in decades. Our guy wonders if he didn't freaking hear what this thing just said. Suddenly, the creature grasps Taehyun's attention, asking if he wishes to learn the truth. If yes, it tells him to release his mana, the king's power. That's when our boy declares to the members that he'll be staying. The members are shocked and warn Kim that he won't be safe here, even if he's an SS rank player. Our guy releases his power while the US Association chairman yells at Kim, demanding to know what he's planning. Kim justifies it, saying he wants to check something. Infuriated, Marcus wonders why now, of all times. Cody tells Marcus to bring the president, inferring that Kim Taehyun is up to something. As they all leave, our boy releases his power and asks the creature to show him the truth it spoke of. Abruptly, a bright light radiates and our boy finds himself in the creature's realm. It calls Taehyun the brave key of the king and answers his question. Our guy is bombarded with questions, but first, he needs to know where this info is coming from. He wonders if this creature really is God. The creature discerns that there's a difference in what humans think of God and what it actually is, but there isn't a better word to describe it. Our guy remarks ironically that God, captured by humans, doesn't seem so omnipotent. That's when the creature reveals it's not God itself, but a fragment of one. It's no longer part of a greater whole and lacks the power to do anything on its own. It only has a general direction. As our guy wonders what direction that would be, the creature confesses that's where its whole self is. Taehyun is confused as hell, pondering that there's a proper God somewhere and No Name is the way to him. The creature reads his thoughts and agrees. It further reveals that the reason humans began awakening is the same reason Taehyun, who met the king, awakened. Our guy is hit by the truth that he possesses the king's power, the power of God, and fervently questions why the king had him regress. Kim asks where God is right now, when suddenly his dimension shifts to a gate break in New South Korea. Our guy senses a weird feeling, and the creature explains that this place isn't his dimension, it's where the king is originally from. It turns out Taehyun is reliving the king's past. In the dungeon, a man trips while running from a monster when suddenly he begins to glow. The creature elucidates that the king was a child born with one of the scattered fragments of God. In that moment of danger, he awakened and moved as his body led him. Our guy witnesses the white creature ascend and recalls that he's seen it before in a dream. The creature explains that the king soon conquered the abyss and became a king, with his 7 archdukes. Upon witnessing this, our boy is left in disbelief, unable to understand why being drawn to God has anything to do with subjugating the 7 archdukes. The creature reveals that after the territorial wars, becoming the king of a lower dimension is one of the requirements to reach the next step. What comes after is the unavoidable war with the upper realm. Only once one wins the species wars does one gain the right to challenge God. And so the king fought against the beings of the upper realm with his archdukes. But the upper realm is occupied by beings closer to God than those of the lower realm. And so the king couldn't overcome that gap. Even after countless regressions with his ability, since he was once a human, his mind slowly became warped. One day the king realized he wasn't the man for the job. He believed he needed to find someone else to carry on the task. Simply put, someone to become the king's key. That's the meaning of being the king's key. To carry on his duty, end the unending war, and reach God. Taehyun is still utterly shocked and has more questions. He asks the creature why God sent out his fragments, and why the king is so hell-bent on reaching him. And most importantly, why he chose Taehyun as his key. The creature responds that the answers to these questions are beyond its cognitive abilities. Kim realizes he needs to find out for himself, and the creature clarifies that he received the powers of the king, not of God. So his path is not bound to theirs. Kim may simply enjoy his life as he wished during his regression. The creature leaves it up to Taehyun to decide whether he will proceed. Outside the realm, the chairman regrets leaving, believing he could have learned something about no name to help humanity. Marcus worries about Taehyun, but Cody thinks our fella isn't one to do something foolish without reason. Shortly, our guy walks out of the portal, using Ricky's portal skill, and informs the president that no name disappeared. Well, Taehyun confesses that absorbed by him is a better way to put it. While the president nearly has a heart attack, Cody says he respected Taehyun's way up till now, but this time, he's gone too far. Cody thinks they all deserve an explanation. Tension rises as our guy walks up to Cody. Taehyun reveals that when he faced no name, he heard a voice, and when he tried to touch it according to its instructions, he absorbed it. Cody doesn't believe that's what really happened and asks our boy what he spoke to no name about. Our boy bluntly states that he can't spill that right now, while the president freaks out and tells Kim that it's useless for him to keep secrets, adding that no name is a property of the US. But Cody interrupts and asks our guy about his plans from here. Kim confesses that he's going to find out what he can do. He delivers Ricky's last words, so he now plans to head back to South Korea. The president lashes out at player Cody to stop Taehyun, but Cody understands that our guy has already surpassed him, and there is nothing on earth that can stop him. Slack-jawed, the president thinks it's because Kim absorbed no name, but Cody Wood states facts, saying that they had countless opportunities to contact that no-name creature. Yet nobody could do that. He clarifies that it's not Kim who absorbed no name. No name chose Kim Taehyun. Cody Wood suggests they shouldn't anger a man chosen by God. And now they're the ones playing catch-up to Kim Taehyun. It is then known that after Kim Taehyun returned, the World Player Association announced the death of Ricky Hollies and 4 other SS rank players. They also announced the existence of 7 archdukes who rule over the abyss. The world mourned for the players who died for humanity, while also fearing the archdukes. Later, Chairman Jin sympathizes with Taehyun since he went through an ordeal. He affirms that it isn't Kim's fault. Even if he's physically fine, he must feel terrible. Regardless of the recent events, the chairman feels bad for rushing this, but he heard from Yua Young that our guy will be working in the abyss. Chairman Jin assumes that Kim changed his plans because of the archdukes, but our guy refuses and answers that the abyss needs him more than ever. Meanwhile, Go Taewook seems to have something to tell Taehyun. While the chairman tries to stop Taewook, the guy opens up that the boss wanted to keep this from Kim. But since our guy will be primarily working in the abyss, he should know this. Go Taewook reveals that while our boy was busy, a mysterious plague began spreading throughout the earth. It's been causing gray spots to appear on one's skin, along with a high fever. He asks Kim if he has seen something like this. Our guy is rendered speechless and reckons that it's the same symptoms from his past again. The disease that plagued humanity for a long time. The disease that came out of the Chinese dungeon after Venom was killed. The truth crashes down on our boy as he thought he stopped the disease by killing Venom early. Taewook further explains that according to their pathologists, this disease is not something natural. It's created by humans in their very own South Korea. Additionally, they have leads that link the malignant guild to it. Our guy is hit yet by another jaw-dropping twist. Taewook ascertains that the malignant isn't weak, but still they shouldn't have anything that allows them to create a disease. He suspects that there's someone working with them, and they're currently investigating. It is also mentioned by Taewook that the Malignant Guild is a global operation, but they're based in New South Korea. Plus, the association is trying to root them all out. Our guy also asks something from the president and reveals that he met the leader of the Malignant Guild in Orgel's castle. His name is Min Ji-hong, and Kim asks the chairman who that bastard is. Taewook is utterly shocked to hear this, while our guy lets out that Min is working for Orgel now and seemed to know the president well. Chairman Jinwee expresses his displeasure, knowing that Min Ji-hong is on the side of monsters and wonders how low he can go. Taewook asks Jin if he should reveal something to Taehyun, but the chairman refuses, saying it's his burden to bear. Chairman Jinwee reasons that he never intended to keep this a secret from Taehyun. Jin reveals that 20 years ago, when he was still an active player, a dungeon break in the countryside occurred. He made his way to that dungeon. However, he was too late. The monsters there were all gone. However, in that place, he saw an awakened child who had lost his parents. It was all done unconsciously, but a child only 7 years of age stopped a B-rank dungeon break all on his own. That was his first encounter with Kid Min Ji-hong. Jin quickly realized the anger and talent that Min had. The chairman also felt a sense of responsibility for not being able to save his parents. And so Jin took Ji-hong in. He trained the kid hard, trying to keep him from being consumed by hatred, and hoping he would become the savior of New South Korea. Ji-hong was even more talented than expected. That boy handled all the training with ease and was already one of the strongest in New South Korea even before reaching high school. But looking back now, Jin is hit by a bitter realization that all that nurturing and care was all for nothing. He ended up pushing Min over the edge. Our guy asks him where it all went wrong, and Taewook states that there are conditions one has to meet before going into the abyss. However, there was nothing back then. Even at a young age, Min could work as a player. Not to mention countless players wanted to work with Min Ji-hong, but despite his talents, his party experienced disaster after disaster. This kept continuing, and therefore, the association decided to launch an investigation. Surprisingly, the investigation revealed that Min Ji-hong drove people to death on purpose. Taehyun curiously asks the reason, and Taewook discloses that Min only had one thing to say: he can't fight the monsters while taking care of the weak. If they had survived, they would have thanked him. He made them stronger. The malicious intent was evident, and from that point on, the association realized that Min was a problem. Fearing the repercussions, they tried to purge his records and kill him. However, that boy killed everyone who tried to stop him and ran away, and now Min is an international criminal. Chairman Jin expresses that Min Ji-hong is gravely mistaken. He believes that the tragedy made him stronger, so he wants to do the same for others. This is his way of saving the world. Quite absurd, that is. Jin believes that the one who drove Min to this point of madness was himself. Well, our guy does agree that Jin is partly responsible for this, and if Jin knew that Min was twisted, he would have kicked his ass. Because that's what fathers do. Our guy says that he's going to give Chairman Jin another chance and bring Min Ji-hong to him. Kim doesn't like Jin's contempt for the weak, because he knows what it feels like to lose everything helplessly. After that, Taewook asks Kim to join them, and our boy agrees to join them later since there are some things he needs to take care of. It appears that our guy is exposed to another status window after No Name showed up, and now he can't fight with a clear mind. It appears to be a quest, a countdown for the race war to begin soon. Later, Taehyun arrives at the Abyss, at the Succubus Castle, and sees Rosaria. Our guy witnesses the queen as her wings are ripped, and Rosaria asks him if she seems in a terrible state. Our guy thinks it's because of him. The damage from the fight with Orgel was worse than he thought, but Rosaria calls this a good outcome for a fight against the true form of an archduke. Taehyun asks her what happened to her castle, and Rosaria reveals that before our guy fought against Orgel, that annoying bastard Igmun paid a visit. But she assures Taehyun that the Archdukes of the Abyss aren't friends, and she has to admit that it's her fault for having an excellent contractor. Taehyun affirms that he'll make it so that Rosaria will never be treated like that again. The queen feels already better. However, she feels something strange within Taehyun. Something has changed within him. That's when our boy confesses that he met God and heard the truth about the king. He reveals that the race war is coming soon. Deeply unsettled, Rosaria questions Taehyun about how he met God, and he opens up that there was a fragment of God in his world too. He managed to meet one and talk to it. Our boy reminds Rosaria that she told him that even if he had the right to know about the king, there was nothing she could do about it. But Kim assures her that it's different now. Rosaria is left wide-eyed. She is surprised that our boy met God sooner than expected, wondering if it's fate or coincidence. Well, she can't deny that Taehyun poking his head into everything is the reason everything is proceeding ahead of schedule. A chilling stillness cloaks the atmosphere, and Queen Rosaria manifests that our boy must know about his fate, given that he heard the truth. Seeing Kim in front of her, she assumes that our guy must have an answer for her. Well, our guy clearly remembers what the god No Name told him. Taehyun is not forced into the same situation as them, which means he can live his life freely without burden. It's totally up to him whether he wants to continue or not. No Name asks our boy what he wants to do. From our main character's point of view, he just wanted to enjoy himself at first to get even for all his years of frustration as a non-awakened. Then he wanted to get powerful so that he could truly be happy. Yet Kim became the strongest human on Earth, along with possessing the powers of archdukes. But the more he learned about the secrets of the Abyss, the more he began thinking there was a reason that the king had him regress, while also giving him his powers. He reminisces when the king told him that he was impressed by his drive and persistence. But in reality, Taehyun is aware that the king wanted something, to use his drive and persistence, for someone to carry the burden that was too much to bear alongside him. Our boy fiercely divulges that he has decided to walk the same path as the king. This concerns Earth as well, and our guy justifies that he took this decision, the path full of thorns, to protect his world. He plans to take control of the upcoming war, and so our boy implores Queen Rosaria to lend her strength, and he will bring her to a higher place. Rosaria is impressed by Taehyun's speech, but she reminds him that he's the key, not the king. She tells him that he still has a long way to go. That's when our boy reveals his powers to Rosaria, which even freaks her out, and she asks him how the hell he became so powerful. Kim reveals that when he decided to walk the same path as the king, the fragment of God got absorbed within him. The queen smiles as she now believes Taehyun. She unfolds that when she heard the king wanted to hand over his power to someone else, she strongly opposed it, since there was nobody besides him that could bear this burden. But it turns out she was wrong, and she expressed that this is the feeling she really missed, the presence of the king. After that, Rosaria informs Taehyun that she's no longer superior and now acknowledges him as an equal partner. Also, with the race war approaching them soon, the queen asks him how much he knows about it. Our guy only knows that once the territorial wars end and he becomes the king, the beings from the upper world come to attack. Rosaria asks if that's it, and Taehyun mentions how No Name was not too talkative. The queen realizes that our guy lied to her about knowing about the race wars, and Taehyun acts quirky as he gulps down wine, saying that she wouldn't have cooperated if he didn't lie to her. She calls him a sly little leech. Nonetheless, Rosaria reveals the dark truth. Once the territorial war ends, the race war begins. The reason why it happens is that the ones in the upper world do not want someone in the lower world to become powerful and attack. To put it simply, the king of the upper world doesn't want this to happen. Our guy gets to know that there's a king in the upper world as well, and Rosaria unveils that he is the same as their king, a monster of the abyss who had the fragment of God, the one who rose to the upper realms first and reached God, the demon dragon king, Baal. That's the king's name of the upper world. Our guy is struck speechless as he gets reminded that Baal was the dragon that the king fought in his memories. Taehyun then sums it up. The ones who have the fragment of God are fighting each other to see God first. But Rosaria infers that the demon dragon king already reached God, but he rejected the fate of owning the fragments and betrayed God. Baal got greedy as he wanted to sit in God's place instead. The king knew of it and wanted to return everything to how it should be. That is the very reason the king of the upper realms fights the king of the lower realms. Taehyun asks why the upper realm doesn't just attack now, to which Rosaria responds that there is some kind of restraint against them that doesn't allow them to move unless certain conditions are met. She's certain that must have been created by the king too, and our boy figures out that until then, he needs to beat all the archdukes and create an army to oppose the upper realm, because that's the key to this territorial war. Rosaria makes our boy understand why he must fight the archdukes. She then explains about the powers and forces that each of the archdukes wield. After that, she asks Taehyun where he would like to begin. And without much thought, our guy plans to start with Orgel since there's a debt to be repaid, to avenge Ricky's death. But the thing is that Orgel has the biggest territory within the Abyss, and they'll be at a disadvantage if this becomes a war of attrition. And there's no doubt that other archdukes will rise up to fight too. Suddenly, a maid frantically barges in and hands a letter to the queen. It turns out to be important news about the Western Territories and Mukairan. Rosaria believes that the stage has been set, and she rhetorically asks Taehyun if he would help her rise higher. She asks our boy to prove his words weren't empty. It is revealed to us that Rosaria's Western Territory was congested by the vampire lord Igmun. At the dry desert, the Grand Succubus Knight, Mukairan, is fighting for their land against Bloodia, a triple S rank monster sent by Lord Igmun. Bloodia mocks Mukairan for being weak, and she even snickers at Queen Rosaria, who's known to be the weakest archduke. The Grand Succubus Knight warns Bloodia not to insult their queen, but the SSS monster tramples over Mukairan, making it clear that the Abyss demands survival of the fittest. She declares that all succubi, along with their queen, will submit to her, Bloodia, and her Crimson Archduke, Igmun. Bloodia claims that now this dry desert is the property of Lord Igmun. At that moment, our guy interrupts Bloodia's trash talk. The SSS monster is surprised to see a human in her territory and asks Taehyun who he is. Our guy reveals that he's the one she looked down on so much, a mercenary of their prideful queen Rosaria. It is then narrated that most monsters born in the Abyss have no intelligence. They just eat, sleep, and destroy as their instincts demand. But among them, there are mutants who are born with greater powers and intelligence. They are the chosen ones, born to rule over others. Like humans and their ranking systems, these monsters have their own levels, and those with certain levels are bound to face off against others. The Abyss is all about the survival of the fittest. Bloodia was always the one who survived. She killed the so-called leaders over and over again. Eventually, there was no one left to challenge her in her area. Well, that was until she met the apex predator of the Abyss, the vampire lord, Igmun, one of those who call themselves an archduke. Igmun defeated Bloodia in an overwhelming manner that put her prior victories to shame. And for the first time ever, Bloodia was hit by a reality check, that there were beings higher than her. Igmun puts Bloodia in her place and believes that she has realized that there's an unbridgeable gap between them. The maximum strength a monster can achieve is decided at birth, and Bloodia has met her limit. And Igmun lets out that there's only one way to surpass it, to receive powers from those who are stronger than them. Lord Igmun then asks Bloodia if she would serve him, and she, despite feeling humiliated, accepts her fate. However, the powers she received from a moment of humiliation were simply astounding. She felt they were sufficient, and thus worth the cost. If Bloodia hid her intentions while serving him and continued to grow, she could become an archduke herself. But she couldn't accept the fact that despite having powers she once dreamed of, she lost against the servant of the weak archdukes. She lost to a lowly human. Bloodia furiously attacks Taehyun, and our boy grabs her hand, revealing his powers along with Rosaria's strength. Right at that moment, the intense power stops Bloodia in her movement as she stiffens, and our guy slashes her with his dagger, declaring that he's won. He repeats Bloodia's words about the survival of the fittest, and now she's his prey. But fortunately, our boy doesn't fancy eating monsters. Taehyun holds her accountable for walking into their territory and talks about planting a flag or whatever. So our boy decides not to let her leave either. Knowing that she serves Igman, our boy asks her to summon her boss. But Bloodia refuses and claims that she's no servant, but a monster who will rise to the top of the abyss. Just as that SSS monster leaps toward Taehyun, our guy devours her in an instant using predation. While injured, Museirin gets to know that Kim is Rosaria's contractor. Our boy thinks about the time when SS Plus ranks gave him great difficulty, but they're just memories now. Just by synthesizing the fragment of God, he can easily take care of SSS ranks. Taehyun then peeks at his status window, and a list of skills is shown along with all the regular and summoning skills, which are the Archduke's powers. He comes across a feature that he can adjust his skills and assumes that it might be because his predation rank increased or because he absorbed Bloodia, who was a servant of Igman. Either way, Taehyun infers that if he continues to use predation, he can take on the missing Archdukes as well. Suddenly, blood begins to accumulate and Lord Igman emerges, saying he didn't expect much from Bloodia, but at least she was successful in bringing Taehyun out. Well, our guy finds it odd, but this makes his life easier as well since he was also searching for Igman. Lord Igman decides to celebrate this reunion, calling Taehyun the Key of the King. The scene takes us to Chairman Jinwi, who is reminiscing about his younger days as he looks at a photo, when suddenly Go Tae-wook barges in, informing Jinwi that the Nightwalker's investigation team saw movement in the presumed location of the malignant guild. They are waiting for the chairman's order to take action. The chairman asks Tae-wook to call the nationally ranked players immediately, and Jinwi himself decides to take part in this. Tae-wook appears a bit concerned and informs the chairman that Kim Tae-hyun isn't back yet and they can't contact anyone in the abyss. He wonders if they will be fine by themselves. But Chairman Jin wonders since when did South Korea's association rely so much on one man, like Kim. Jinwi supposes that it's best they put an end to this themselves. He remembers that Kim told him he had a business to attend to, and to Taehyun, there's a path only he may tread. He wishes to properly support our boy as he walks down that righteous path, and they just need to do what they must. Igman exchanges introductions, since they didn't the last time they fought. He introduces himself as the Vampire Lord, Igmun, an Archduke of the Abyss. Our guy introduces himself as the contractor of Rosaria and the King's Key. Igman lets out that it better be true and makes an offer to Taehyun. The Vampire Lord asks him to rescind his contract with Queen Rosaria and to come to him instead so he shall treat him as one of his contractors. Igman lures our boy and says he's going to achieve power and strength the likes of which have never been seen under Rosaria. And plus, Kim will conquer the Abyss with him, and even offers to make him the leader of the territorial wars. But our guy already knows the evil scheming behind this, and mentions that Rosaria had already warned him that once all the Archdukes get to know that Taehyun is the King's Key, they'll all want him so that they can become the king for themselves. Our guy gets real and asks Igman if he thinks he won't be caught lying. The Vampire Lord thinks it would have been better for Taehyun not to realize and threatens him that if he won't come of his own accord, he'll just have to force him. Anyways, Igman notices that our guy seems to be distrustful, but not of that nightmare, referring to Rosaria. Kim simply responds it's because he and Rosaria are equals, but this doesn't sit well with the Vampire Lord as he finds it absurd that a human and an Archduke can be equals. According to the Vampire Lord, there are only dominators and dominated in the Abyss, and the king knew that, and that's why he forced all the Archdukes under him. Our guy clarifies that he never said he wouldn't use any force and he would be merciful if they asked for mercy, but he knows that force can't be avoided when necessary. With that being said, Taehyun also has to offer something to Archduke Igman. He offers the Archduke to serve him, and he will give him the chance to prove himself in the coming race wars. As expected, Igman snickers and calls our boy cocky for being just a key of the king. The Vampire Lord concludes that he's nothing but a cocky brat. The Archduke charges the blood swords at Taehyun, and with just an inch away, our guy breathtakingly breaks them without using any force. While Igmun is left staggered by the sight, our guy declares that this is the last time he'll be able to treat him this way. Taehyun lets out that it's time for awakening and prepares the blood swords. Our guy uses Igman's powers while the Archduke also counteracts with the same skill. Igman finds it amusing how our guy is using his authorities like he owns them. Igman asks him if he's going to cease his kleptomancy only in death. In the midst of the fight, our guy reckons that he did say all those things, but an Archduke can't be compared against an SS rank. Our guy feels like seeking Rosaria's help here would be wise. However, he wishes to see for himself how far he can go, having synchronized with the shard against an Archduke. He takes the leap and glides with the wings. Taehyun manages to scratch Igman with his claws and even breaks his shard. The vampire lord is surprised and notices that our guy is using stolen abilities. Well, our guy thinks it's too early to be surprised, confessing that he has more than his authority. That's when our guy activates Blood Rampage, Monsterification, and shatters Igmun's weapon into pieces. The vampire lord is left stunned when he realizes that it's Orgel's skill, apprehending that Kim Tae-hyun is combining abilities of other archdukes as well. Igmun is very displeased with this and combats with our boy. Tae-hyun breaks his sword even more, and Igmun can't help but ponder that this little brat, hiding under Rosaria's skirt, actually became this strong. While an archduke and a human are involved in a fight, the succubus couldn't believe their eyes as our guy is making Igmun struggle for real. The Grand Succubus Knight wonders if Tae-hyun really is a human because it seems as if they're watching a fight between two archdukes. Our guy, on the contrary, teases Igmun and asks him how it feels to lose to a brat. But the vampire lord tells him not to be so cocky, as he has only known a small part of what his authority can really do. But Igmun supposes that'd be too much to use on the likes of him, and as he prepares his blood sword, Tae-hyun flips the tables as he proceeds with a skill that appears to be Dragon's Fury, which lets out an aura enhanced by mana. Our guy charges with his powers, telling Igmun that he's the one who doesn't know anything. With that, Tae-hyun pierces his claws through the vampire lord, and to top it off, he uses demonic fluids that imbue mana with poison. Shortly, the blood swords in the air melt to the ground while our guy wonders if he really pulled it off. Lord Igmun admits that Tae-hyun has surpassed his expectations, and the Archduke accepts his defeat. But that was just a trick. Suddenly, our guy finds himself in the Blood Sea, and Igmun admits that having to give his all against him is already a defeat for him. And now Igmun decides to thoroughly repay this humiliation. Our boy wonders where he is, and the Archduke reveals that it's a blood field, the depth of his power achieved by the owner of this skill when it's not cast as a fake child's play. Panicked, Tae-hyun calls out Rosaria's name, but the Archduke tells him to call her if he can, since our guy has lost all his mana. A quick realization strikes Kim that his mana is being absorbed by the blood field. Our guy realizes that he fucked up big time and got too ahead of himself. Never in his right mind did he think this would happen. Meanwhile, Igmun warns Tae-hyun that he's going to drown in blood, slowly and painfully. And that's what happens. Our boy drowns in the blood, and as he loses his breath, he falls unconscious. Igmun finds it troublesome and decides to see what the key looks like. As he's about to touch Tae-hyun, our guy disappears. That's when the biggest plot twist hits like a sucker punch, and Tae-hyun reveals that Igmun is mistaken because it's similar. In reality, it's not Igmun's realm, it belongs to him. Igmun speculates that Tae-hyun is talking as if it belongs to someone else. Yes, that's what it is. That dude turns out to be Kim's doppelganger who welcomes Igmun to his realm. Igmun asks Dark Tae-hyun if he's the key, and the dude is sick of hearing this question, as everyone asks him what no one has yet to hear the answer. The doppelganger asks Igmun if he's any different. Lord Igmun summons his blood swords and declares that he's in the presence of an archduke, and mocks the doppelganger for telling him the truth. Well, Dark Tae-hyun doesn't understand why every single one of the archdukes acts like they're someone special. That sass mouth tells Igmun to know that there is always someone else above them. The tension hangs heavy as the doppelganger and Lord Igmun summon blood swords. Suddenly, Igmun's blood sword is swallowed by a creature that bursts out of the blood field. That thing belongs to the doppelganger, and it thanks Igmun for the blood sword since he needed some mana. The vampire lord simmers with anger at the daring act of the parasite for mocking the Lord of Blood. Igmun decides to punish the doppelganger first, as he can wait to hear about what he is. However, Dark Tae-hyun appears unfazed and is not pleased by the same useless practice as that little fly Grey Venom, who also took over another person's internal world. But well, the doppelganger did expect this from an archduke. The doppelganger states that there is something that the original didn't know though. The tides ripple in the Blood Sea, and the blood starts behaving peculiarly. The doppelganger unravels that they can fight a field with another field. The guy activates Apocalypse and lands a powerful punch across Igmun's face. Poor vampire lord smashes away while the doppelganger curses Tae-hyun for having such a good skill, yet not knowing how to use it. The parasite tried to pretend to be gone and watch from behind, but Tae-hyun is still too inexperienced to be left alone. Our guy even used all his mana and forced the doppelganger to appear and kick Igmun's ass in his place. Tae-hyun was crying out Rosaria's name anyway, so it's not a bad idea. The doppelganger then commands that foolish archduke to rise to show him what it means to truly fight. With that, the dude knocks the living daylight out of Igmun, making him bleed. The doppelganger goes all out and bets that Lord Igmun wouldn't have been beaten up like this ever since he became an archduke. He's aware that the archduke is properly mad now. The doppelganger enfolds himself in a shield and dashes towards Igmun, but something makes him halt. Igmun, in a terrible state, lets out that he's never going to forgive him and won't even allow a piece of his flesh to remain. Just then, Dark Tae-hyun notices Igmun's banishing sword that traps the target it cuts within it. He understood that Igmun was planning to use the sword to absorb the king's power, but right now it will take some time for Dark Tae-hyun to be a doppelganger. plus being in our guy's body made him careless. He wonders what he should do as Igman is bursting forth with the sword. The doppelganger believes that the original is not sleeping anymore, referring to Kim Tae-hyun. He instructs Tae-hyun that he has damaged Igman plenty so he can finish him off now. Just like that, our boy takes over and ambushes the vampire lord, using the predation skill Devour. After that, Lord Igman's half-body gets ripped into shreds, and he can't believe that he lost to a mere ghost of the king. While our guy pants heavily, Rosaria appears in the meantime to see if her contractor is alright. Igman can't believe that even Archduke Rosaria is taking the human side. Well, the vampire lord decides to retreat for now, but he promises to have the king's key in the palm of his hand soon enough. Igman leaves, determined that he'll win next time. Rosaria is glad that Taehyun is alright, and if she knew Igman would be involved, she surely would have come. Our guy tells her not to feel sorry since he didn't summon her. Taehyun rests on the queen's lap and asks her if this was a good enough declaration of the territorial war's start. Well, Rosaria agrees that our guy is quite something. On the contrary, all the S and A ranked awakened arrive at the malignant guild base where there are villains everywhere like cockroaches. They hurry their way to the base to catch the leaders who will run away while these malignant cronies buy time. The car that has already left is being chased by guild leader Yoo Hyung. The chairman believes that she might need assistance. Just like that, Jinwei breaks through the walls, breaching the base and commands the malignant guild to stop, warning them not to resist. That's when the vice leader of the guild, Shadow, shows up. The chairman immediately recognizes that it's the vice leader and one of the three warlords, Shadow. At that moment, Jinhui realizes that the one Yoo Hyung is chasing is someone else. Yoo Hyung chases the car, and to her surprise, she finds President Lee Jung-soo, who gets to know that it was Guildmaster Yu chasing their tails. Yu learns that it was the Taeson group that was helping the malignant guild. She reveals that they have been suspecting them for quite a long time, and even the gray disease spread because of the malignant guild. Yoo Hyung elucidates that they thought that someone who had the means to do so was behind all of this all along. The NSK Association also noticed that the ones who created a cure in record time and made incredible profits were Taeson Pharmaceuticals. There was no concrete evidence to dig into, but since they have the Taeson group coming out of the malignant guild headquarters, that's enough evidence. Yu curiously asks President Lee why he did all this. The president confesses that, being a businessman, he just used the malignant guild to gain advantages for their company. Lee Jung-soo adds that the new South Korea Player Association, NSK, getting first pick on everything with the four guilds was bothersome to him. Ah-hyung mocks the president since it's a weird way to say that the Taeson group wasn't talented enough to be among them. Just then, President Lee reminds Ah-hyung that she's acting too early, like she's already arrested them. The guy makes it clear that he has no intention of coming in quietly, emitting his powers. Yoo Ah-hyung puts the president in his place and reminds him that he's barely an S rank, but Lee Jung-soo reveals that he surpassed that with monsterification. At that moment, Ah-hyung is left in disbelief as she realizes that it's the result of Jang Lung's monster experiment, discovering that it wasn't just a virus released from there. President Lee Jung-soo reeks of evil as he confesses that his strength is now closer to that of a national rank player. Lee asks Yu what she's going to do now, along with a monstrous punch coming her way. The scene switches to the headquarters of the Malignant Guild, where the S-rank players, Park Seong-jin and Kwon Kang-hyuk, fight against Shadow. Strangely, no matter how many times they strike at that guy, he can't feel their attacks landing. The other S-rankers try to ambush Shadow with a pincer attack. However, it's in vain. Shadow traps those players with his shadowy tentacles. Chairman Jinhui strikes a punch to release his members from the Shadow. Shadow arrogantly lets out the reason nobody could catch him all this time, because they can't catch him, and he slips away like a shadow. The S-rank players call this bullshit, and Jinhui tells them not to get bothered by Shadow's trash talk. President Jin ponders that Shadow keeps emphasizing his powers, and for that reason, he decides to check something. He asks for backup from the players. With that, the president jumps in backed by all his S-rank players, while Shadow thinks that these nationally ranked players don't learn. The result is the same no matter how many times they try. Shadow lets out that they are the ones who are trapped and tangles up all the players with his shadow ropes. While the players freak out, Jinhui dashes towards trouble as the tentacles are about to hit him. The vice leader of the Malignant Guild warns the old man that he's jumping into fire, but in reality, Jinhui notices a pattern, determining that when Shadow parried his attack, he let go of two players. Simply put, this masked bastard can't do both, attack and defend at the same time. It's one thing at a time, and what's important is the timing. The president plans to leave an opening for him to attack, while Lim Ah-hyung is going to strike right after to take him down. Jaw-droppingly, Lim strikes her icy hammer and Shadow is trapped in a big block of ice. While Shadow is confined, Jinhui uses his ancient martial arts movement, Mountain Domain, forcefully thrashing that ice to break into pieces. To everyone's surprise, Shadow's mask is broken, and he is not surprised that veteran Jinhui figured out his powers this quickly, calling him that guy's teacher. The old man asks Shadow where Min Ji-hong is and if he's back from the abyss. But Shadow doesn't disclose the info about his leader this easily, confessing that his only role was to delay while they transfer information out of here. It's a shame that they have to give up this facility, but there's nothing left for them here. Just then, Shadow slips away, declaring that the world of villains will come soon. Kwon Kang-hyuk asks the president to chase Shadow, but he refuses to chase him anymore. Lim Ah-hyung realizes that it's because of her sister Yoo Ah-hyung, but she assures the president that his sister is not that weak. On the contrary, Guildmaster Yoo beats the life out of President Lee Jung-soo, who whines in disbelief, uttering that he was supposed to be at the level of a national ranked player. He couldn't believe that he lost to an S rank. Exuding her green aura, Yoo smiles and reveals that she wasn't messing around when everyone leveled up. The scene takes us to her flashback, where Tae-hyun calls her out of the blue, and because of her injury she can't join the squad. Hence, our guy tells her to keep up with the training secretly. Yoo gets pissed and reasons that she doesn't have time for this, but our guy seems persistent when he says that he's going to bring everyone in this squad up to nationally ranked players. Tae-hyun provokes Yoo to join the squad, asking if she's going to fall behind her sister Lim Ah-hyung, who's also in the squad. Yoo gets embarrassed and lets out that she doesn't want to lose to her sister. So our guy suggests her to do as he says and states that the Guildmaster of Undivided and Magicians are all nationally ranked players, so it'd be a shame if the Guildmaster of Nightwalkers is left powerless. Coming to the present, Yoo had continued her nightmarish training with Tae-hyun every week, and thanks to that, she became a nationally ranked player. She's happy that it helped her in this case, not telling everyone about it. With that, Yoo brings the president to his knees and asks him if he has anything else to show. Yoo tells him to do it quickly so that she has more evidence of him making deals with villains. Lee Jung-soo calls out his men, and that's when the trouble begins. It turns out that the leader of the villains, Min Ji-hong, has come to Lee's aid. Min tells the president to be thankful that he's on their side, otherwise he would have been dead already. Yoo Ah-young freezes in shock while Min Ji-hong greets her, complimenting that she looks good. At the same time, Kim Tae-hyun emerges from the abyss and arrives in South Korea. He hopes everything is fine since a lot of time has passed.